Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 1. Carson. The California Wolves' facility always seems to glow with its sleek lines and gold-trimmed windows. 7 years I've walked these halls, but today, each step sends daggers through my shoulder. The pain's different from the usual post-game aches. That hit I took hasn't let me forget how hard I got sacked. Hopefully the scans came back and say it's just tweaked, but something inside my aging gut tells me it's more than that. "Coach wants to see you," Marshall, our assistant trainer, catches me in the corridor. His expression's too careful, too neutral. The hall feels lonelier than usual as I make my way to Coach Malkovich's office. The game replay loops in my head, that defensive end breaking through our line, my body hitting the turf. Wrong angle. Wrong everything. 7 seasons as starting quarterback, and I've never dreaded a post-game meeting like this. The way my steps echo against the polished floor sounds different today, hollow somehow, like they're counting down steps to something I'm not ready to face. "Come in, Carson." Coach's voice carries through the open door. I ease into the chair across from his desk, my shoulder protesting every movement. The office walls showcase our team's history of photos of past victories, championship trophies gleaming, and multiple team photos with scattered newspaper clippings. My eyes fix on last season's divisional title photo. "Got your preliminary results." Coach taps a folder on his desk. "It's not good, son. Just tell me how many games I need to sit out." The words taste like ash. 2, maybe 3 weeks? He shakes his head. "Torn rotator cuff. Complete tear." The room tilts. "There's gotta be another way, maybe." At 29, surgery's risky. Best case scenario is intensive physical therapy, but Carson... He leans forward, his eyes heavy with something I don't want to see. "You need to consider your options here." "Options?" My laugh comes out harsh. "I'm not done, Coach. This team needs me." "The team needs you healthy. Right now, you're not. Physical therapy might get you back in the game. But we're looking at months, not weeks." The championship photo catches my eye again, taunting me from its place on Coach's office wall. There I am, holding up the trophy, immortalized in my moment of glory, surrounded by my teammates with their gold and black uniforms gleaming under the stadium lights. Now I can barely lift my arm above my head without feeling like someone's driving a knife through my shoulder. "So what's it gonna be?" Coach's voice cuts through my thoughts, gruff but caring in that way he's always had. "You ready to work for it?" "Mm-hmm." My fingers dig into the leather armrests until my knuckles turn white. His office smells of old playbooks and stale coffee fills my lungs as I take a steadying breath. I know there's only one answer. Work for it? "Coach, you know me. I'll do whatever it takes. Hell, I'll live in the therapy room if that's what gets me back on the field." "Good, because I've got someone in mind. Best therapist I know. Not on our payroll, but worth every penny. Been working miracles with athletes for years from what I hear." "We've got a whole medical team here." I start to protest, not wanting special treatment that might raise eyebrows in the locker room. I don't need the guys thinking I'm getting preferential care. Or that it's so bad that someone might be able to slide in and take my place. This is different. Coach stands, pacing behind his desk, with that determined stride I've seen 1,000 times before games. His championship ring catches the light as he moves. Called in a favor with an old friend who runs a clinic. He owes me, and you're worth calling it in for. Trust me on this one, Carson. When have I ever steered you wrong? The pain pulses through my shoulder, matching my heartbeat. Never. When do I go? Meeting's being set up. Listen, Carson. He stops, hands flat on his desk. 7 years you've given this team everything. You've earned this shot, but... Don't. The word comes out sharper than intended. You need to hear this. We're going to try everything, starting with this therapy. But you also need to be realistic about... About what? That this could be it? My good hand rubs the back of my neck raw, as it always does during moments of stress that I can't control. I get it. Stay optimistic. That's all I'm saying. We need you back, but we need you whole. I nod, but my mind's already back on that field. The hit. The crack. That sound. Like a branch snapping in half, except it was me breaking. The memory makes my stomach turn. The coach keeps talking about recovery times and protocols, but I barely hear him. I know what a career-ending injury feels like now. Turns out it sounds like a gunshot and feels like your future splitting in two. I stare at the polished surface of Coach's desk, my reflection distorted in the wood. 7 years of blood and sweat of pushing through injuries that would have benched lesser men, and this is what it comes down to. Some specialist who might get me back in the game? You understand what I'm saying, Carson? Coach's voice cuts through my spiral, sharp and demanding, like he's calling a play from the sidelines. Crystal clear. The words taste bitter, like defeat and morning after aspirin. My fingertips dig into the tension in my neck that's been building there since that fateful play. Not like I have much choice, right? Coach sits back down in his chair, it creaking under his weight. The sound reminds me of old stadium seats, of better days. Listen, I want you to know the other side of this. I'm not saying to accept it, just to be aware of it. But you know that there's always a choice in these situations. Is there? A humorless laugh escapes me, echoing off the walls of his office like a mockery. Either I do this therapy or I'm done. That's not a choice. That's a corner you're backing me into. 7 years of my life, countless victories, and now it all hangs by a thread thinner than the ones they'll use to stitch me back together. Nobody's backing you anywhere. This is me throwing you a lifeline. My good hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with frustration. The pain in my shoulder throbs in time with my pulse, a constant reminder of everything I stand to lose. Each beat feels like another second ticking away from my career clock. Some lifeline. The words come out as rough as sandpaper, scraping roughly at my pride. You think any other team's gonna take a chance on a quarterback with a bum shoulder? His words hit exactly where they're meant to, piercing through the armor of denial I've built around myself. This isn't just about getting back in the game. This is about your future. Everything feels heavy in that moment. The injury, the uncertainty, the years I've given to this sport settles heavily on me. 7 seasons of blood and sweat, of perfect spirals and game-winning drives, reduced to this moment. I push myself up from the chair, fighting to keep my face neutral, even as my shoulder screams in protest. Thanks, Coach. I appreciate the opportunity. The word feels as if I'm admitting defeat, and makes me close to dry heaving. Keep your phone close. My friend should call back today about getting you in. He stands too, his expression softening in that way that makes me feel like a rookie all over again. We're not giving up on you, Carson. Don't give up on yourself. I can hear what he's not saying. That this might be my last shot, that the clock's running down, and I'm out of timeouts. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. As I turn to leave, my eyes catch that championship photo one last time. The guy in that picture seems like a stranger now, confident, unbreakable. What I wouldn't give to go back to that moment before everything changed.
Chapter 2. Maree. Papers scatter across my desk as I shove them into my bag, the clock ticking away precious minutes. My phone buzzes. Another reminder that it's already 3:15. Come on, I mutter, fumbling with the zipper. A patient file slips free, spreading across the floor like autumn leaves. Really? Now? My mother's voice echoes in my head. You can do it all, baby girl. Just breathe. Easy for her to say. She made single motherhood look like a walk in the park. That was also before she made it a habit of being on my ass about working too much. Now every Sunday, dinner comes with a side of guilt-laden looks and not-so-subtle hints about how I'm spreading myself too thin. As if I have a choice between my PT practice, keeping up with bills, and raising my daughter. There aren't exactly spare hours lying around. Still, I can almost see her now, shaking her head with that knowing smile she always wore when juggling 3 jobs herself, back when I was small enough to think her superhuman. Then the image of Lila sitting alone on that little wooden bench outside her classroom comes flashing to the forefront, making my chest tight. Those striking blue-gray eyes, so much like her father's, probably watching the door, waiting. Miss Winthrop, Jenny from accounting pokes her head in. Your 230 left his insurance forms blank. Can it wait until tomorrow? I need to... Hugo wants them processed today. I reach for my phone to type a quick text to Mom to see if she can grab Lila. I know if I do, she'll get her, but I also won't hear the end of it again. Guilt follows close behind the thought of the incoming lecture. What kind of mother keeps pawning her kid off on her own mother? I check my watch. I can get Lila and then drop off the forms after. It's fine. I stuff the last of my notes into my bag, already planning tomorrow's schedule in my head. Maybe I can come in early, catch up on paperwork before... Maree! Sandra's voice cuts through my thoughts. Our receptionist stands in my doorway, clutching her tablet like a shield. Thank goodness you haven't left. We need you to stay. Not happening. My daughter. Hugo specifically approved this client. They requested you personally. Then they can personally request me tomorrow during business hours. Sandra's face pinches. You don't understand. This isn't just any client. Hugo says, I don't care if it's the Pope with a pulled hamstring. Someone else can handle it. But my daughter comes first. Always. My voice is firm, the same tone I use when Lila tries to negotiate her bedtime. There's no room for discussion here. Listen, I understand, but Hugo says there is no exceptions on this one. This guy is calling in a big favor, and Hugo says he's inclined to give it to him. He says it's you and no one else. And she seems hesitant to say the rest, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. And what? I cross my arms, already feeling my blood pressure rising. He's reminding you of the recent pay bump you got, as well as a promise for another one. Sandra's words come out in a rush, like she's trying to get them over with. I drop my bag onto my desk with a thud, the sound echoing my frustration. You've got to be kidding me. The mention of money makes my skin crawl, as if my time with Lila could be bought. I've spent too many years making sure my daughter never feels second place to anything, especially not a job. Sandra wrings her hands. I know it's last minute, but Hugo was adamant. Last minute, it's beyond last minute. My daughter is waiting at school right now. Your mom can... Don't. I hold up my hand. Just don't. Sandra steps into my office, closing the door behind her. Look, I get it. I do. But Hugo called in every favor he had to get this client's business, and he specifically asked for you. Why me? We have 3 other perfectly capable therapists. Because you're the best, and Hugo knows it. That raise you got last month, He's been watching you, planning bigger things. My shoulders slump. Bigger things won't matter if my daughter thinks I've abandoned her. 1 hour. That's all he needs. Sandra's dark eyes soften. Remember when you covered my shift last month when Tommy had the flu? Let me make some calls. I know people at the after-school program. I rub my temples. Lila hates that program. Better than sitting alone on that bench? Sandra's words hit home. Plus, think about it. Hugo trusting you with this client? That's huge. He's planning something big. I can feel it. You and your feelings. But she's right. Hugo doesn't do favors unless there's something substantial on the line. I pull out my phone, my finger hovering over my mom's contact. The photo of her holding Lila at her last birthday party makes my chest ache. My baby girl's gap-toothed smile with cake all over her face. Sandra squeezes my shoulder, her warmth steady and reassuring. You're doing the best you can. Coming from anyone else, those words might sound hollow, but Sandra's been there through enough of my struggles to make them ring true. The phone rings twice before Mom picks up. Her voice carries that knowing tone I've grown to dread, the same one she used when I told her I was pregnant and planning to raise Lila alone. Let me guess, work comes first. The words sting, mostly because they echo my own doubts, the ones that keep me up at night when Lila asks why other kids have daddies and she doesn't. I know what you're going to say. Do you? Mom's voice drips with that special blend of judgment she's perfected over the years. Because we keep having this conversation, and nothing changes. I press my fingers to my temple. Can you please just get her? I'll make it up to both of you this weekend. Like last weekend, when you had that emergency client? That's not fair. The words catch in my throat. You know I'm doing my best. Your best? She clicks her tongue. Baby, your best should be for that little girl waiting at school right now, not for whatever VIP client Hugo's throwing at you. How am I supposed to take care of Lila without this job? My voice cracks. You think these bills pay themselves? There are other jobs. No, Mom, there aren't. Not like this. Not that can give her everything she needs. A heavy sigh crackles through the phone. Everything she needs is her mama. The truth of her words slams into me like a sucker punch. I blink back tears, grateful for the empty hallway. I know, God, I know, but right now, I need you to get her, please. I'm already in the car. After hanging up, I press my palms against my eyes, willing the tears away until spots dance behind my eyelids. Crying isn't an option, not here. Not when Thompson and Miller are circling like vultures, using every missed pickup and late start as ammunition. They've been watching me since day one, two senior partners who've never hidden their disdain for working mothers. She's unstable, they whisper in break rooms and hallways, like I can't hear them. Unreliable, not partnership material. Screw them. Screw this mystery client too, whoever they think they are. Demanding after-hours attention like they own the place. Like my daughter's needs don't matter compared to their precious schedule. My fingers curl into fists at my sides, nails biting into my palms. I pick up my bag off of my desk, just to throw my bag onto the chair forcefully, letting the satisfaction coursing through me at the loud thump it makes. The walk to the reserved room feels like a march to battle, each step fueled by frustration and guilt. Guilt because, once again, I'm choosing work over Lila, because I have to. I swing the door open, my anger now fueled towards this entitled client and whatever bullshit favor Hugo owes them. Why the hell is that my problem? I've already missed bedtime stories with Lila twice this week. And here I am, missing another pickup because someone couldn't wait until normal business hours. Two people have their back to me as I walk in, trying not to storm across the floor and give them a piece of my mind, each step punctuating my irritation. They turn around to greet me, and before I can unleash the verbal lashing I've been rehearsing in my head, all the air leaves me. My throat constricts, and my body freezes mid-stride. "Holy shit," I whisper, the words escaping before I can catch them, floating in the suddenly thick air.
Chapter 3. Carson. The leather seat of Coach's SUV squeaks loudly as I shift for the 100th time, trying to find a position that doesn't make my shoulder scream at me. The passing buildings blur together, each one bringing us closer to what feels like a waste of time. "You're gonna love this place," Coach says, tapping his fingers on the middle console. "Called in every favor I had to get you in with the best." "Didn't ask you to." I stare out the window, jaw clenched. "Could have found my own PT." "Sure, and you would have picked someone who'd tell you what you wanted to hear instead of what you need to hear." My hand goes to the back of my neck on instinct. There's now a raw spot from the last day alone. If I keep this up, I'll wear it right down to the bone. What I need is for everyone to back off and let me handle this my way. "Your way got you here." Coach pulls into a parking spot, kills the engine. "And that notepad you're glaring at? Yeah, I'm taking notes. Every single detail. Jesus Christ, I'm not 12. I can relay information. Like you relayed how bad that shoulder was getting before it gave out?" The silence stretches between us. I push open the door, my shoes hitting the pavement aggressively. The clinic's glass doors slide open, cool air hitting my face as we walk in. The waiting room smells like antiseptic and false promises of a longer season. A receptionist, Sandra, according to her name tag, looks up from her computer. Her eyes widen with recognition, but thankfully she keeps it professional. "Mr. Bailey, Coach Malkovich, right this way." She leads us down a hallway as her heels echo the sound of my impending end. "Your physical therapist will be with you shortly. Mr. Jones handpicked this particular PT. She's one of the best." Oh, good, I think. A woman who won't be able to control herself from telling me she's right and I'm wrong. Great. The examination room is too bright, too sterile. Coach settles into a chair, notepad already out, while I lean against the exam table, the paper crinkling under me. "Anything else you need?" Sandra asks. "We're good," I say before Coach can answer. She nods and closes the door, leaving us in a silence broken only by the scratch of Coach's pen against paper. "Carson, you're wound tighter than a spring. Just relax." Coach taps his pen against the notepad. "It'll be over with before you know it." "Easy for you to say. You're not the one who's—" The door clicks open behind me and I brace myself, ready to face whatever overconfident specialist they've dragged in. Probably some power-hungry woman eager to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about or feeling. Someone who'll... I turn my head, and it's all I can do to not let my jaw hit the floor. Maree Winthrop stands in the doorway, her curves filling out the black slacks and polo making my mouth go dry. Her hair falls in waves past her shoulders, those honey gold highlights catching the fluorescent lights. Those hazel eyes I used to get lost in widen as they meet mine. "Holy shit," she whispers, frozen in place. My mind snaps back to that last night in college. Her dorm room, the smell of vanilla from her shampoo, the way her skin felt under my fingertips. She'd been beautiful then, all fire and determination. But now she's stunning. Like someone took everything that made her incredible and amplified it. She breaks our staring contest first, sliding into her chair with a kind of grace that always made her look like she was dancing rather than walking. Her clipboard creates a barrier between us as she crosses her legs. "What was that?" Coach asks, looking between us with raised eyebrows. Marie's eyes dart away from mine, her throat working as she swallows. "Nothing. Just surprised to see such a high-profile patient." She shuffles her papers, all business now. "Let's talk about that shoulder, shall we?" As Coach fills her in on what the last examination showed, my mind betrays me with memories with her skin glowing in the moonlight, those soft sighs tickling my neck, the way her curves fit perfectly against me. It all still haunts my dreams sometimes. She's even more beautiful now. The years have been kind, filling out her already perfect figure that makes it hard to stay upset at the moment. Her polo hugs her chest just right, and those slacks. Christ. I force my eyes up to safer territory, but that's no better. Her face has lost the softness of youth, replaced by sharp confidence that only makes her more striking. "So, Mr. Bailey," she says, all business, "tell me about the injury." "Carson," I correct automatically. Mr. Bailey makes me sound like my old man. A ghost of a smile touches her lips, but it's gone just as quickly. "Carson, then, the injury?" "Fourth quarter against Seattle." My hand finds its way to my neck again. Defensive end caught me from the blind side. Heard it before I felt it, like someone snapped a branch. Her eyes soften for just a moment before that professional mask slides back into place. "And the pain level now?" 8 out of 10 when I move it wrong. I suddenly remember her hands on my shoulders after games. She always knew exactly where to press to make the aches disappear. Even back in college, she had this way of finding knots I didn't know existed, turning me to putty with those strong, skilled fingers. She nods, making notes. Her hair falls forward, and I remember how it felt wrapped around my fingers. How she'd arch her back when I'd... Damn. 7 years. And those memories still hit me like a defensive tackle. The curve of her neck, the soft sounds she'd make. "Carson!" I blink, forcing myself back to the present, my neck's burning hot under my palm. "Yeah?" "I asked about your range of motion." Her professional tone is like a bucket of ice water, reminding me this isn't college anymore. She's not my girlfriend anymore. Hell, now we're strangers. And this is business. Coach clears his throat, and I realize I've been staring like some lovesick rookie. The session continues, but my mind's elsewhere, lost in memories of that last week together. Why'd she leave? One day we were planning spring break in Cancun, picking out hotels and making lists of must-do activities. The next she was gone. No explanation, no goodbye, just radio silence. Not even a text message to tell me to go to hell. The mystery of Maree Winthrop has haunted me for years, trailing me through every relationship since. And now she's right here, acting like we're strangers meeting for the first time. Like those nights under the stadium lights never happened. Well, that's about to change. I'm going to find out what happened, even if it kills me. And knowing how stubborn she can be, it just might. The introductory session ends and we stand to depart, though she isn't meeting my eyes as we shake hands. Her grip is professional, distant. Nothing like the way she used to intertwine her fingers with mine between classes. The contrast hits me almost as violent as when my injury starts pulsing. As she gathers her things and tells us she's going to be in touch, I try not to stare, but I can't seem to help it. The way she tucks that stray strand of wavy hair behind her ear, the slight furrow in her brow as she checks her phone. It's all achingly familiar. Coach hits my good shoulder to knock me out of my trance. "You ready?" I manage a simple nod, my mind struggling to process the whirlwind of the past few minutes. I'm at a loss for words, and I have to fight myself from rubbing my neck. The undeniable spark between us lingers in the air, as potent as ever despite the years. The situation is far from finished. Whatever facade of detachment she's trying to maintain, I'm determined to uncover the real reason Maree walked away from me. And she won't be able to dodge my questions with that professional smile and those carefully measured words.
Chapter 4. Maree. My hand shakes as I close my office door, pressing my back against it. The cool metal of the handle seeps through my polo shirt, grounding me in reality. This can't be happening. I hear a knock and turn to open my door. "You okay, Dr. Winthrop?" Sandra peeks in with a concerned look. I saw you heading in here and, well, you look like you've seen a ghost. A ghost would have been easier to handle. I'm fine. The lie feels like I just shoved a bar of soap in my mouth. Just surprised by my new patient. Carson Bailey, the quarterback? She leans forward, eyes sparkling with that familiar look I've seen 1,000 times, from women talking about him who've never even met him. Girl, he is fine. Those arms alone. And did you see him on the cover of Sports Weekly last month? Don't. The word comes out sharper than intended, like a whip crack in the quiet office. My stomach churns at the thought of those magazine spreads, those perfectly crafted interviews. Just don't. Sandra closes her lips and nods apologetically before slipping out the door. The soft click of it closing the silence in around me. I know she is just trying to lighten my mood in the circumstances, but it's far from helping. The last thing I need is another reminder of Carson Bailey's perfect public image when I'm the one holding on to a secret that could shatter it all. My computer screen blurs as I try to update his chart, his measurements, the injury assessment, the way his muscles tensed under my fingers. All of it professional, clinical. But my mind keeps drifting to that night in college, his dorm room, the way those same muscles felt under my fingers. This is strictly business, I mutter to myself, typing harder than necessary. You're his physical therapist. Nothing more. That's all in the past anyway. After finishing his stupid chart, I gather my things, nearly running to my car. The feel of leather beneath my fingers brings back memories of his old pickup truck, the way we'd park by the lake after games. That beat-up black Ford with the torn seats and perpetually broken radio. We'd make our own music anyway, between stolen kisses and whispered promises under starlit skies. The vinyl would stick to my legs in the summer heat, but I never cared. Not when his calloused quarterback hands were intertwined with mine. Not when he'd pull me close and tell me football wasn't the only thing that made his heart race. I try and force those memories back into their box. That was college Maree. Young, naive, believing in fairy tales. Now I know better. Athletes like Carson Bailey don't change their playbooks, and I've got way too much at stake to fumble this one. I pull into my driveway, but can't make myself get out. The porch light's on, and I can see Mom's inside with Lila. Our daughter, his daughter. The secret I've carried for almost 7 years sits heavy in my chest. Those blue-gray eyes of his hadn't changed. They'd still crinkled at the corners when he smiled, still held that intensity that had drawn me in back then. 8 weeks we'd had together. 8 weeks of sneaking around, of passion, of possibility. Until that positive pregnancy test changed everything. My forehead rests against the steering wheel. The garage door stays closed, my keys dangling uselessly in the ignition. I try to breathe, the air conditioning in my car doing little to calm my racing thoughts. The image of Carson's MRI flashes through my mind. That torn rotator cuff isn't just bad, it's career-ending bad. The kind of injury that makes quarterbacks retire to become commentators. Stubborn idiot, I mutter, remembering how he'd winced when I tested his range of motion, yet insisted he could push through it. Just like every other player. My phone buzzes, a text from Mom. Lila's asking for you. The mention of my daughter snaps me back to reality. I glance at Carson's file on the passenger seat, his vitals and measurements carefully documented. The same competitive fire still burns in those eyes, the one that made him practice throws until his fingers bled in college. He'd rather destroy his shoulder completely than admit defeat. And that's exactly why I left. The words taste like vindication. He'd chosen the game over his own body, just like Dad chose his career. And that cheerleader over Mom. Some things never change. I grab my purse and step out of the car. The porch light illuminates the chalk drawings on our driveway. Lila's latest masterpiece, a family of stick figures. My heart clenches at the empty space where she always draws a daddy. The front door flies open before I reach it. "Mommy!" Lila launches herself at me. I scoop her up, her small arms wrapping around my neck. "I'm so sorry I couldn't pick you up today, baby." "It's okay. Grandma let me have ice cream." Those familiar blue-gray eyes sparkle with mischief. "Did she now?" I raise an eyebrow at Mom, who shrugs innocently from the doorway. Lila's head nestles into my shoulder, and I breathe in the sweet smell of her shampoo, letting it wash away thoughts of torn rotator cuffs and the man who shares her eyes. Lila gives me a final squeeze, signaling to me that she's ready to be put down. When her feet touch the floor, I notice my mom's lips press into that familiar thin line. "Maree, we need to talk about your—" "Oh, and after ice cream," Lila interrupts, bouncing on her toes. "I helped Grandma make the meatballs. I rolled them all by myself." I kneel down, matching her excitement. "You did? Were they perfectly round?" "Super round, like little planets." She spreads her arms wide. "And I only dropped one on the floor." "Just one? That's way better than when I helped Grandma cook at your age." I tap her nose. "I dropped at least 3. "Really?" Her haunting blue-gray eyes light up. "They never really bothered me until now, and I hate that I see anything besides my daughter in them." "And once I knocked over an entire bowl of sauce." "No way." "Yes way." It looked like a tomato explosion. I brush a strand of hair from her face. "Did you know your grandma made me clean it up with my favorite shirt?" Lila giggles, and the sound washes away the day's tension. "Can I help you cook tomorrow too?" "Of course, baby, but right now those hands need washing. Dinner's getting cold, I bet." She races down the hall, her footsteps thundering with her eagerness. I turn to Mom, my shoulders tight with the familiar weight of guilt and exhaustion. Save the lecture. I know I'm a terrible mother who puts work before her child. The words may be true, which makes it hurt even more to say them out loud. "Maree." "I'm grateful for your help, Mom. Really, but I don't need the reminder that I'm failing at this." My voice cracks slightly, and I hate how vulnerable I sound. Between the long hours at the clinic and trying to give Lila everything she needs, some days it feels like I'm drowning. Mom's arms wrap around me suddenly, warm and familiar, smelling of the lavender lotion she's worn since I was a child. "You aren't failing, sweetheart. She sighs into my hair, her breath stirring the loose strands. "I worry for you." Her embrace tightens. "And let myself be her little girl again, not the overwhelmed single mother I've become. If she only knew." The image of Carson's face flashes through my mind. Those same eyes that just looked at me with such innocence from my daughter's face. My stomach twists. Mom would do more than worry if she knew I'd just come face to face with Lila's father. "Jacob, I wonder if you still remember the way I used to touch your face when I was trying not to fall apart. I wonder if you ever forgave me for how it ended, or if you even should. I broke a lot of things, but I never stopped loving you. That part, that was always real."
Chapter 5. Carson. I adjust my collar for the 10th time, scrutinizing my reflection. The black Henley hugs my pecs and shoulder perfectly, and these jeans cost more than most people's monthly rent, even in California. Still not satisfied, I run my fingers through my hair, messing it up just enough to look effortless. It works for everyone else, why not Maree? "You're being ridiculous," I mutter to myself. It's just physical therapy, not a date. Plus, I know she will know if I'm trying. Even in our short romance, she could always see through my bullshit. That's what made her so damn attractive in the first place. And even though it's just therapy, it's not really just therapy. It's Maree. The way Coach Malkovich smirked when I insisted on going alone makes me think he knows more than he lets on. "You're in good hands with Miss Winthrop," he'd said, with that knowing glint in his eye. "Very good hands." I pick up my Aston Martin fob from the counter and roll it around in my palm 8 weeks. We had 8 incredible weeks in college, and then she vanished. No explanation, no goodbye. Just empty space where she used to be. The leather seat of my DB11 welcomes me as I slide behind the wheel. Oh, the engine purrs to life, and I catch my reflection in the rearview mirror. "Get it together, Bailey. She's just your physical therapist now." I remind myself that I can have any woman I want, yet this one shows back up, the one that never really left my mind, and my game is completely gone. It ticks me off that someone who must have cared so little about me still affects me so much. But the way her hazel eyes had widened when she saw me, the slight catch in her breath, she felt it too. That spark hasn't died, even after all these years. So it means she must have cared more for me than she let on. So why in the hell did she just split? The clinic's parking lot comes into view, and I force myself to try and be as professional as I know Maree's going to be. I ease into a spot near the entrance. My shoulder screams in protest for a moment as I kill the engine, a reminder of why I'm really here. Not to relive college memories or figure out why she left. I'm here because my career hangs by a thread, and Maree Winthrop might be the only person who can save it. Whether I like it or not. When I walk in, the receptionist, Sandra, hands me the check in forms. I scribble them out before she leads me down the sterile hallway to my examination room for the day. "Miss Winthrop will be with you shortly," she says, gesturing to a room on the left. The examination table's paper crinkles familiarly under me as I sit, the sound bringing back memories of countless post-game checkups. 5 minutes pass. Then 10. My leg bounces with nervous energy, and I check my phone for the 100th time, scrolling mindlessly through notifications I don't really care about. Is she making me wait on purpose? Knowing Maree, it wouldn't surprise me. She always did have a way of keeping me on edge, even back in college. The sterile smell of antiseptic fills my nose as I try not to think about how much is riding on this appointment. The door finally opens and Maree strides in, all business in her polo and slacks. "Mr. Bailey, how are you today?" "Mr. Bailey? Really?" The formality stings more than I expect it to. "Just Carson is fine." I try not to add. As I mentioned the other day, knowing the bite would sound nastier than I intend. She nods, not meeting my eyes as she reviews my chart. "How's the pain level today on a scale of 1 to 10? 4. The lie slips out automatically. Her eyebrow arches. "And the real number?" A laugh escapes before I can stop it. She always could read me like a damn book. 7. "That's what I thought." She sets down the chart. "Any changes to your workout routine since the injury?" I watch her move around the room, the confident way she carries herself. Gone is the college girl who used to steal my jerseys and wear them around my apartment. Now there's this polished professional who leaves me tongue-tied and stirring things low in my gut. I've scaled back to basic conditioning, no upper body work. Diet? Clean, protein, complex carbs, vegetables. I pause, though I did have a burger last week. Living dangerously, I see. The corner of her mouth twitches, and for a second I see a glimpse of the girl who used to tease me about my strict meal prep. She steps closer, her hands hovering near my shoulder. "May I?" I nod, and her fingers press against my skin through my shirt. Professional, clinical, but my body remembers a different touch. Heated nights and whispered promises. 8 weeks. That's all we had. But damn if they weren't the best 8 weeks of my life. Remember that time in bio when you knocked over all those test tubes? I venture, watching her hands work over my shoulder. Her touch is precise, professional, but my skin burns where her fingers press. Focus on rotating your arms slowly. She guides my movement, completely ignoring my attempt at nostalgia. How's the range of motion feeling? Restricted, like my attempts at conversation. Her lips twitch again, but she maintains her composure. I need you to lift your arm out of your shirt, please. I can't properly assess the joint movement through the fabric, especially with how tight it is. As long as you're all right with that, of course. I pull the shirt over my head, deciding to completely remove it, and I catch her quick glance at my chest before she looks away. You know, most women would kill to get me out of my clothes. Most women aren't trying to save your career. She steps closer, her hands sliding along my shoulder blade. Vanilla lingers in my nostrils, and I'm almost overcome with nostalgia. She may have changed, but her perfume hasn't. Raise your arm slowly. I comply, watching her face as she concentrates. A strand of her wavy hair has escaped its clip, and my fingers itch to tuck it back. You haven't changed a bit, you know that? Still got that little crease between your eyes when you're focused. And you haven't changed either. Her tone shifts slightly. Still deflecting with charm when you're nervous. Her hands pause on my skin. Deep breath in. I inhale, noting how her touch lingers a second longer than necessary. Who says I'm nervous? Your pulse is racing. Her fingers move to my neck, demonstrating. Could be pain, could be anxiety about the injury. Either way, we need to address it. She's right about my pulse, but wrong about the cause. It's the way she laughs quietly at my attempts to flirt, the determined set of her jaw as she works, the subtle click of her teeth as she's deep in thought. All done for today. She steps back, breaking contact, and I immediately miss the warmth of her hands. Ice it tonight. 20 minutes on, 20 off. And don't forget to keep that rotator cuff immobilized as much as possible. She walks to her desk, jotting down notes in my file. Tomorrow we'll go over some basic pendulum exercises, nothing too strenuous yet. I'm thinking we should also start you on some pool therapy next week. The water resistance will help rebuild strength without putting too much stress on the joint. She glances up, fixing me with that no-nonsense stare of hers. And I mean it about the icing schedule, Carson. No cheating just because you're feeling better. We need that inflammation down before we can really get to work. And if you want to keep playing, which I know you do, you're going to need to be honest and do as I ask. Commitment to treatment is essential. Before I can respond, she's gone, leaving me alone with my discarded shirt and the ghost of her touch on my skin. Through the window, I watch her stride down the hallway, her steps just a little too quick, her shoulders too tense. Oh yeah, she definitely still feels it too. And if there's one thing I've always been good at, it's playing to win.
Chapter 6. Maree. I pull my hair into a tight bun, checking my reflection one last time. My stomach does that familiar flip that causes it to feel all warm, as well as queasy, when I think about seeing Carson again. Yesterday's pool session keeps replaying in my mind. The way his muscles moved under the water, how his eyes crinkled when he smiled at mastering a new exercise. Stop it, I muttered to myself, smoothing down my polo shirt. Last week's sessions floods back. Carson leaning against the therapy table, dropping those stupid pickup lines that shouldn't work, but somehow still make my cheeks warm. You know, Doc, your hands are magic. His voice low and teasing, just like in college. I shake off the goosebumps that are starting to spread and head to the kitchen, pulling out chicken from the freezer. Mom's at the counter, typing away on her laptop, probably working on another one of her freelance articles. The morning light streams through our bay window, highlighting the few silver strands in her hair. I'll be home early enough to cook tonight, I say, placing the meat in the sink and running cool water over it. Maybe that mushroom recipe Lila's been asking for. You know, the one with the cream sauce she loves so much. Mom looks up, one eyebrow raised, her reading glasses perched on the edge of her nose. You seem different lately, distracted, like your mind's somewhere else entirely. I'm fine. The words come out too quick, defensive almost, but I brush them off, busying myself with checking the expiration date on the cream. Just busy with work. The clinic's been packed. She gives me that knowing look, the one she's perfected over years of catching me in half-truths. That football player keeping you on your toes? Heat creeps up my neck, and I have to turn away to hide the flush I can feel spreading across my cheeks. He's just another patient, Mom. If she only knew who exactly this football player was, she would lose her shit. The thought of telling her that Carson Bailey, the father of her granddaughter, is back in our lives makes the butterflies and warmth fade from my stomach, only to be replaced by a knot of guilt and mistruths. Sure he is, baby. She turns back to her laptop. Go on then. Don't want to keep just another patient waiting. Snatching my keys, ignoring the rapidly changing turmoil of my gut. The leather of my old Lexus's steering wheel is cool under my fingers as I slide in. My mind already at the clinic, already with Carson. The drive to the clinic feels like a blur as I try to rationalize my thoughts and not make them all about Carson. Or at least focused on where they should be, like his treatment. I open my office door and start going through upcoming appointments and checkups with other patients to distract myself. Then Sandra's head pops into my office. Carson Bailey's here and ready for you. My heart skips, then picks up double time. I press my palm against my sternum, willing it to slow down. This reaction to him needs to stop. I'm not entirely sure how much longer he'll be in my care, but I have to remember that once he's done, it'll be back to his precious football career, leaving everything else behind, just like they always do. Thanks, Sandra. I gather my tablet and assessment forms, taking an extra moment to smooth my hair. The familiar smells of menthol and antiseptic fills my nostrils as I push open the therapy room door, reminding me of why I'm seeing him in the first place. Carson sits on the edge of the table, his t-shirt stretched across those broad shoulders I remember all too well. How's the mobility today? I ask, forcing myself to not encourage his flirtatious behavior. Better. He rotates his shoulders slowly. Still catches when I reach back. I note it down, keeping my eyes on the screen. Let's work through the new exercises. As I move closer to demonstrate the next stretch, his cologne mingles with the clinical smell of the room. His eyes follow my movements, and I can see the restlessness in them. That look athletes get when they're sidelined. You know what I miss most? His voice drops lower, more intimate, his fingers absently tracing the outline of his shoulder where the injury sits. The quiet before a game, just me and the ball connecting. Everything else falls away. I glance up, caught off guard by the raw honesty in his tone. His eyes are fixed on his hands, thumbs rubbing circles on his palms. Football's been my whole life since I was 7. Dad used to say I came out of the womb throwing spirals. My whole chest tightens at the vulnerability in his voice. It's strange seeing Carson Bailey, NFL superstar, golden boy of California, looking so lost. For a moment, I'm transported back to college, to late-night conversations where he let his guard down like this. But we're not those people anymore, and I'm not sure how to handle this version of him. Come on, I say, clearing my throat and falling back on what I know best, the professional distance of a physical therapist. Let's try some resistance bands. I motion toward the equipment room, grateful for the excuse to move, to break whatever moment was building between us. He follows, helping me gather the equipment without being asked. When did Carson Bailey become so thoughtful? The Carson I knew in college would have waited for someone else to do it. Here, let me get that. He reaches past me for a higher shelf, his muscular pecs brushing my back. The contact sends a shock of memories flood back, making my face hot. I've got it covered. I step back quickly. Actually, we're done for today. I'll email you the new exercise list. But we just started. I forgot about a consultation. I'm already heading for the door. My heart hammering. You can finish up here. I don't look back to see his expression. I can't, because if I do, I might stay, and staying means remembering, and remembering means wanting, and wanting. Wanting leads to me possibly giving away too much, and then watching him choose football over everything else. I can't afford that. Lila can't afford that. Grabbing my purse and keys before basically sneaking out of my office to head home. There's no consultation. He was my last and only appointment for the day, but I couldn't stay in that room any longer. The feeling snuck up with his sudden vulnerability, and I just can't. Carson's scent still lingers on my clothes from when he got too close, and it's driving me crazy. Thinking about his cocky grin makes my stomach flip as I slide into my car. 2 weeks of this. 2 weeks of him dropping hints about our past. Making those stupid jokes that somehow still make me laugh. Focus, Maree, I mutter, turning the key. The engine quietly lets me know it's ready, but my mind drifts to Monday's science session. Carson attempting the new exercises. His determination reminding me so much of how he was before the championship game senior year. Just one more rep, he'd said then, even though he was exhausted. The game always came first, just like it did when he got that draft call. I pull into the school parking lot early, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel. The playground's still full of kids, and I spot Lila immediately, her competitive streak on full display as she races a boy to the slide. Mom! She bounces into the back seat minutes later, her eyes sparkling. I won at kickball today, 3 times. That's amazing, baby. I adjust the rearview mirror, catching her victory dance. And then at recess, Tommy said girls can't throw far, so I showed him how wrong he was. She demonstrates her throwing motion, and my breath catches. It's exactly like Carson's warm-up routine. At home, Lila sprints through the living room, football tucked under her arm. Watch this spiral, Mom. The ball flies perfectly straight, just like her father's passes used to. Suddenly, it's like all I see in her is her father. I watch Lila retrieve her ball, her face glowing with pride at her throw, and my heart aches. No, I can't go there. Can't let myself imagine Carson teaching her proper throwing technique, or them practicing together in the backyard, because the moment he gets cleared to play, he'll be gone, just like my father was. And Lila deserves better than that, than the abandonment she will feel when he chooses the game over her.
Chapter 7. Carson. The bathroom mirror reflects my frustration as I adjust my shirt for the 100th time, trying to make it not pull wrong on the brace I'm supposed to be wearing at home. My phone buzzes on the counter, Bryant's name flashing across the screen. Your shoulder still attached? Bryant's laugh crackles through the speaker. Barely. She ended the session early yesterday. My hands go to my neck almost automatically with the familiar habit. Just walked out. The infamous X strikes again. Man, what are the odds she'd be your PT? 0 to none. Remembering her quick exit burns. 1 minute we're doing these stretches, next thing I know she's practically running for the door. Maybe you scared her with those guns of yours. A pause. Or maybe she's realizing letting you go was a mistake. Shit, that'd be nice, but damn if she isn't harder to read than our playbook. I pick up my keys to get ready to head to the training facility's pool for a therapy swim. She's got these walls up, higher than college. Speaking of walls, you coming to the charity thing tomorrow? Coach wants all the star players there. My hand freezes mid-reach for my jacket. The gala? Yeah, the one where we pretend to be civilized for a night. 7 sharp. An idea sparks. That's perfect. What's perfect? The gala. It's outside of therapy. No medical charts, no PT table between us. You're gonna invite her? Bryant whistles. Bold move, Bailey. Better than watching her bolt every time things get real. I'm laying it all out there, man, and I gotta say, rejection is a foreign concept to me. I pull up the clinic's number. Except when it comes to her from what you've told me. My hand stops over the counter to set my keys back. Thanks for the confidence, man. Don't thank me yet, she might say no. I hang up while Bryant laughs at his dumbass joke and dial the number for the clinic. The line rings 3 times before her voice comes through, professional and crisp. Body Balance Rehab, Sandra speaking. Hey, it's Carson Bailey. Can I have Miss Winthrop's extension, please? Hang on one moment, please. My neck begins to feel hot as I wait for the transfer. Maybe this is a dumb idea. But before I can decide that only an idiot would ask their PT to a charity event, I hear her voice. This is Maree Winthrop. Hey, Maree. It's Carson. A pause. Oh. Is everything okay with your shoulder? Actually, I was calling about tomorrow night. The team's hosting this charity gala, and I thought maybe you'd like to come as my guest? The silence stretches so long, I check to make sure the call hasn't dropped. I start rubbing my neck in nervousness. I face down 300-pound linebackers with more confidence than this. I don't know if that's appropriate. It's a public event. Lots of medical professionals attend. Could be good networking. I cringe at how desperate that sounds, like I'm trying to sell her a timeshare instead of asking her on a date. Another pause. I can practically hear her weighing the pros and cons in that methodical way of hers. What time? I adjust my bow tie in the mirror, checking my watch again. 6:30. Maree's probably already there, Miss Independent insisting on driving herself. The tux fits perfectly, even with this damn shoulder brace underneath. My Aston growls on, and I pull out of the garage, trying not to think about how many times I've replayed her saying yes in my head. The banquet hall glows against the darkening sky, valets rushing around luxury vehicles like worker bees. I hand over my keys and step into a sea of designer suits and evening gowns. Bailey! Bryant waves from near the bar. Looking sharp, man. You clean up decent yourself. I dodge through the crowd, nodding at familiar faces. How's the shoulder holding up? Some reporter I vaguely recognize appears at my elbow. Getting stronger every day. The rehearsed response tastes stale. Carson. Coach Malkovich's hand lands on my good shoulder. Good to see you here. We were just discussing your recovery timeline. Really? At a charity event? The response slips from my mouth with more bite than I meant. More well-wishers approach, each with that same pitying head tilt. Such a shame about the injury. You'll bounce back. Taking it easy, I hope. I'm about to fake a phone call to escape when I see her. Maree stands near the champagne fountain, wrapped in a dress that catches the light like liquid gold. It hugs every curve, flowing down to the floor like a waterfall. Her hair cascades over one shoulder in waves, and when she laughs at something Coach is saying, her whole face lights up. My feet move before my brain catches up. She's wearing these delicate gold earrings that dance when she moves, and I remember seeing her in a similar pair in college. She'd lost one at a party and cried because they were her grandmother's. The crowd parts as I approach, and for a moment it's like we're the only 2 people in the room. She turns those hazel eyes meeting mine, and my shoulder doesn't hurt anymore. Nothing does. Hi! Maree's voice comes out soft, almost lost in the ambient chatter. Coach Malkovich's eyes dance between us. Well, I'll leave you 2. Maree, keep working your magic on our boy here. Whatever you're doing, it's working. He winks at me before disappearing into the crowd. A waiter glides past with champagne flutes. I snag two, passing one to Maree. Speaking of magic, want to hear about my first game as quarterback? Her eyebrow arches. Do I have a choice? Picture this, rookie season first real game. I'm cocky as hell, thinking I've got this in the bag. I take a sip. What, you? Cocky, she says sarcastically, taking her own sip. I laugh at her wit and continue. Coach puts me in during the fourth quarter. I'm so excited I trip walking onto the field. No. Her lips twitch. Face planted right there on national television. Helmet went flying. A laugh escapes her. You're lying. YouTube it. Carson Bailey's greatest faceplant. Still gets played on blooper reels. I lean closer, but then I got up, threw for 2 touchdowns and won the game. Because that's how I roll. She rolls her eyes, but her smile remains. Humble as ever, I see. Excuse me! A photographer appears. Mind if I get a shot of you two? Oh, I'm not sure. We aren't together. That's okay. I just need pics of all the players. Plus, I heard you're the physical therapist working on his shoulder, right? I look over and see the nervousness as she gives a small nod. Awesome, even better. Maree tenses beside me but doesn't step away when I place my hand on the small of her back. The photographer positions us closer together, and suddenly her sweet vanilla fragrance hits me like a welcome rush of memories. My fingers brush against the silky fabric of her dress. Perfect. The camera clicks rapidly, catching a few different angles. Thanks, you two. These will look great for the team website. He leaves, and for a moment, I think the ice has built back up between us. But Maree doesn't pull away. Her warmth lingers in my palm, and I'm struck by how natural this feels, like we've somehow fallen back despite the years between us. The tension in her shoulders has eased just slightly, though I can still feel the gentle tremble of uncertainty beneath my touch. Speaking of embarrassing moments, Maree says, still standing close. Had this client last month. Huge bodybuilder type. Yeah. Refused to shower before sessions, said it would wash away his gains. I nearly choke on my champagne. No way. Kept flexing and asking if I was impressed. Then left his phone number written in protein powder on my desk. We're both laughing now, gravitating closer like magnets. It feels just like college. Easy. Natural. The way she unconsciously leans into me when she laughs, how her eyes crinkle at the corners. But there's still something guarded in her expression, a wall I can't quite scale. The question of why she left burns in my throat, but I swallow it back. Not here, not now, but soon. Tonight is all about progress.
Chapter 8. Maree. The champagne bubbles tickle my nose as I take another sip, trying not to notice how Carson's arm brushes mine when he leans in closer. So this guy, Carson says. He's running full speed down the field, ball tucked under his arm, completely focused on the end zone, and he doesn't see the sprinkler system kick on. They kicked on during a game? Carson's eyes brighten as he raises an eyebrow and nods. Practice. We went later than usual because Coach was pissed at us for not getting a play down. Anyway, he face-planted right into the mud, cost us the play. But damn if it wasn't the highlight of practice that day. His laugh is infectious, and I find myself giggling along. The charity event's fancy lighting makes his skin almost glow, matching the warmth in his eyes. That reminds me of this marathon runner I treated, I say. He was so determined to prove his hamstring was fine, he tried doing squats in my office. Knocked over my entire storage cabinet of resistance bands. Took us an hour to untangle him. Carson's shoulders shake with laughter. Please tell me you have pictures. Doctor-patient confidentiality. I wink, then immediately regret how flirty it feels. My phone buzzes in my clutch. Probably Jenny's mom checking in about the sleepover. A twinge of guilt hits me. I should be home with Lila, but she'd been so excited about spending the night with her best friend. The plans were made days before Carson invited me here, so I figured why not. Oh, speaking of funny patients, just the other day, I catch myself, the champagne making my tongue loose. My heart pounds as I realize how close I came to mentioning Lila. I mean, lately I've had some interesting cases come through. Carson raises an eyebrow, waiting for me to continue, but I set my half-full glass on a passing waiter's tray. Time to sober up before I say something I can't take back. Carson's eyes narrow at my sudden shift, but instead of pressing, he rubs the back of his neck and looks out over the crowd. You know, my sister had her first kid a couple months ago. This catches me off guard. In college, he rarely talked about his family. I went to see them last weekend, he continues. Tiny little thing, my niece. Mom was trying to show my sister how to swaddle her, but kept doing it wrong herself. Dad just sat there, recording the whole mess on his phone. His lips curve into a soft smile. Then my sister just burst into tears. Said she wasn't ready, couldn't do it. And my dad, this guy who once benched me for a whole season because I missed practice, he puts down the phone, walks over, and just holds her. Tells her the secret to being a parent isn't being ready. It's showing up every day and trying your best. The vulnerability in his voice makes my throat tighten with emotion, catching me off guard with how raw and honest he sounds. This isn't the cocky quarterback I remember from our college days, the one who'd strut across campus like he owned it. There's something different about him now, something that makes it harder to keep my walls up. The opening notes of Into the Mystic drift through the speakers, and my stomach drops like I've missed a step on a dark staircase. Sun-drenched memories crash over me. Carson's battered Ford pickup with the bench seat that smelled like leather and fresh-cut grass. His calloused quarterback hands sliding up my bare waist beneath a crop top. Van Morrison's rasp bleeding through tiny speakers as we swayed in that empty field behind the stadium. My toes curl against the hardwood floor now. Phantom heat from his teenage body pressed against mine, rising through me like a fever. Remember this one? Carson's voice rumbles low, all gravel and knowing, close enough that his breath stirs the loose hairs at my nape. My mouth goes linen dry, while molten awareness pools low in my stomach. I can still taste the cheap beer on his lips from that night, still feel the way his laugh vibrated through my ribs when I'd called the song cliché. 7 years and you're still predictable as ever, I manage, voice steadier than my pulsing heartbeat. His thumb brushes my elbow, that same devastating feather-light touch he used to trace constellations across my sweat-slicked spine that night. Dance with me? The words hang between us like the final play of overtime. His once broken nose catches the lamplight. Yes, he tilts his head, gilded shadows dancing across the scruff I used to tease him about. I shouldn't. Every survival instinct forged from a lifetime of jerseys, walking away, screams retreat. But his eyes, those storm cloud eyes that Lila inherited, hold a raw, unfamiliar gravity now. Not the cocky quarterback's wink, but a man standing at the edge of something terrifying. My traitorous hand lifts halfway before I can stop it, hovering in the charged air between our bodies like a surrender flag, letting him lead me onto the dance floor. His hand settles on my waist, warm through the thin fabric of my dress. My fingers rest against his shoulder, the good one, and the familiar natural musk of him wraps around me. We sway together, and I'm transported back to that night, to the way the moonlight filtered through the truck's windows, to how his kisses tasted like mint and a faint promise to leading to something more. The memory of that night burned so hot it hurts. 9 months later, I'd have our daughter. Van Morrison's voice fades, but Carson's warmth lingers. His thumb traces circles on my lower back, and I allow myself to imagine a different life. Sunday mornings with pancakes and pillow fights, Lila's squeals of delight as Carson tosses her in the air, family game nights, where his competitive streak meets its match in our daughter's determination. Our daughter. The thought crashes through my fantasy like a linebacker through the defensive line. Carson's voice drops low. Maree, I should check my phone. I step back, breaking our connection. I was supposed to hear from... I catch myself. About something important. His eyes darken as he leans in, and I recognize that look. It's the same one he wore that night in his truck, right before he kissed me senseless. My body responds automatically, swaying toward him like a compass finding north. No, I can't do this. Can't let myself fall into old patterns. Carson's life revolves around the game. It always has. Even now, injured and facing retirement, he's fighting to get back on the field. A child would have derailed everything he worked for, still would. I need some air. The words tumble out as I hurriedly grab my clutch from the nearby table, my fingers trembling slightly against the smooth leather. And I should really get home. Early patient tomorrow. My heart is pounding so loudly that I'm happy the music is just as loud, the rhythm matching the bass from the speakers overhead. Wait, what? It's Saturday? Carson's confusion cuts through the music, his voice carrying that familiar tone that used to make my knees weak. Maree, hold on. Thanks for inviting me. It was nice catching up. It's not so much a lie, but it's not exactly true. It's still better than what is really threatening to spill out. I'm halfway to the exit when he calls after me, his footsteps echoing behind me on the hardwood floor. At least let me drive you home. I've got my car. The night air hits my face, cooling the flush in my cheeks and helping to clear my head. I turn around one last time before the doors close and see him close behind. I pick up my pace and turn to call out, "Good night, Carson." I need to get away before I do something stupid, like tell him everything I've been holding back for 7 years. My heels sound devastatingly loud on the pavement as I hurry away to my parked car. Each step a reminder, and that fairy tales don't exist, especially not for single moms who fall for quarterbacks.
Chapter 9. Carson. I rip at the bow tie, fingers fumbling with the silk as it refuses to come undone. Damn it! The fabric finally gives way, and I toss it onto my dresser where it slides across the polished wood. My jacket follows, then my cufflinks clattering against the surface. The dance replays in my mind. Maree's body pressed against mine, her curves fitting perfectly into my hands. What the hell happened? I mutter, unbuttoning my shirt angrily than I intend. One button pops off, pinging against the hardwood floor. Everything was perfect until... Until what? That's the thing. I have no idea what went wrong. 1 minute she was in my arms, laughing at my jokes, and the next she was practically running for the exit. I strip down to my boxer briefs and crawl into bed, but sleep feels impossible. The ceiling fan whirs above, a steady rhythm that does nothing to quiet my mind. Monday feels like an eternity away. Give her space, I tell myself. Don't push it. I close my eyes, but all I see is Maree in that gold dress, clinging to her curves like liquid sunlight. The way the fabric strained across her hips when she twisted during our last dance, how the warmth of her lower back had seeped into my palm through the thin material. My shoulder twinges as I shift, the torn rotator cuff protesting even this small movement. Thinking back, everything sharpens into focus, flipping to that night in college. Vinyl seats of my pickup sticking to sweat-damp skin, that same damn song crackling through blown speakers. Her lips had tasted like peppermint schnapps in rebellion, fingers trailing fire down my chest until... Damn. I groan, rolling onto my bad side like the pain might anchor me. Sleep comes in poisoned waves. Now it's Maree straddling my lap in the truck cab. Now it's her knees digging into stadium bleachers as I hoist her higher, muscle memory of younger muscles that didn't ache with every reckless decision. Her breathless laugh echoes, morphing into the throaty sound she makes during pre-dawn PT sessions when I've beaten another rep's record. Always that lip bite, first to tease me, now to suppress professional praise that feels like rejection. The dream blurs. I'm 22 again, trophy body indestructible, hands spanning Maree's waist as she grinds against me. Then suddenly, 40 and broken at the locker room sinks, listening to Coach say, "One more hit could end you." Maree's straddling my therapy table instead, hazel eyes dissecting my MRI scan like it's a playbook. "Your career's not the only thing that matters, Carson," she whispers. But when I reach for her, the vision fractures. A jackknife awake, my whole body heaving. The phantom weight of her evaporates as my grasping hand collides with cold sheets. My beard rasps against the pillow when I turn, fingers pressing into the knotted scar tissue of my shoulder. Once a trophy of every game survived, now a ticking clock. 5 a.m. glows red on the nightstand clock. 52 hours until our Monday session. I tap my foot impatiently against the lifeless pedal, watching the clinic's front door like it might sprout legs and run away. The dashboard clock blinks 8:02, nearly an hour early. God, you suck sometimes. Be more desperate. My reflection in the rearview mirror looks as wrecked as I feel. 2 days of replaying that dance, trying to pinpoint where I screwed up, and I'm still clueless. The anger bubbles up again, but it's not at Maree. It's at myself for whatever I did, or didn't do. I grip the wheel tighter, then release it with a sharp exhale. Screw this. I climb out of my Aston Martin, but instead of heading to the clinic, my feet carry me down the block. The local coffee shop's bell chimes as I push through the door. 2 large coffees. The barista's eyes widen with recognition, but I plow ahead before she can say anything. "And you got bear claws?" She nods, already reaching for the pastry case. "Fresh this morning." Perfect. Thoughts of pastimes of Maree licking sugar off her fingers during study sessions hits me like a linebacker. I'll take one of those too. Minutes later, I'm juggling the drink carrier and paper bag as I head through the clinic's doors. Sandra looks up at me, eyebrows rising. "Mr. Bailey, you're early." Yeah. I lift the coffee slightly, trying to act casual. "Brought something for Miss Winthrop, for all her help. Mind if I surprise her in her office?" Sandra's face softens and I catch a hint of approval in her expression. "That's thoughtful of you. She's in there doing paperwork. Go right ahead." She gestures toward the familiar door, the one I've walked through dozens of times for therapy. My knuckles rap against Maree's door before I can second-guess myself. The sound is overly loud in the quietness of the early morning clinic, making this feel more momentous than a simple coffee delivery should. "Come in," she calls, distracted. I push the door open, trying to appear casual while holding up my peace offering. "Morning, Doc." Maree's eyes widen at the coffee and pastry, a flash of surprise crossing her beautiful features that makes my heart skip. "You remembered. Hard to forget someone who can demolish 3 bear claws in one sitting." I smile, thinking about those late study sessions, the way she'd licked the sugar off her fingers without a care in the world, the way she looked at me as she did it, knowing it was driving me wild seeing that tongue and those lips run over her fingers while wishing they were running themselves over something else. I'm hoping she sees this as more than just a kind gesture, as reassurance that she's been on my mind all these years. But all I get is a soft look that vanishes too quickly. Then the professional, hardened gaze is back up like a shield between us. Damn it. She takes the coffee with careful fingers, but leaves the bear claw untouched on my side of her desk, creating another small barrier. "Let's head to the therapy room." Her voice is all business now, and I fight back a sigh of frustration. I follow her down the hallway, watching the confident swing of her hips. The therapy room feels smaller today, more intimate. My hands threaten to shake as I grip the resistance band. I can't tell if it's from pent-up frustration or my shoulder finding its breaking point. I can't sleep anymore. I spill my fears before I realize it. Keep thinking about that hit. The sound. I clear my throat, focusing on the green band stretching between my hands. You ever have that moment where everything you are just stops? Her hands pause on my shoulder. Carson. Football's been my whole life since I was 6. Pop Warner to high school to college to pros, never needed anything else. I release the band, letting it snap back. Now I wake up at 3 a.m. wondering who the hell I am without it. The vulnerability burns in my throat like bile. I've never admitted this to anyone. Not my coach, not my teammates. Hell, I barely admitted it to myself. Last week I caught myself watching old game footage at 4 a.m, just sitting there in the dark, watching myself throw perfect spirals like some creepy stalker. A laugh scrapes out. How pathetic is that? Maree's fingers tighten on my shoulder, and for a moment I see a flash of the girl who used to trace patterns on me at midnight, whispering her dreams into my skin. Then it's gone. Her touch becomes clinical again. Professional. Let's try that movement one more time. Remember to engage your core. My jaw clenches. Where's the fire that used to light up her eyes, the passion that made her argue philosophy until sunrise? This controlled, distant version of Maree feels wrong, like someone's replaced her with a robot wearing her skin. What happened to her? What did I do? The band stretches between my hands again, but all I can focus on is the careful way she keeps her distance, like I'm radioactive, like she's afraid I'll burn her if she gets too close.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 10. Maree. I guide Carson's arm through another rotation, trying to focus on the clinical aspects of his movement rather than the warmth radiating from his skin. Range of motion is improving. Any pain? Only when I think about missing the season. His attempt at humor falls flat, but it's his vulnerability that keep popping up, especially today, that keeps throwing me. This isn't the same cocky quarterback who used to strut across campus. The man before me carries his wounds differently, not just the physical ones. Flex and hold, I instruct, pressing my fingers against his deltoid. Good. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words. I remember how he used to fill every quiet moment with jokes or flirting. Now he's learned to sit with the silence, to let it be. You know, Carson says suddenly, I used to think being tough meant never showing weakness. Pretty stupid, huh? A laugh escapes before I can stop it. The great Carson Bailey admitting he was wrong about something. I'm full of surprises these days. His eyes catch mine, and for a moment, I see past the professional athlete to the man underneath. The one who's growing, changing, becoming someone I barely recognize, yet somehow know better than ever. I clear my throat and step back. Let's check your external rotation. Yes, ma'am. His familiar grin returns, breaking through the tension I've built around myself like armor. The session ends, and Carson leaves with a smile that lingers in my mind long after he's gone. I retreat to my office, my head spinning with possibilities I can't afford to consider. My phone buzzes. Mom's calling. My stomach drops like I'm 16 again, and she's caught me sneaking in past curfew. I stare at her name on the screen, my thumb hovering over the answer button. I take a deep breath and answer my phone. Hey, Mom. Hi, sweetheart. Will you be able to get Lila today, or do you need me to pick her up? No, I've got it covered. My schedule's clear. My stomach twists as I consider telling her about Carson. She's noticed my improved mood lately, teasing me about it. Keeping this secret is wearing on me more and more each day. Speaking of your schedule, Mom's voice takes on that playful tone I know too well. Did you see that handsome football player today? The one that's got you humming around the house? The moment stretches between us. I close my eyes, grip the phone tighter. Mom, I have to tell you something. Don't get mad. Please, I don't need a lecture. What is it, baby? Mom's concern radiates through the phone, making my this even harder to say. That client you keep teasing me about? It's Carson. My voice drops to barely above a whisper, my fingers tapping nervously on my desk. From college. The silence on the other end makes my heart race. I can practically see Mom's face, the way her eyes must be widening right now. Carson, as in Lila's father, Carson? Yes, the word comes out small and fragile, nothing like my usual confident self. Oh, honey, why didn't you tell me sooner? Because I didn't know how. Because I'm scared. Because my voice cracks, and I have to take a deep breath to steady myself. Because every time I see him, I question everything I thought I knew. I press my fingers to my forehead, fighting back the sting of tears. Every certainty, every wall I've built, every reason I gave myself for keeping Lila from him, it all feels like it's crumbling. And that's a bad thing? The gentleness in her voice surprises me. Mom, you of all people know how these athletes are. Dad, is not Carson, she interrupts. And the woman you are now isn't the same scared girl you were in college. I've seen how you light up after these sessions. When was the last time you smiled like that? But Lila deserves a chance to know her father if he proves worthy. And you, my beautiful, stubborn daughter, deserve a chance at happiness. Tears prick at my eyes, and I blink hard to keep them from falling. How can you be so understanding after everything Dad did? After he left us for that cheerleader and his precious football career? Because holding on to bitterness only hurts ourselves, baby. I learned that the hard way. The question is, has Carson changed? Is he still the same man who only cared about the game? I think about his vulnerability during our sessions, his quiet determination, the way he started to see beyond football, the way his eyes light up when he talks about wanting more from life, how his hands shake slightly when he pushes himself too hard in therapy, not for the game, but for himself. I don't know, I admit, fidgeting with my coffee cup. He's different, more real. Sometimes I catch him looking at me like I trail off, unable to finish the thought. Then maybe it's time to stop punishing him for mistakes he hasn't made yet. Not every man is your father, Maree. Mom's words hit me, washing away years of carefully constructed defenses. Thanks, Mom. I managed to finally say through my tightened throat. Anytime, baby. Call me if you need anything. I end the call with Mom and tap my pen against the desk, her words echoing in my head. Stop punishing him for mistakes he hasn't made yet. Easy for her to say. She's not the one with a 6-year-old secret. She's not the one who had to watch Carson's games on TV, seeing him celebrate touchdowns while I was up at 3 a.m. with a colicky baby. She didn't have to field questions about Lila's father at every doctor's appointment, every school registration. My office phone rings, cutting through my thoughts, the familiar chirp making me jump slightly in my ergonomic chair. I grab it, grateful for the interruption from my spiral of memories. Physical therapy, Maree speaking? My voice comes out steady and professional, the way I've trained it to be, even when my emotions are churning beneath the surface. Hey, it's Carson. My stomach does that annoying flip it's been doing lately whenever I hear his voice. Carson, is everything okay with your shoulder? Actually, I was wondering if you'd like to grab lunch with me tomorrow. I don't think that's appropriate. What? Don't tell me you don't have that appetite I remember. You could out-eat half my teammates back then. The memory crops up, just like all of the others have been lately. The ones I have spent so long suppressing. The late-night pizza runs after his practice, sharing nachos in the campus cafeteria. The way he'd always order extra fries because he knew I'd steal them. Back when everything was simple, before the test turned positive, the silence must give me away because Carson's playful tone shifts. I'm sorry I shouldn't have brought up the past like that. I just really want to catch up, Maree, outside the office. I open my mouth to refuse, but he cuts me off. You don't have to say anything now. I'll be at the deli on 9th and Roosevelt at 1 tomorrow. I won't hold it against you if you don't come. His voice is soft, genuine, carrying that same warmth I remember all too well from college. Carson, have a good day, Maree. It's not dismissive or cold like I'd expect from someone I've just rejected. Instead, it's careful, almost hopeful, reminding me of the way he used to say goodnight after walking me to my dorm. That familiar ache settles inside of me as the line goes dead, leaving me staring at the phone. Mom's words float back. Has he changed? My heart becomes the loudest thing in my silent room, and I can't tell if it's excitement or fear, or perhaps simply the scarcity of male interaction I've experienced these past half-dozen years. Since Lila was born, I've been so focused on being both mother and father that dating felt like a luxury I couldn't afford. Now Carson's voice lingers in my mind, that gentle invitation hanging between us like a bridge I'm not sure I'm ready to cross. My fingers hover over the phone, trembling slightly as I debate calling him back. After all these years of carefully constructed walls, could one conversation really be enough to make me consider?
Chapter 11. Carson. My knee bounces under the table as I check my phone for the 100th time. 1:10. The ice in my water glass clinks with each nervous tap of my fingers against the wooden surface. A waitress with frizzy red hair approaches, swaying her hips a bit more than necessary as recognition flashes across her face. Her order pad is already out, and she leans forward just enough to make her intentions clear. Ready to order now, hon? I'd be happy to recommend our specials, or anything else you might want, Mr. Bailey. She draws out my name like honey, batting her mascara-heavy lashes. Just a few more minutes. The words come out tighter than intended, my jaw clenching slightly. I'm used to the attention, but today, it just adds to my anxiety. Maybe some more water? She eyes my full glass, disappointment crossing her features as she realizes I'm brushing off her advances. Sure thing. Her smile dims a few watts, but she maintains her professional demeanor. The bell above the door chimes and my head snaps up. it's just another suit on his lunch break. The deli's packed with the usual crowd, their chatter and laughter making my solitude at this corner table feel more pronounced. Last chance for that lunch special, the waitress says, returning with a fresh pitcher. It's going fast, and I don't know what I'll have left when you're ready. Thanks, I'm good. 1:15. The ice in my glass has mostly melted, diluting what's left of the water. A couple walks past, hand in hand, as they find a corner booth and sit on the same side as well, so they can snuggle close and whisper things to each other. I try not to be envious of them. By 1:20, reality sinks in. She's not coming. I push back from the table, my chair scraping against the floor. The promise I made to Maree yesterday replays in my head. No hard feelings if she didn't show, but damn if it doesn't sting anyway. I'm halfway through the door, making my neck raw out of uncertainty, when something solid crashes into me. There's a thud and a yelp as the person bounces off me and hits the doorframe. Oh! That voice. My heart takes a hit as I look down to see Maree pressing her hand against the back of her head, her face scrunched in pain. Relief floods through me, and I can't help the grin spreading across my face. Well, hey there. She looks up, those hazel eyes meeting mine as she massages her head. A small smile tugs at her lips. Hey. A blush spreads across Maree's cheeks, then her eyes widen as she sees my leather jacket over my arm. Oh no, were you leaving? I'm so sorry, I took so long I had to... No. I guide her inside with a light touch to her elbow. I was just going to wait outside. I thought maybe you were having trouble finding the place. Right, because there are so many delis on 9th and Roosevelt. Hey, you never know. Could have been circling the block a few times, building up courage to face all this. I gesture to myself with a grin. Back at my table, the waitress materializes instantly. Her smile broadens when she sees me, then dims slightly at Maree. And here I thought you had left me. Ready now? She twirls her pen between her fingers. I barely glance at her, too captivated by how the afternoon light streaming through the window catches the honey-gold highlights in Maree's dark waves. Her skin glows, smooth and flawless. Those hazel eyes seem to shift colors as she studies the menu. My gaze lingers on her full lips as she bites the bottom one, considering her options. I'll have the club sandwich, Maree says, closing her menu. Make that too. I hand over our menus, not breaking my attention from Maree. The waitress hovers a moment longer before walking away. Maree raises an eyebrow at me. So, why here? Doesn't seem like your usual scene. What, you think I only eat at 5-star restaurants? I lean back, crossing my arms. This place has the best pie in town. Plus, good service, great food, and most people mind their own business. I tap the table. Been coming here since rookie year. It's my spot when I want to feel normal, you know? You? Normal? Well, don't tell me the fame isn't all you dreamt it would be, she teases sarcastically. But I feel like I almost catch a bit of bitterness, a sharp edge beneath her playful tone that makes me wonder what's really going through her mind. I shrug, running my fingers along the worn edge of the table. It's great, but I also just like my privacy. Play things down. I'm not always in the mood to be Carson Bailey, the all-star quarterback. I flash her my signature smile, the one that's graced countless magazine covers. Sometimes I just want to be the guy who orders a sandwich and doesn't get asked for an autograph while he's chewing. I lean forward, dropping my voice. Though I have to admit, being recognized does have its perks. Like getting the best table at restaurants, which I clearly didn't need here. I gesture around at the half-empty diner, the lunch rush now dying down, and her laugh makes me instantly more at ease. But there's more truth to my words than I'm letting on. More nights than I care to admit where I've sat in this booth alone, wondering if anyone sees past the jersey. Our sandwiches arrive steaming, piled high with fresh ingredients. Maree doesn't hesitate, taking a massive bite that makes her cheeks puff out slightly. When she catches me watching, a blush creeps across her face and she quickly covers her mouth with her hand. Sorry, I had a busy morning. I laugh, waving off her apology. Please, eat. It's refreshing to see a woman who actually enjoys food. You wouldn't believe how many first dates I've had where they order a glass of water and pick at a lettuce leaf. She swallows and grins. Still dating Instagram models? Not anymore. I pop a fry in my mouth. Too much pressure to look perfect in every photo. Besides, I remember you could out-eat half the football team, remember? So don't apologize to me. Only on pizza nights. Her eyes sparkle with fondness instead of her defenses going up like the other day. I notice she's more relaxed than she's been since we reunited. The guardedness from yesterday has melted away. So how's the career going? She asks between bites. Well, besides the injury, that is. You seem so dedicated to it still. My fingers itch to nervously rub my neck as I consider her question. Yeah, football's been my escape since I was a kid. When Dad was always working, pulling double shifts at the plant, I'd throw the ball around in the backyard until dark. Used to be so angry at him for missing my games, my practices. I pause, studying the condensation on my water glass. Took me years to realize he was doing it all for us. Missing everything so we could have everything. Maree sets down her sandwich, giving me her full attention. If I ever have kids... The words catch in my throat. I want to do better, be there, not just sending checks from the road, you know? The money's great, but what's the point if you miss all the important stuff? Something shifts in Maree's expression, softening around her eyes, slight parting of her lips. She reaches across the table like she might touch my hand, then seems to think better of it. It surprises me how easily these thoughts pour out, how natural it feels sharing them with her. 8 weeks we had in college, yet talking to her now feels like coming home. The way she almost reached for my hand just now, that brief moment of connection, sends my mind spinning with possibilities. Maybe there's still something here, something worth exploring. After all this time, I can't help but wonder why she cut things off so abruptly back then, when everything between us felt this effortless, this real. The question burns in my throat, begging to be asked. But I hold back, not wanting to break whatever fragile understanding we've managed to rebuild over lunch. Still, I can't shake the feeling that this might be our second chance. If only I can figure out what went wrong the first time around.
Chapter 12. Maree. Thanks again for lunch, I say as Carson holds the door open. The bell chimes above us as we step onto the sidewalk. My pleasure. His grin lights up his whole face, reminding me of how I used to be able to have the same affect on him in college. A gust of wind whips down the street, catching my blouse and sending goosebumps racing across my skin. The sun's warmth can't quite mask the bite in the air. My arms wrap around my middle instinctively. Here. Before I can protest, Carson drapes his leather jacket over my shoulders. The weight and warmth envelope me instantly. I'm fine, really. Mare, you're shivering. His hand lingers on my shoulder, steady and warm through the leather. His familiar smell surrounds me, a warm, cedarish musk that has the same notes as what he used to use. A traitorous flush creeps up my neck and blooms throughout my chest and belly. I pull the jacket closer, telling myself it's just for warmth. We fall into step together, passing storefronts with their early holiday displays. The late afternoon sun catches the gold trim on the windows, casting long shadows across the sidewalk. Remember that old coffee shop we used to go to study at? I can feel Carson look at me and sense his fond smile, so I keep my eyes ahead. Where you spilled your latte all over my playbook? You startled me, I reply, trying not to laugh at thinking about it. Who sneaks up behind someone like that? I didn't sneak. You were in your own world, as usual. Our shoulders brush as we walk, and I find myself drifting closer to his warmth. The parking garage looms ahead, too close and not close enough. The trees are turning early this year, he says, nodding toward the row of maples lining the street, their leaves already tinged with gold and amber. I inhale deeply, catching another whiff of his jacket. My heart aches with memories I thought I'd buried years ago as I catch a whiff of him. We reach my old Lexus and I slip the jacket off my shoulders, holding it out to him. Thanks for this. Thanks for coming today. Carson's fingers brush mine as he takes the jacket. We should do it again. Maybe this weekend? My heart picks up, and the young girl from long ago inside of me knows what I want to say. The word yes dances on my tongue, but Lila's face flashes in my mind. Weekends are our time. Park visits, library trips, baking cookies shaped like dinosaurs. I also know I should say no flat out, but I find myself saying, weekdays work better for me actually, before the rational part of my brain decides to kick on. Fine with me, as long as you're there. His smile spreads slow and genuine across his face, not the polished grin I've seen plastered across ESPN, but the real one that snagged me back in college and made my knees buckle. Still does, apparently. I'll be there, I whisper, the words slipping out. Apparently, my brain went to sleep and my instinct is working double time. Sounds good. He takes his hand out of his jean pocket, and before I can process what's happening, his fingers are at my temple, tucking back a wayward curl that escaped during our walk. My breath catches, and I'm transported back to our first kiss. His touch sends sizzling electricity racing across my skin. Carson freezes, his fingers still hovering near my face, and for a moment, we're suspended in time. He clears his throat and drops his hand. Sorry, Habit, you always had that one rebellious strand. Right? I force a laugh, pretending my skin isn't still tingling. Some things never change. That familiar smirk curves his lips, the one that starred in more than a few of my locked-away fantasies, and he takes a step back. I'll see you later. He turns and walks away, his confident stride drawing my eyes to the way his jeans fit just right, hugging every muscle I remember all too well from our college days. That familiar swagger of his still makes my stomach flutter, just like it did back then. I shake my head and fumble with my keys, nearly dropping them as I try to focus. I'm not that starry-eyed college girl anymore, and he's not just the charming quarterback who swept me off my feet. We're different people now, with so much more at stake. I check my watch as I slide into my car. 2:45, perfect timing to get Lila. His cologne clings to me from where his leather jacket draped over my skin, a ghost of our earlier closeness that I enjoyed maybe too much. I think about his smile, the way his eyes somehow glowed when he laughed at my story about a patient who tried to do yoga in the waiting room. The steering wheel feels cool under my fingers as I navigate through afternoon traffic. What would it be like having him ride with me to pick up Lila? His broad shoulders filling the passenger seat, maybe reaching over to hold my hand. I shake my head. Stop it, Maree, I mutter to myself, but the image persists. Carson waiting at the school gate, Lila's small hand in his large one, those matching blue-gray eyes lighting up at the sight of each other. The school comes into view, and I park in my usual spot. Lila bounds over, her backpack bouncing against her back. Mommy! She climbs in, and I help her buckle up. How was school, baby? Good. She kicks her feet against the seat, her sparkly unicorn sneakers flashing with each thump. Why don't I have a daddy? My throat tightens, and I have to force myself to keep breathing normally. What made you think about that? Tommy has 2 dads, and I don't even have one. And they both came to the school today as a surprise. They brought cookies for everyone for Tommy's birthday. She traces the pattern on her lunchbox, her small finger following the outline of a butterfly. And Jessica's dad picks her up every Friday for pizza, but I don't have anyone to bring cookies or take me for pizza. My knuckles press white through my skin against the wheel, fighting the urge to pull over and gather her in my arms. Sometimes families look different, sweetie. Some kids have 2 dads, some have 1 mom, some... But how come I don't have a dad at all? Her voice is small, curious rather than accusatory, which somehow makes it worse. Those eyes that have haunted me for years now pierce through me in the rearview mirror. Didn't he want me? The question almost destroys me right there, and I feel heavy with years of secrets. I glance in the rearview mirror again, catching those familiar eyes, Carson's eyes, staring back at me, filled with an innocence that makes my guilt even heavier. Your dad. I swallow hard, tasting the falseness of my own lies. It's complicated, baby. That's what you always say. She turns to look out the window, her little shoulders slumping. One hand absently playing with the end of her braided hair, another trait she shares with me at least. The rest of the drive passes in heavy silence, my earlier joy from lunch with Carson crumbling under guilt. Each traffic light feels like another accusation, another reminder of the truth I'm keeping from both of them. How is it fair that I am spending time with her father when that's all she wants? The irony of the situation twists like a knife in my gut. Here I am, sharing casual lunches with Carson, watching him smile that heart-stopping smile of his, while our daughter, his daughter, sits beside me, yearning for exactly what I'm secretly experiencing. Every time those familiar blue-gray eyes of hers look up at me with questions about her daddy, I feel like the worst kind of traitor. The same eyes I was just gazing into over a club sandwich are now searching mine for answers I'm too afraid to give. The California sun beats down through the windshield, but I feel cold inside, wondering how much longer I can keep this wall between father and daughter standing and keep convincing myself it's the right thing to do.
Chapter 13. Carson. God. The groan escapes my lips before I can stop it. Stop being such a baby. Maree's breath tickles my ear as she guides my arm higher. Just a little more. Easy for you to say. My shoulder burns, muscles screaming in protest. You're not the one being tortured. Torture? She laughs, the sound vibrating through her body where it presses against my back. My skin tingles at the contact, and I fight to focus on the pain instead of how perfectly she fits against me. This is basic stretching, Mr. NFL star. Her hands slide along my arm, adjusting my position. Her sweet perfume fills my nose, bringing back memories of stolen moments in college, when that same scent would linger on my sheets. My t-shirt suddenly feels too tight, too confining. Here. She shifts, her chest pressing more firmly against me as she leverages her weight. Breathe through it. I try to breathe, but all I can focus on is the warmth of her body, the way her fingers knead into my muscles. Each touch sends a need that I can't quite quench through my skin. You're tensing up again. Her thumb finds a knot in my shoulder. Relax. Relaxing is the last thing my body wants to do right now. Every nerve ending is on fire, and not from the therapy. I need space before the situation becomes obviously uncomfortable. Maybe we should take a break. I clear my throat, trying to keep my voice steady. Walk it off in the park across the street? Might help loosen everything up. Your session isn't over yet. Fresh air could do wonders. I ease away from her, careful to keep my lower half angled away. Doctor's orders? She raises an eyebrow. I don't remember prescribing that. Consider it a patient suggestion, then. I watch her nostrils flare with that sharp inhale she does when weighing compliance against control. After 3 heartbeats, she turns toward the coat rack with a huff that makes her ponytail sway. The second her back's turned, I palm the nearest pillow and drop it across my lap. My jeans feel 2 sizes too small, the denim straining against what's become a full salute. Christ's sake, not now. Not when she's wearing those black yoga pants that cup every curve like they're personally invested in testing my self-control. I shift my weight, adjusting the drape of my jeans with casual tugs that do absolutely nothing. The essence of her hits me as she brushes past, jacket half on. My fingers tighten around the pillow. Every damn time. 7 years without seeing her, and my body still reacts like we're back in that equipment storage room after practice, her legs locked around my hips. "Are you coming?" Maree calls from the doorway. Oh, I wish. The thought shoots through my mind before I can stop it. Yeah, just give me a minute. I adjust the pillow, waiting for my body to cooperate. When I finally stand, I keep my movements careful and measured. The autumn breeze hits us as we step outside, carrying the essence of fallen leaves. By the time we reach the trail, my body's finally under control. The path winds through a stretch of maples, their leaves painting the sky in gold and crimson. "So do you still like the physical therapy game as much as you did in college?" I ask, trying to keep the conversation casual, but also wanting her to feel comfortable to open up a little more to me. "I do," she replies, but I can tell there's something left unsaid. "But I goad." She takes a break and eventually says, "Sometimes I think about opening my own practice." Maree kicks at a pile of leaves. "Something smaller, more personal." "Yeah? Tell me more about that." "I'd focus on athletes transitioning out of their careers, help them find their way back to themselves, after their body had had enough of getting its ass kicked in sports." She glances at me with a knowing smirk, and I can't help but laugh. "Are you trying to tell me something?" I tease, rubbing at my shoulder reflexively. "Maybe?" She chuckles, bumping her arm against mine as we walk. "Someone's got to help you prima donnas when those million-dollar muscles finally give out." I tighten at her playful jab, sobering me slightly. I get sports is an athlete's life, but a lot of them are lost afterwards, I want to help make that transition easier. Her words hit a spot I hadn't really thought about, making me shift uncomfortably on my feet. The reality of my situation weighs heavier with each passing day. It's hard, I'm sure. That team becomes your identity. The Wolves, their family, And I know the boys were really counting on me to help them bring home some new bling this year from the championships. I roll my neck, feeling the familiar tension there that I never seem to be able to loosen. The gold and black jersey I wear isn't just clothing. It's like a second skin. "That's a lot of pressure to carry," she says softly, and something in her tone tells me she understands more than she's letting on. "It's not just about letting them down. I've got more games in me. More seasons. This injury, it can't be how my story ends." Maree's shoulders stiffen, her steps faltering for a moment. "What about you?" I nudge her shoulder, wanting to shift the topic from me. "Where do you see yourself in a few years?" She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. "Like I said, I want to make a difference. Build something meaningful that's completely my own. I don't know if that can happen in a couple years, but maybe someday. I'm still building my reputation, but I'm trying to be optimistic." "Well, I don't have any doubt you will. You've always been the overachiever." I grin. "Remember that time you tried to reorganize the entire athletic department's filing system?" Hey, that system was a mess, and I would have succeeded if someone hadn't distracted me in that storage closet. As I recall, you weren't complaining about the distraction. Her laugh echoes through the trees, rich and uninhibited. The sound hits me with fondness, and now all I want is to keep making her laugh like that, like she used to. The setting sun paints the sky in shades of orange and purple, casting long shadows across the park path. We've been walking and talking for a while, our conversation flowing easier with each passing minute. A comfortable silence settles between us as we pause near a wooden bench. Maree glances at her watch, and my heart sinks. I'm not ready for this to end. Without thinking, I reach for her hand, my fingers sliding between hers. Her skin is soft, warm beneath my palm. She tenses for a moment, and I expect her to pull away, but she doesn't. Instead, her fingers relax, curling slightly around mine. The moment feels right. Perfect, even. The breeze rustles through the trees, carrying the autumn leaves and her vanilla perfume through the air. My thumb traces small circles on the back of her hand, and I swear I hear her breath catch. She checks her watch again, and this time she jerks her hand away like my touch burns. The sudden absence of her warmth leaves me feeling oddly hollow. I have to go. Her words tumble out, rushed and uneven, her hazel eyes wide with something that looks like panic. I didn't realize how late. I need to... Maree! I step forward, reaching for her instinctively, but she's already moving back, creating a distance that feels like miles instead of feet. Thanks for the walk. She's already backing away, her eyes darting everywhere but at me, her thick, wavy hair swaying in her ponytail with each retreating step. The professional mask I've come to recognize slides back into place as she adds, "I'll see you at your next appointment." Before I can respond, she turns and practically sprints down the path, her ponytail swinging with each hurried step. I watch her disappear around the corner, my hand still tingling from her touch. The park suddenly feels emptier, colder. I roll my neck out as I am trying to make sense of what just happened. One minute we were connecting, and the next... I shake my head and start the long walk back to my car, wondering what I did wrong this time.
Chapter 14. Maree. I closed Lila's favorite book, The Paperback Princess, and tucked the covers around her small frame, making sure her stuffed giraffe is nestled safely beside her. Her eyes are already heavy with sleep that mirror her father's perfectly. That same stormy blue-gray that I used to get lost in years ago. It still blows me away how easily I put that fact behind me, but now I can't stop seeing him in hers. Every blink, every sleepy gaze is like a snapshot of Carson staring back at me. And I'm only now starting to realize that she inherited more from him than her eyes. Good night, baby girl. I press a soft kiss to her forehead, breathing in the lingering soap from her bubble bath. Her curls are still slightly damp against the pillow. Night, Mommy, she mumbles, already drifting off, her little fingers curling into the edge of her blanket the way they always do when she's ready to surrender to dreams. I ease off the bed and pad to the door, pulling it almost shut, but leaving that familiar crack of light she needs. Through the narrow opening, I watch her chest rise and fall with each peaceful breath. The sight of her sleeping face, so innocent and trusting, twists something deep inside me. Those eyes. Carson's eyes. The way they sparkled today when he laughed, the same way Lila's do when she's excited about something. My fingers grip the doorframe as memories of this afternoon flood back. His touch, his smile, the warmth of his hand in mine. But what happens when his shoulder heals? When the NFL comes calling again? The gentle, vulnerable Carson I saw today could disappear as quickly as he did all those years ago. Sure, he didn't know about Lila then, but would it have made a difference? Football was his everything, and he already told me that he doesn't feel like he's done. Lila shifts in her sleep, mumbling something about unicorns and rainbow sprinkles, and my heart clenches painfully. Her question from earlier echoes in my mind, the innocent words cutting deeper than any weapon could. Why don't I have a daddy? My own father's face flashes through my memory, the way he looked at that cheerleader. The hunger in his eyes. How easily he walked away from Mom and me for his new life. The pain still burns, raw and familiar, like picking at an old wound that never quite healed. Could I risk Lila feeling that same abandonment? That hollow ache that follows you through life, coloring every relationship, every trust? But then again, Isn't she already feeling it in her own way? Watching other kids at school get picked up by their dads, seeing families whole and complete. Carson seems different now, more grounded, less the cocky quarterback who commanded the field and more human. But is that just because he's injured? Because he needs something to hold on to while his career hangs by a thread? I've seen too many men choose the game over family to believe this change could be permanent. I force myself away from the door. This circular thinking will drive me crazy. Right now, I need a glass of wine and to stop imagining those damn blue-gray eyes, both sets of them. The wine bottle clinks against my glass as I pour, my hands less steady than I'd like. Mom's reading glasses slip down her nose as she peers over her romance novel, her guilty pleasure, and watches me with that knowing look I both love and hate. "You're thinking too hard again," she says, closing her book. I can hear those wheels turning from here. I sink into the armchair across from her, tucking my feet under me. Is it that obvious? "Baby girl, you've got your father's forehead crinkle when you're stressed." She leans forward, elbows on her knees, her reading glasses dangling from one hand. "Talk to me about Carson." The wine burns slightly as I take a larger sip than intended, the rich wine coating my tongue with liquid courage I desperately need right now. "There's nothing to talk about." That's why you're drinking my good Merlot at 9 on a Tuesday? The one I've been saving for special occasions. "Mom." I trace the rim of my glass, avoiding her knowing gaze. "Listen, I know you're scared. After what your father did to us." She pauses, adjusting her glasses, before settling them back on her nose with practiced precision. "But Carson isn't your father, and he's not Marcus from high school either. No, he's worse," I mutter, pulling my legs tighter under me in the chair. "He's got the NFL, the whole country watching his every move. Cameras, fans, endorsement deals. What happens when his shoulder heals and he goes back to that life? When the California wolves come howling again? What if he doesn't want to?" Mom raises an eyebrow. "What if he's ready for something more? Someone asked me once if I regretted loving your father, even after everything. You know what I told them?" I shake my head. "I said no, because that love gave me you." She reaches over and squeezes my knee. "And that man, for all his faults, gave me the greatest gift of my life. But Lila," my voice cracks, and I feel that familiar ache whenever I think about her future. I see the way she looks at other kids with their dads, the way her eyes follow them at the park, how quiet she gets when fathers pick up their children at school. What if he comes into her life and then just leaves, like Dad did? She's already so sensitive, so loving. It would destroy her. What if he stays? I stare into my wine glass, watching the dark liquid swirl. Remembering all those nights I watched Carson's games on TV, my hand resting on my pregnant belly. I can't take that chance with her heart, Mom. Maybe he has changed. Maybe he's not the same guy who lived and breathed football in college. But I can't risk Lila getting hurt just because I want to believe in him. I take a shaky breath, my fingers tightening around the stem of my glass. I don't know if they're ready to meet, or if I'm ready for them to. Mom's laugh breaks through my spiraling thoughts. "Baby, who said anything about introducing them yet?" The wine catches in my throat. "What?" "All I'm suggesting is that you get to know Carson again. See if he'd make a good father." She wiggles her eyebrows, reminding me so much of herself in her younger days. "And maybe have some fun while you're at it." "Mom!" Heat rushes to my cheeks, and I want to bury my face in my hands like a teenager. "I can't believe you're suggesting—" "What? That you enjoy yourself for once?" She sets her romance novel aside, the well-worn pages making a soft sound against the coffee table. Listen, baby, I see how hard you work, how much you stress about being the perfect mother. And you are. Lila is the luckiest little girl I know. She leans forward, her expression softening into that look that always makes me feel like a little girl again. But maybe that love, that responsibility, could be shared with her father. You'll never know unless you give Carson a chance. With you first. The wine swirls in my glass as I consider her words, watching the deep red liquid catch the light. My throat tightens as memories of Carson flood back. His confident smile, those intense eyes that Lila inherited. Hell, his intensity in general. I'm surprised. You're always giving me grief about work and taking on too much. Why encourage me to add more to my plate? This isn't about adding more, Maree. She reaches over and takes my hand, her warm fingers squeezing mine with gentle reassurance. I'm hard on you because I worry you're missing life while you're so focused on providing. But this? A knowing smile crosses her face, the kind that tells me she's already 10 steps ahead of me. This is about doing something for yourself, with someone you cared for enough to protect by walking away. But what's wrong with having a little fun and finding out if this could be good for both you and Lila? Her words hang in the air, and I hate how much I seem to cling to them with possibility and terrifying hope.
Chapter 15. Carson. Maree's fingers press into my shoulder, sending tension through my body that have nothing to do with pain. Her touch is professional, methodical, but my mind keeps drifting to how those same hands felt in mine during our walk. Rotate forward. Her clipboard rests on her knee as she makes notes. Good range of motion today compared to last week. I comply, watching her face for any hint of the woman who laughed at my jokes over lunch, who didn't pull away when I held her hand. But right now, she's all business. What's going on in that head of yours? She taps my good shoulder. You're unusually quiet. Just thinking about how different things are now. I catch her gaze. You've changed since college. Her hands pause on my shoulder. We all change, Carson. Yeah, but you... I trail off as she steps away, creating that familiar distance. 1 minute you're there, the next you're gone. Just like before. I'm right here, doing my job. She scribbles something on her chart. That's not what I mean, and you know it. My shoulder throbs as I turn to face her. Why did you really leave back then? She busies herself with her tablet, ignoring my question completely. Any other questions about your therapy? Actually, yes. An idea forms. The team's playing in Seattle next weekend. I want you there. Carson, professionally speaking, I hold up my hands. Coach wants updates on my progress, and you can observe how I handle game day conditions, even from the sidelines. Maybe I can't technically play yet, but you can see me suited up in practice, and if I can do more, then sit the bench this game. You just said yourself that I've been improving. You haven't been cleared to play. But I still suit up. Come on, it'll be good for my recovery. I flash her my best smile. What do you say? I catch that flicker of hesitation in her eyes and pounce. The team would cover all expenses. You'd be compensated for your time as my physical therapist. Her fingers drum against the clipboard. I can't just drop everything and... 3 days, all expenses paid, plus your regular rate times 1.5 for travel. I lean forward, knowing I've got her attention. Coach Malkovich thinks it's a solid plan. You can evaluate my form during practice, see how the shoulder holds up in game conditions. That's actually a considerable amount. She bites her lower lip, and my heart races at this small sign of wavering. Plus 5-star accommodations. I flash her my best game day smile. Come on, when's the last time you had a weekend away? All professional, of course. She arches an eyebrow. Of course. Look, I need you there. The words come out more honest than intended. You're the best at what you do, and this could determine if I get back on the field this season. Plus, it might give the guys the hope they need if they see me and you actually working together and how much I've improved. Maree's shoulders relax slightly. I can tell she's made her decision. I just don't know which one yet. I hold my breath. I'd need to make some arrangements at home first. Whatever you need, just say yes. She sighs and taps her foot a couple of times. Fine. Send me the flight details. I'll meet you at the airport. I swell with victory, but I keep my voice casual. Perfect. I'll have our coordinator email you everything. Don't look so pleased with yourself, she says, but there's a hint of a smile threatening to break that icy exterior. The bus ride to the hotel stretches on in silence, my teammates either sleeping or buried in their phones. Maree sits across the aisle, her head against the window, lost in thought. It was the same on the plane ride over, almost as if she wasn't sure she should really be there. I wanted to comfort her and humor her, but I know my moment is coming. Still, every few minutes I steal glances at her profile, remembering how she dozed on my shoulder in college. At the hotel, I grab her suitcase before she can protest. Let me. I can manage. Humor me. I guide her toward the elevator, away from the chaos of check-in where my teammates are loudly debating room assignments and complaining about jet lag. My hand hovers near the small of her back, not quite touching, but close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her. The doors close with a soft ding, and I clear my throat, suddenly aware of how small the space feels with just the two of us. So, funny story. Her eyes narrow, and I see that familiar spark of suspicion. What did you do? Not me. Team logistics screwed up. We're sharing a room. I can't seem to find a way to phrase them more delicately. Excuse me? Her voice rises sharply, echoing off the mirrored walls. Coach approved it. Said with our history, I was the safest option. I automatically push on the back of my neck vigorously, my nervous habit I've never been able to shake. I'll take the couch. It's not a big deal. Carson Bailey, if you think for 1 second. The way she says my full name almost terrifies me if it wasn't so adorable, but I know better than to tell her that. It's completely professional. You can talk to Coach if you want. NFL isn't like college. We have female trainers stay with players all the time. I try to keep my voice steady, matter of fact, even as my heart races at the thought of being so close to her again. The elevator dings and I hurry out before she can argue. Room 1214. I swipe the key card and hold the door. She crosses her arms, her hazel eyes narrowing with her own realization. This wasn't a mistake, was it? Some elaborate plan you cooked up? Want to order takeout? Like old times. I deflect, trying to ease the tension that's crackling between us. Just like back in college, food was always our safe territory. She scoffs, but it sounds light instead of angry. You haven't changed. Still avoiding serious conversations with food offers. Her voice is now more full of sarcasm than at bitterness. I'll take it. I try not to grin as she wheels her suitcase to the bedroom, my eyes following the confident sway of her hips. Flopping onto the plush hotel couch, I pull out my phone and try to ignore how right this feels, having her here again. What are you in the mood for? I know all the best spots in town that deliver. Surprise me. You remember what I like? Go ahead, I say, too casually, when she mentions needing to shower. My knee bounces the second the bathroom door clicks shut. The sound of the rush of water instantly triggers my imagination. I picture steam clinging to her shoulders first, then the way droplets would catch in those impossible curves I've been side-eyeing all night. The dip of her spine under spray. Water carving paths between her cleavage beneath that t-shirt she's still not wearing. My knuckles go white around the armrest. The lamp wobbles when I bolt upright, pulse hammering in my ears. Fridge. Ice. Something to shock my system back to sanity. I dump a glass of water down my throat so fast it sloshes onto my shirt, the cold spreading across my body like a cheap metaphor. Silence falls too soon. When she steps out, that loose t-shirt drapes just low enough to show collarbones still glistening. Damp curls cling to her neck, and Christ, the smell of her vanilla body wash does nothing to help the way my jeans tighten. "Pick a movie," she says, grabbing a pillow. Like this isn't torture. Like I'm not 2 seconds away from tossing her over my shoulder and finishing what that shower started. "Actually, I'm gonna shower. Food's on its way," I managed to say before trying not to bolt to the bathroom. I crank the shower handle all the way left, the pipes groaning as Arctic spray hits the tiles. What the hell was I thinking agreeing to this? One suite, one king-size bed, one Maree Winthrop fresh out of the goddamn shower with water still beating down her neck. The first icy blast steals my breath, muscles locking up. Doesn't matter. Can still smell her vanilla-sweet skin through the steam. Still see the way her damp shirt clung to every curve when she tossed that pillow at me. 7 years since I've had her under me, and my body's acting like it's been 7 minutes. The rotator cuff twinges when I reach for the shampoo. Fitting. Everything's tearing apart. My career, my self-control. But the shower's not cold enough to freeze out the truth.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 16. Maree. I glance down at my phone again, squinting against the stadium lights as I navigate through the sea of black and gold jerseys, hot dogs, and spilling of beer. Carson's text glows on the screen. Section 113, row C, seat 7, right behind our bench. Sorry. I bump into someone's nachos, narrowly avoiding a cheese disaster. I think back to last night, Carson's infectious laugh as we shared spring rolls on the hotel floor, the way his eyes crinkled when I told him about my most disaster-prone patient. Remembering him sprawled on that tiny couch, respecting my space, makes my heart feel something unfamiliar. He'd kept his distance, though I caught him watching me more than once with those intense eyes of his. Part of me was grateful for his restraint. Lord knows my resolve isn't what it used to be. But another part of me had to fight to close that careful gap between us. Every time he'd absently rubbed the back of his neck, biceps flexing beneath his fitted shirt, I'd had to remind myself why keeping things professional was so important. If he'd made even the slightest move, I'm not sure I could have resisted, and that thought terrifies me more than I care to admit. Excuse me. Another collision, this time with a guy in a foam finger. I really need to watch where I'm going instead of daydreaming about Carson's dimples. The security guard at the bottom of section 113 holds up his hand as I approach. Pass. Oh, I'm Carson Bailey's guest. Sure you are. He crosses his arms. And I'm the tooth fairy. No, really, I'm his physical therapist. These are my seats. Miss, I've heard every excuse in the book. Without a pass. Maree! Coach Malkovich's voice booms from behind me. There you are. Everything all right? She claims she's with Bailey, the guard says. She is. Coach hands me his own pass. Someone forgot to get her credentials. Players, right? He winks at me. Actually, would you rather be on the sideline? Keep an eye on that shoulder of his? My stomach drops. Is he okay? Has he been having trouble sitting? Oh, he hasn't mentioned. He's not starting tonight. Just going in for a few test plays and see how it holds up. He what? Coach gestures toward the field where the team is finishing warm-ups. Come on, let's get you set up before kickoff. The kickoff soars through the air, and my heart lodges in my throat. I stay back, pressing against the wall of photographers and staff, trying to blend into the chaos of the sidelines. Every time Carson steps onto the field for a play, my muscles tense. The defensive line crashes toward him like a freight train, and I have to stop myself from covering my eyes. Time creeps by, each quarter feeling like an eternity. Carson's only been in for a handful of plays, a quick pass here, a short drive there. His throws look clean, but I notice the way he rolls his shoulder after each one, that subtle grimace he thinks no one can see. The scoreboard flips to the third quarter, and I can't hold back anymore. Coach Malkovich stands a few feet away, scribbling on his clipboard. Coach? My voice comes out shakier than I want it to. Can I ask you something? What's on your mind? He doesn't look up from his notes. Why is Carson playing? I specifically said in my report that he needs more time to, athletes. He chuckles, finally meeting my eyes. The boy practically begged to suit up today, said he needed to test the waters, get back in the game. Your report showed progress. So I figured, what's the harm in letting him throw a few passes? Progress doesn't mean ready, I say with more resentment towards Carson than Coach. They never listen anyway? He shakes his head, grinning like it's all some big joke. Stubborn as mules, the lot of them. I force a laugh, but my mind wanders to Lila, to her innocent questions about her father. Maybe my instincts were right all along. Some things never change. A mass of black and gold mixed with red and white crashes into my legs, sending me stumbling backward against the sideline barrier. My squeak of surprise is lost in the roar of the crowd as they leap to their feet, drinks and snacks flying everywhere. Through the tangle of limbs and the sharp smell of sweat and grass, I pray it isn't Carson. My nerves wound tighter than I thought possible as I try to catch my balance. I can do without his cocky grin looking up at me from the turf, especially after our earlier exchange about his recovery timeline. The player's red and white jersey comes into focus as he lifts his head, revealing a charming smile beneath his grass-stained helmet. I am so sorry. He pushes to his feet, extending his hand as he removes his helmet. You okay? I'm Jake. Don't usually make it a habit of bowling over beautiful women on the sidelines. My mouth opens, then closes. Heat creeps up my neck as his eyes rake over me appreciatively. The referee's whistle pierces the air, signaling a timeout and media break. You work for the Wolves? Jake steps closer, his shoulder pads brushing my arm. Haven't seen you around before. I definitely remember. Physical therapist, I manage, taking a small step back. No kidding. Maybe I should get injured more often. He winks, flashing perfect white teeth against tan skin. How about... A blur of black and gold storms into my peripheral vision. Carson's helmet hits the turf with a crack that makes me jump, the sound echoing across the field. Then suddenly, before I can make a move, his arm wraps around my waist, strong, possessive, familiar, and I'm airborne, slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The world tilts upside down, my stomach lurching. "Carson!" I pound my fists against his pads uselessly, my professional demeanor completely shattered. The hard plastic digs into my palms. "Put me down right now." He stalks across the field, my hair falling in my face as I bounce against his shoulder pads. His grip tightens when I squirm, and I can feel the tension radiating through his body. His teammates' laughter follows us, echoing across the practice field like a pack of hyenas. "What, Bailey?" Jake calls out, his voice dripping with amusement. "Afraid of a little competition?" "I swear to God, Carson Bailey, if you don't—" My words cut off in a yelp as he shoulders through the locker room door. The moment we're alone, he sets me down hard enough to make my teeth click. I shove both palms against his armored chest, my nails scraping the team logo stitched into his pads. "What the hell do you think you're doing? That was completely unprofessional. You can't just—" His mouth crashes into mine, stealing the rest of my protests. Cedarwood shampoo and that goddamn expensive bergamot cologne flood my senses as his calloused fingers twist into my hair. My back slams against the cold metal lockers, the shock of impact lost beneath the fever heat of his body, pinning me in place. I taste his frustration in the bite of his teeth, feel the reckless determination in the way his injured right shoulder presses harder against mine, as if challenging his own pain threshold with every ragged breath between us. My hands flutter between us, nails digging into the one vulnerable strip of exposed skin above his collar, before my fingers curl around his shoulder straps. The part of me that spent years coaching athletes recognizes the dangerous tension in his muscles, that split-second balance between aggression and control he's always danced along. The part that remembers how his laugh vibrated against my ribs during those stolen nights in his dorm room arches into him with equal hunger. Somewhere beyond the slick sound of our breathing, the rational voice that's kept me safe for 7 years screams about liability waivers and a wide-eyed little girl waiting at home. But Carson's mouth moves to the racing pulse beneath my jaw, and all of my carefully rehearsed boundaries dissolve like sugar in whiskey.
Chapter 17. Carson. Her mouth tastes like spearmint and suppressed memories. My hands dig into her hips hard enough to bruise, the sweat from my gear plastering my jersey to me. Maree's fingers twist in the fabric above my shoulder pads, pushing, pulling, her breath hitching between curses. The metallic clang of locker doors echoes down the corridor as I back her against an equipment crate. She bites my lower lip. Pain zings straight to my groin. Christ. The slap cracks my head sideways. My left ear rings. Maree's chest heaves inches from mine, her blouse skewed where my fingers bunched the silk. My protective cup feels like a goddamn torture device. Why? Her voice cracks. Hazel eyes gone volcanic. I swipe my thumb across my split lip. Blood smears copper bright. Define why. Her nostrils flare, carrying me off like some caveman in the middle of the game. Kissing me when my entire job here is... He was flirting with you. She freezes. The flush crawling up her neck betrays her. So what? So you smiled. My palm slaps the locker above her head. Bang. Like you used to at shitty dorm parties when we drank Burnett's from solo cups. Her throat bobs. Irrelevant. We both hear the lie. I lean in, catching the vanilla salt scent behind her ear. 7 years, and you still do that thing with your pinky. My breath stirs the baby hairs at her temple. Twist your hair when you're turned on. Her foot connects with my shin. Bastard. I grin through the throb. Still got that mean streak, Maree. She shoves hard at my against me. I let her. The fluorescents flicker overhead, painting her rage in strobe light flickers. Her ponytail's half undone, glossy waves licking her collarbone. I track the rapid pulse in her throat, that same frantic rhythm from sophomore year when I pinned her against her econ textbook in the library stacks. She jabs a finger at my nose. "You don't own me, Bailey. Not then, not now." I catch her wrist, the gold bracelet she always wears, 3 delicate charms, digs into my palm. "Never said I did." "Then act like it." She yanks free, trembling. "You think tackling me in front of 30,000 people helps your case? You think throwing a fit when another player looks at me makes you look like a man who wants you?" I step closer. Her back hits the locker. "Guilty." Her exhale shudders. I watch the war in her face, anger sharpening her jaw, pupils swallowing the hazel. Pride versus memory. My right hand finds the curve of her waist. "Don't." She grabs my wrist. Weak. "We're not. This isn't. When's your next excuse?" My thumb rubs circles through her blouse. "You have nowhere to go. No home to rush off to here or another patient." Her breath hitches. Low blow. Says the woman punching me with my own concussion history. I nuzzle the shell of her ear. She shivers. "Missing that us yet?" She knees me. Pain blitzes my thigh. I stumble back, laughing hoarse. "Damn, okay, point taken. You don't get to do this." She swipes her mouth with the back of her hand. Smeared lip gloss glistens like a wound. "Grab me. Kiss me, act like I've wanted you every goddamn day since you ghosted me my senior year." The words rip loose. I see her flinch. Good. Let her feel the burn. That rookie had 6 inches and 90 pounds on me, Maree. You think I give a shit if my shoulder's hamburger meat tomorrow? Her chin jerks up, defiant, beautiful, mine. "He smiled at you," I rasp. Her perfume coats my tongue. "Had no business talking to you." She goes still. Outside, the crowd roar shudders through concrete walls. Fourth quarter starting without me. I don't move. Won't. Let her see it. The truth in my split knuckles. The sweat dripping off my nose. Let her ruin me. Her palm cracks across my stubbled cheek again. "You don't get to..." My mouth crashes over hers again. No finesse, all teeth and 7 years of pent-up bullshit. She twists her face away, breath ragged on my split lip. "Stop acting like I'm... Oh..." I suck the pulse point below her ear. "Like you're still running drills on me?" My palm slides under her silk blouse. Cold metal locker bites her spine through the fabric. "Gold star, Maree. Still top of the class." She hisses when my thumb finds her. "This," bucking in between my thigh, "doesn't fix anything." "Good." I yank her blouse free from tailored slacks. Buttons ping off concrete. "Wasn't trying to fix you." Her nails score down my back through the jersey. My slacks cost. Put it on my funeral bill."
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 18. Maree. The world narrows to the scrape of metal on my spine and Carson's cursed mutterings against my collarbone. His hands dig into my thighs hard enough to leave marks, sweat-slick grip slipping over my skin each time he drives into me. God damn, Maree. His teeth catch my earlobe. Gonna swallow every sound you... My hips jerk when his thumb circles exactly where we're joined. The locker door rattles as my skull thumps against it. The cold steel branding my shoulder blades, his chuckle vibrates through me, all cocky satisfaction and panting breaths. That's it? Let me hear how much you need. A door slams 30 feet away. Carson's body goes rigid, muscles locking around me like human chainmail. His head snaps toward the corridor leading to the showers as cleats click against tile. Bailey, Coach wants you suited up for post-game interviews in 5. Carson's gaze whips back to mine. His biceps flex as he adjusts our position, still buried deep. Don't you move. The whispered command comes out equal parts threat and promise. The footsteps grow louder. My nails sink into his shoulders. Carson. His mouth crashes over mine, swallowing my gasp as he pulls out with agonizing slowness. He braces me against the locker with one arm while yanking his pants up with the other. The loss hits like a bucket of ice water. 2 minutes? The voice echoes around the corner. Carson's thumb swipes roughly across my swollen bottom lip. His eyes burn through me. We're not done. He seals the vow with a bruising kiss that tastes like salt and sin before sprinting toward the exit. His voice booms down the corridor. Tell Coach I'm popping a damn Advil first. Ran into that linebacker from hell in Q3. I sag against the lockers. The chill seeping through my blouse grounding me. My knees tremble as I peel myself from the metal, fabric whispering against still sensitive skin. 3 breathless movements to reassemble my clothes. Clasp fastened, zipper pulled, fallen earring retrieved from the floor. His cologne clings to my wrists. Through the crackling stadium speakers, I catch his laugh mingling with the trainer's retreating footsteps. My reflection in the locker mirror shows wild hair and swollen lips and the kind of flush no amount of pressed powder can hide. The first tear hits my collarbone before I realize I'm crying. What did I just do? My hands shake as I stuff clothes into my suitcase, not bothering to fold anything. The ghost of Carson's hands on my skin burns like a brand. What was I thinking? The zipper catches on fabric, and I yank it harder than necessary. Stupid, stupid, stupid. A flash of pink catches my eye from the bathroom doorway. My toiletry bag. Perfect. Just what I need to complete this escape plan. I dart into the bathroom, snatching the bag off the counter. The mirror reflects my disheveled appearance. Kiss-swollen lips that still haven't gone down. Hair a mess from Carson's fingers. I squeeze my eyes shut against the evidence of my weakness. The soft click of the hotel room door freezes me in place. Are you leaving? Carson's voice, rough and uncertain, makes everything in me freeze, wondering why I couldn't be at least 5 minutes faster. I force myself to turn around, clutching my toiletry bag like a shield, my knuckles white against the pink fabric. He looks almost hurt as he sees my bags filled and ready to go, his broad shoulders slumping in a way that makes me feel guilty for whole new reasons. The California Wolves t-shirt he's wearing suddenly seems too big on his athletic frame. I crossed a line today. We both did. It was unprofessional and my voice sounds hollow even to my own ears, rehearsed like I'm trying to convince myself more than him. Stop. He crosses the room in 3 long strides, his athletic grace making the space between us disappear too quickly. Just stop. I back up until my hip hits the dresser, the sharp edge digging into my skin. Carson, no. His hand rakes through his hair. That nervous tell I remember so well when he'd do it before every big game. Do you know how many times I've replayed our last days in college, trying to figure out what I did wrong? Why you just disappeared? The raw pain in his voice steals my breath, making my fingers tremble against the toiletry bag I'm still clutching like a lifeline. One day we were perfect, and the next you wouldn't answer my calls, wouldn't see me. He steps closer, close enough I can smell his aftershave, that familiar mix of sandalwood and something uniquely him that makes my knees weak. I thought maybe it was the draft, my focus on football, but you never gave me the chance to choose you. My throat tightens, memories of morning sickness and tear-stained pregnancy tests flooding back. Carson, you were it for me, Maree, the one that got away. And now you're running again without giving me any explanation. His fingers brush my cheek, calloused from years of throwing footballs, but still so gentle it makes my eyes burn. Please, just tell me why. I can't tell him why. I can't say anything really. I look into his eyes as he searches mine for an answer. Those depths that used to make me feel like I was drowning every time he looked at me. Even now, after all these years, that same magnetic pull threatens to undo all my carefully constructed walls. I regret leaving too. The words slip out before I can stop them, hanging between us like smoke, dangerous and suffocating. My heart feels as if it's about to fly out of me as Carson's eyes widen, hope flickering across his features, lighting up his face in a way that reminds me painfully of those carefree college days when everything seemed possible. His palm cups my cheek, thumb tracing my jawline with a tenderness that makes me want to lean into his touch. When his lips meet mine, it's nothing like the desperate hunger from the locker room. This kiss speaks of lost time and lingering dreams, of questions left unanswered and promises unfulfilled. I melt into him, my fingers curling into the soft cotton of his t-shirt. His other hand slides to the small of my back, drawing me closer until I can feel his heartbeat thundering throughout my entire being. The kiss deepens, slow and thorough, like he's trying to memorize every moment. This feels different than our college days, more substantial, weighted with years of growth and change. Back then, everything was rushed passion and stolen moments between practices. Now, Carson kisses me like I'm precious, like I matter beyond the physical attraction that's always crackled between us. My lungs burn for air, but I don't want to break this spell. When we finally part, Carson's breath fans across my lips as he starts to speak. Maree, I press my fingers to his mouth, stepping backward until I hit the desk. The distance helps clear my head, though my lips still tingle from his kiss. This doesn't change anything. What happened today, it can't happen again. I retreat toward the bathroom, my sanctuary in this moment of weakness. I won't go tonight, but this can't happen again. And I can't talk about it right now. My voice wavers despite my attempt to sound firm, to maintain some semblance of control. He looks at me, jaw clenched, and I can tell he's trying to obey my one request. Those blue-gray eyes that have always seen too much are piercing through my defenses, making it hard to breathe through the heightened emotions. I need to shower. I slip into the bathroom and lock the door behind me, still clutching my toiletry bag thankfully. My hands are trembling so badly I almost drop it on the tile floor. As the lock clicks into place, I turn the water on full blast, hoping it drowns out the sound of my ragged breathing. My reflection stares back at me, accusing, as steam begins to fog the mirror. All I want is to believe him, to walk back out there and let myself fall into those arms again. To believe that this time could be different, that he's changed from the ambitious college athlete who put football above everything else. But Lila's face flashes in my mind, her innocent eyes, his eyes, and I squeeze my eyes shut against fresh tears. I can't risk her heart, not when I'm barely keeping my own intact.
Chapter 19. Carson. The plane ride home is a blur of victory chants and celebrations from my teammates, but the silence between Maree and me drowns it all out. She's kept her eyes fixed on her phone the entire flight, and I've pretended to sleep while my mind races. My shoulder throbs as I help her get her bag from the overhead compartment. She doesn't meet my eyes, muttering a quiet thanks before heading toward baggage claim. The words keep replaying in my head like a bad game recap on repeat. It can never happen again. But she regrets leaving me? The math isn't adding up, and my head pounds trying to understand it. I keep watching her, wanting to say something but nothing coming to mind, while her dark hair disappears into the crowd ahead of me. Everything about Maree has always been a puzzle, one I thought I'd solved back in college, but now there are pieces I didn't even know were missing. The throbbing in my shoulder seems to pulse in time with my confusion, a constant reminder that nothing in my life is as simple as it used to be. I watch her grab her suitcase off the carousel, the graceful way she moves, how her hair falls across her face. Something's different about her, beyond the obvious physical changes. There's a maturity, a guardedness that wasn't there in college. I know we all change. But is that wall because of me? "You need a ride?" I ask, falling into step beside her. "I'll grab a taxi." My heart rate spikes as we approach the exit. Through the glass doors, I can see the line of yellow cabs waiting. Each step she takes closer to them feels like a countdown. The automatic doors slide open. A taxi driver waves, starting toward us. No, not this time. I can't watch her walk away again. Not when every cell in my body is screaming to keep her close. I reach out, catching her arm and spinning her around. Her eyes widen, those gorgeous hazel irises meeting mine for the first time since the locker room. The warmth of her skin under my fingers is a reminder to me of why I'm doing this, why she has to hear me out. "Maree, My voice comes out rough, thick with emotions I can barely contain. "Carson, don't..." She shakes her head, but I tighten my grip slightly, careful not to hurt her, but firm enough to show I'm serious. "I don't know exactly what happened to us the first time, and I don't care, but seeing you, being with you again..." I swallow hard, forcing myself to maintain eye contact despite the vulnerability clawing at my heart. "Don't think that I'm going to let you go so easily." Maree's lips part, her eyes widening at my declaration. For a moment, hope flares within me, but then she blinks and pulls her arm free. "I need to get home!" Her voice wavers slightly. "Let me drive you, please." "No." She takes a step back, but her fingers twist around her purse strap, knuckles tightening with determination. "I can't." I reach for her again, but she dodges my hand. The movement lacks conviction, though. Her body sways toward me for a split second before she forces herself away. The conflict in her eyes is killing me. What's holding her back? "Maree!" "Please, Carson." Her voice cracks on my name. I watch helplessly as she practically runs to the nearest taxi. My fists clench as she slides into the back seat, her eyes meeting mine through the window before she quickly looks away. The cab disappears into traffic, stealing her away, and a void opens inside me, like the last fragment of my puzzle has vanished into thin air. "Carson! Hell of a game, son!" Coach Malkovich's voice booms behind me. "That shoulder's looking better than..." "Thanks, Coach." I cut him off, flagging down another taxi. "I'll see you at practice." The praise that would have once had me walking on air now feels hollow. I slide into the back seat, giving my address to the driver, before leaning back and closing my eyes. What happened between us? 1 minute we're in college, everything perfect. The next she's gone. Now she's back, but different. Guarded. Running from something or someone. Running from me. My phone feels heavy in my pocket. I pull it out, typing and retyping a message until I finally settle on. "Need your help Monday morning. Team's doing a charity visit to the Children's Hospital wing. My idea. Good PR for the shoulder situation. Could use your professional input." I see bubbles go up, then disappear, then come back up before leaving again. I can tell she has something to say, but then what she seems to settle on is simply, "Okay." It's not much, but it's something. A start. I'm already planning how to show her I'm not the same guy she left behind in college. This time I'm playing for keeps, and I'll be damned if I lose. On Monday, Maree let me drive her from the facility to the hospital, but there was no conversation to really be had. The silence in my car felt heavier than a defensive line bearing down on me. Every time I tried to start some small talk, she'd just give me a curt nod or a one-word answer, her eyes fixed straight ahead. She almost bursts out of the car when we arrive, ready to either get away from me or work with the kids. I can't quite tell. The way she practically jumps from the passenger seat reminds me of how she used to be so animated around me back in college, except now that energy seems focused on putting distance between us. When we get in and join the rest of the team and kids, Maree instantly looks more comfortable than I've seen her in a long time. Possibly since before we started rehab. The day goes fast, and after one of the kids I was visiting with runs off giggling with an autograph, I watch Maree kneel beside a little boy with his arm in a cast, her smile warm and genuine. She's been like this with every kid, completely different from the guarded woman I've gotten used to. Does it hurt when you move it like this? She demonstrates the motion with her own arm. The boy, maybe 7, shakes his head. Not anymore. Will I still be able to play baseball? Of course you will. She taps his nose playfully. But first, we need to make sure it heals properly. You know what that means? Following the doctor's orders? Smart kid. She high-fives his good hand. Something in me seems to change watching her. The way she explains things to the kids, patient and caring. How she knows exactly what to say to make them laugh through their pain. I can picture her with children of her own, teaching them to throw a ball or bandaging scraped knees. The image hits me hard. Maree as a mom would be something else entirely. As the day winds down and the last of the kids filter out, she lingers at reception, talking about how great the kids are and making a note to come back again. I'm in no hurry either, content to lean against the door frame and watch her. When she finally grabs her bag, there's a hesitation in her steps that matches the reluctance I feel about this day ending. We walk to my car in comfortable silence, and I find myself wishing I could have spent the whole day just watching her work her magic with those kids. Something about seeing this side of her, so different from the guarded woman I've known, makes me want to know more, to understand every facet of who she really is. The drive back is quiet until I clear my throat. You're amazing with kids. Her fingers twist in her lap. They make it easy. I've been thinking. I twist my hands over the wheel in thought. Football's not forever. This shoulder injury, it's made that pretty clear. I catch her glance over at me with her wide eyes before looking back straight ahead. Carson, No. Let me finish. I let out the breath I had been holding. Everyone thinks I'm this hotshot quarterback who only cares about the game. Maybe I was. But lately I've been wondering what comes after. Watching you today with those kids. I want that. A family. Someone to come home to. Something real. The streetlights cast shadows across her face as she turns to look out the window. I reach over and take her hand, surprised when she doesn't pull away. I've never told anyone that before, I admit softly. She doesn't respond, but I feel her hand trembling in mine. When I glance over, I catch the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes. We pull into the parking lot too soon. She slips her hand from mine and opens the door, but pauses before getting out. Her eyes meet mine, filled with something I can't read. Longing? Regret? Before I can ask, she's gone, the door clicking shut with finality.
Chapter 20. Maree. I stare at the patient file in front of me, but the words blur together. Carson's voice keeps replaying in my head from yesterday. His words about wanting a family cutting deeper than they should. My pen taps against the desk in an erratic rhythm. This is ridiculous, I mutter, pushing away from my desk. The chair squeaks across the floor. I shove my phone in my pocket and head to the front desk. Sandra, I'll be in the gardens if anyone needs me. Sure thing, honey. Take your time. It's dead today anyway. The moment I step outside, the fresh air hits my lungs. I close my eyes, trying to clear my head of his stormy eyes and gentle touches. Well, don't you look like you're carrying the weight of the world? My eyes snap open to find Mom standing there, shopping bags in hand, and wearing that knowing expression she always gets when she thinks I'm hiding something. What are you doing here? I ask, unable to mask my surprise at seeing her in the therapy center's garden. Can't a mother check on her daughter? She sets her bags down on a nearby bench, the handles crinkling as they settle against the weathered wood. You've been off since you got back from that trip. Come on, walk with me. She pats the space beside her, and I recognize that determined look, the one that says she won't take no for an answer. We start down the garden path, past the blooming hydrangeas that remind me of the ones she used to grow at our old house. The words come out like word vomit. I slept with Carson. Oh? Her tone is carefully neutral, but I catch that slight arch of her eyebrow, the same one I've inherited and use on my patients when they're not being entirely truthful. At the game, and now he's talking about wanting a family, and yesterday at the children's hospital. My voice catches. The memory of him sitting cross-legged on the floor, with those kids still fresh in my mind. You should have seen him with those kids, Mom. He was so gentle, so patient. The way he let them touch his injured shoulder, explaining everything at their level. And then he tells me he can see me as a mother, that he thinks he wants a family. The irony of his words twists inside of me, making it hard to breathe. Mom's quiet for a moment. Isn't that what you wanted? For him to be the kind of man who'd make a good father? That's the problem. I sink onto a bench, the metal cooled through my slacks. He's talking about hypotheticals, about some future family, but I already have one. Lila is real, she's here, and she needs more than just dreams. I look up at my mother, the familiar ache that comes whenever I think about my beautiful daughter and the complicated web I've woven around her existence beginning to arise. What if he's just caught up in the moment? What if having an actual child isn't what he wants? You know how these athletes are, Mom. They get excited about an idea, but when reality hits, I trail off, remembering all too well how quickly things can change when a man's career takes priority. Mom sits beside me, her expression thoughtful. Mom's hand settles on mine, her touch gentle, but her words anything but. You need to tell him, Maree, before this goes any further. I can't. I pull away, standing up to pace the garden path. It's too late now. If I tell him after all this time. Too late? Mom's voice carries that edge I remember from my teenage years. What's too late is every day you don't tell him about his daughter. Every day you let him fall deeper without knowing the truth. You don't understand? Oh, I understand perfectly. She rises, blocking my path. You're scared. You're using timing as an excuse because you'd rather protect yourself than face the possibility of him rejecting you both. I can feel the onset of heat building. That's not, it is, and you know it. The longer you wait, the harder it gets, and the more unfair it becomes to everyone involved, including Lila. Don't bring her into this. My voice shakes. She's already in this. She's been in this since the day you found out you were pregnant, and Carson deserves to know his child. They both deserve that chance, and you need to stop torturing yourself with this decision and let him and Lila be the one to make it. There's a reason he was brought back into your life. Deserves? The word explodes from my mouth. What about what Lila deserves? What if he walks away? What if he doesn't? Mom's eyes soften. Those feelings you have for him, the ones you never quite got over, they're not one-sided and you know it. You're not dumb and playing into a game he's setting up. I know you better than that. And from what I remember of Carson and what you've told me, he's been nothing but honest and even vulnerable. Stop. My hands clench at my sides. Just stop. You're running scared, baby girl, just like you did in college. But this time, there's more at stake than just your heart. And I may have understood it then, but with everything that's happened, I can't side with you on this now. The truth in her words burns, but I can't bring myself to respond. Because she's right, and that knowledge sits like lead in my stomach. My fingers trace absent patterns on my thigh as I fight the urge to defend myself. To build those walls back up that Carson's been slowly dismantling since he walked back into my life. The same walls I'd carefully constructed the first time, brick by brick, until they were strong enough to protect not just me, but Lila too. But Mom's always had a way of seeing right through my defenses, of calling out my fears before I'm ready to face them myself. But then the misplaced anger begins to bubble up inside me, hot and fierce, as my own insecurities sink in. You can't side with me now? Then tell me, whose side are you on? I begin to tremble as I whirl to face my mother. I thought you understood. You, of all people, should get why I kept her away from him. Baby, No. My voice cracks. You were there. You watched Dad choose football over us. You saw what it did to me, what it did to you. And then Marcus? Thinking about how my high school boyfriend chose his baseball career over our relationship still stings. I won't let Lila feel that way. Ever. Mom's eyes flash. That's not fair and you know it. Carson isn't your father? No? The man lives and breathes football. You should hear him talk about it, like nothing else matters. Because he doesn't know what else he could have. Mom steps closer, her perfume mixing with the garden flowers. You're not protecting Lila. You're protecting yourself. That's not true. Isn't it? You're so scared of him rejecting you both that you won't even give him the chance to prove you wrong. I pace the garden path, my dress shoes clicking against the stone. You saw what happened to me. How I waited by that window every weekend, hoping Dad would show up for visitation. I won't do that to my baby. So instead, you're doing exactly what Jera, your father, did, making choices about someone else's child without their input. The words hit like a slap. That's different. How? Because you're her mother? Because you think you know best? Mom's voice rises. You're playing God with their lives, Maree, just like your father did with yours. I'm nothing like him. Then prove it. Tell Carson the truth. Tell him that Lila's his daughter and let them decide what they want. You've done the protecting you need. It's time for them to go from there. If Lila ever finds out her father is here all along and you got to spend time with him and she didn't, do you think she would ever forgive you for harboring that secret? I can't believe you're... What the hell? The voice behind us freezes my blood. I turn slowly, already knowing who I'll see standing there.
Chapter 21. Carson. I balance 2 steaming cups of coffee as I walk into the clinic, hoping the peace offering might help smooth things over after this last weekend. The clinic yesterday was a start, but I know I need to keep on this. Sandra, the receptionist, glances up from her computer. Is Maree in? She stepped out to the gardens for some fresh air. Perfect. The morning air nips at my exposed forearms as I push through the back door. Familiar voices drift from around the corner. Mom, stop! You don't understand. No, you stop. That must be Maree's mother. You're making excuses because you're scared. Tell Carson the truth. Tell him that Lila's his daughter and let them decide what they want. The coffee cups slip from my grip, but I catch them before they fall. My quarterback reflexes kicking in, even when my brain short-circuits. My heart suddenly begins to deafen me as the words I swear I just heard echo in my head, pounding throughout my skull. Daughter? My daughter? The rest of their conversation fades to white noise as blood rushes in my ears, drowning out everything except the thundering realization. Memories flash through my mind. Maree leaving college without explanation, cutting off all contact, vanishing from my life as quickly as she'd entered it. 7 years ago. The math hits so hard I feel like I've been physically tackled. A little girl. My little girl. My throat constricts. The coffee suddenly feels like anvils in my hands. What the hell? The words come out like vomit before I realize I've even said them out loud. 2 sharp gasps pierce the morning air. I step around the corner to find Maree and an older woman staring at me, horror etched across their faces. Marie's already dark skin goes ashen, her hand flying to her throat as she stumbles backward. "Carson," she whispers, and for a moment, I think she might faint. My hands tremble with lack of control as I step closer, every muscle in my body tense with rage and shock. The coffee cups dent and squish, causing the coffee to spill out all over the ground and my shoes, but I don't seem to register to hot liquid at the moment. All my senses are busy being used to understand what the hell is going on. A daughter? My voice comes out raw. I have a daughter. Marie's mother steps back, giving us space, but I barely register her presence. My focus narrows to Marie's face, watching as tears well up in those hazel eyes I once loved so much. Carson, please. Don't. I hold up my hand, needing distance, fighting the urge to pace like a caged animal. 7 years, Maree, 7 years you kept this from me? I was trying to protect her. Protect her? The laugh that escapes me sounds hollow, borderline hysterical. From what? From me? Her father? The word feels foreign on my tongue, like I'm speaking a language I never learned. My chest constricts with each breath as I try to keep my breathing somewhat steady. You were so focused on football. Marie's voice cracks, and despite my anger, the sound still manages to pierce something deep inside me. But not the same way it used to. Not when I know that this is what she's been hiding from my right to my face. Everything was about your career, your future. I couldn't bear watching my daughter become second place to a game just like I. That wasn't your choice to make! My fist slams against the outside brick wall, pain shooting through my knuckles. The familiar ache in my rotator cuff flares up from the sudden movement. But I welcome the physical pain. It's easier to handle than this emotional tornado. You robbed me of my child's entire life. First steps. First words. My throat closes up, and I have to swallow hard against the burning sensation. What's her name? Lila, Maree whispers. She's 6. Lila. My daughter's name is Lila. The reality of all this begins to sink in suddenly now that she has a name. And suddenly I can't breathe. I have a little girl out there somewhere, walking around with my eyes, my blood running through her veins, and I've missed every single moment of her life. Carson, please just listen. I was young and scared. And I wasn't? My pulse thunders in my head while I back away, feeling nothing before compared to this new pain ripping through my entire body. I trusted you, Maree. I loved you. I can't help but make the word past tense when just moments ago I was ready to bring it back to the present. She reaches for my arm, but I jerk away, already turning toward the parking lot. Her fingers brush over my sleeve, and even that slight contact burns like fire. Her voice follows me, pleading, begging me to come back, to understand. But I can't. Not now. Not when every breath feels like I'm drowning. Not when 6 lost years threatens to crush me completely. I slam my car door shut, muffling her cries and apologies from outside, as I peel out of the parking lot. The screech of tires against asphalt matches the chaos in my head, and my hands grip the wheel so tight my knuckles indent the leather. Everything I thought I knew about my life, about us, about who I was supposed to be, has shattered in the span of a single conversation. The leather continues to creak under my grip as I blow through another red light. Horns blare behind me, but they sound distant, drowned out by the relentless pounding in my head. 6 years old. 6 years. A daughter! I whisper to my empty car, testing the word on my tongue. My throat constricts even more. I have a daughter. The pieces click together like a sick puzzle. Maree's sudden disappearance from college. The way she tensed whenever I mentioned the past. Her reluctance to spend weekends together. That comment about putting career first. My fist slams against the dashboard with frustration. The sharp pain barely registers through the fog of betrayal clouding my mind. Yesterday flashes through my memory, watching her with those kids at the hospital, imagining what she'd be like as a mother. What a joke. She already was one. She already is a mother, to my child. Protect her from what? I spit the words out, remembering Maree's weak excuse. From having a father? A flash of yellow catches my peripheral vision. Another red light. I stomp on the gas instead of the brake, my Martin roaring through the intersection. More horns, more angry drivers. But I don't care. I think about the hospital visit again. The way those kids' faces lit up when we walked in. The gentle way Maree helped that little girl with the broken arm. How natural she looked. And there I stood, like an idiot thinking about what a great mother she'd make someday. All this time? My voice cracks. You really thought I'd choose football over my own child? The betrayal cuts deeper than any injury I've ever suffered. Deeper than this shoulder that might end my career. A career that apparently meant more to Maree than letting me know my own daughter. Lila. Her name flashes in my head like a neon sign I can't shut off. Does she have my eyes? My smile? The way I scrunch my nose when I concentrate? Does she even know I exist? I snort my own response, the sound overly sarcastic in the enclosed space of my car. Doubt it. Probably thinks some other guy is her dad if she thinks about having one at all. The questions pile up, each one stealing my breath until I have to pull over, my vision blurring. My hands shake on the wheel as I guide the car to the shoulder, barely registering the honk of a passing truck. 6 years. 6 years of birthdays, Christmases, first days of school. All gone. The shock that's been numbing me since Maree's revelation finally starts to lift, leaving behind something raw and terrifying. I'm a father. The title reverberates through my thoughts, foreign yet somehow right, like a play I've been practicing my whole life without knowing it. A father who's missed everything, who has so much catching up to do it, makes my soul and heart hurt thinking about everything I've already missed.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need, and you can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 22. Maree. My hands rub nervously over my thighs as my head rests on my steering wheel, forcing myself not to just bang it against it instead. The garage door looms ahead, but I remain frozen, unable to pull forward. Carson's face keeps flashing through my mind. The way his eyes widened. How his coffee cups exploded with anger, spilling across his shoes and hands. I have a daughter? His voice breaks in my memory, and my whole body feels as if it wants to cry. Our daughter? A sob escapes my throat, and I press my harder forehead against the wheel. My breath fogs the leather, coming in short gasps. I'd prepared for this moment 1,000 times in my head, but nothing could have readied me for the raw pain in his expression. It was the right choice, I whisper to myself, but the words ring hollow. He would have chosen football. He always chose football. But did he? The past few weeks flashed through my mind. Carson at the children's hospital. The tenderness in his touch. The way he opened up about his fears of life after the game. My throat closes up as doubt creeps in, making it harder to breathe, making me cry all over again. My phone buzzes. Mom's text reads, "Lila's asking for you. Take your time, baby girl. We're okay in here. Just wanted to let you know she saw the car pull in." The screen blurs as fresh tears fall. What am I supposed to tell my daughter? That her daddy knows about her now, but I'm the reason he might not want anything to do with us. That I kept them apart because I was too scared to trust him? I wipe my eyes roughly with the back of my hand. Lila's waiting, and she deserves better than a mother who hides in her car. But as I reach for the door handle, my hand trembles. 7 years of secrets threatens to crush me, and I have no idea how to make this right, or if I even can. The front door barely closes behind me before tiny arms wrap around my legs. "Mommy!" I scoop Lila up, burying my face in her hair to hide my red-rimmed eyes. Her familiar, comforting, fresh smell wraps around me like a security blanket. But it's not enough to stop myself from trembling. "Mommy?" Lila pulls back, her small hands framing my face. Those eyes, Carson's eyes, stare back at me. "Why were you crying?" My airway constricts, but I won't lose it in front of her. Sometimes grown-ups just need to cry, baby. Like when you were sad about losing Mr. Whiskers at the park, remember? "But we found him under your bed." She wraps her arms around my neck, squeezing tight. "I'll make you feel better. I'm gonna draw you the happiest picture ever." I press a kiss to her forehead, amazed at how this little soul can make everything both better and worse at the same time. "That's exactly what I need, sweetheart." Pots clank in the kitchen as Mom works on dinner, giving us space. The familiar smell of her signature gumbo wafts through the air, but even that comfort can't ease my nerves. The silence between us speaks volumes. She knows I'm not ready to talk. She's always had that intuition, knowing exactly when to push and when to let me be. The guilt churns in my stomach. Delilah settles at the table with her crayons, humming softly to herself, the way she always does when she's focused. I sit beside Lila, pulling paper toward me, thinking art might be a good distraction from the storm in my head. My fingers brush against her wild curls, so much like mine, as I reach for the supplies. But instead of drawing, I grab a pen, the metal cool beneath my trembling fingers. The words flow out, like they've been waiting years to spill out. "Carson, I know saying I'm sorry isn't enough, but I need you to understand why. When I found out about Lila, football was your everything. You lived it, breathed it, dreamed it. I watched my father choose the game over his family, watched him leave us for someone who understood his passion. I couldn't bear the thought of our child feeling second best. But I was wrong. Wrong to assume you'd make the same choices. Wrong to let my fears rob you of these years with her. Wrong to rob Lila of knowing her father, a man who, I now see, has so much love to give. A man who would light up every time she enters the room, who listens to her stories like they're the most important things in the world. The words begin to blur, hot tears threatening to spill onto the page, but my message continues on, as if I have no control over the pen anymore. My hand shakes, but the truth demands to be written. Those days in the hospital with the kids, the way you opened up about your fears, I've seen a different side of you. A side that makes me question everything I thought I knew about you and what you would choose. You're not the same cocky quarterback I knew in college, the one who'd strut across campus like he owned it. You've grown into someone who sees beyond the game, beyond the glory, someone who understands what truly matters. The way you sit with those children, sharing your own struggles, showing them they're not alone. It's changed how I see you. Even the time together during your recovery has done that. You deserve to know Lila, and she deserves to know her father. She deserves to know the man who would fight through his own pain just to make a sick child smile. I don't expect forgiveness. I know I don't deserve it after keeping this secret for so long, but if you are willing and want to, I'd like you to meet. I hesitate on what to put, my hand trembling as I grip the pen tighter. The words feel both terrifying and liberating as I finally settle on our daughter, Maree. Mom's voice cuts through my haze as I finish the letter. Lila, baby, go wash those hands and clean up your art supplies. Dinner's almost ready. But I'm not done with Mommy's picture. You can finish after dinner, sweetheart. As Lila scampers off, Mom approaches with an envelope and stamp in hand. She places them beside my letter, her warm fingers squeezing my shoulder. The gesture says more than words could say. She returns to the kitchen, the familiar dishing of bowls and spoons filling our silence. My fingers trace the edge of the envelope. The letter feels both too much and not enough, but it's all I have. With trembling hands, I fold the paper and seal it inside before writing his address on it. The walk to the mailbox feels like miles. Each step weighs heavy, like my legs are moving through mud. The metal flag creaks as I raise it, marking my surrender to whatever comes next. Back inside, Lila's laughter echoes from the bathroom, the sound of running water mixing with her made-up song about soap bubbles. My body goes rigid as I try not to cry. How many times has Carson missed this? Her first steps, first words, first everything, gone because I was too scared to trust him. Mommy, look how clean. Lila bounds back in, holding up her hands for inspection. Perfect, baby. I pull her close, breathing in her innocence and joy, tinted with the lingering of crayons. Her small arms wrap around my neck, and I savor the warmth of her embrace, the way she still fits perfectly against me like she did when she was tiny. As we go to set the table, realization crashes over me like a tide. I want Carson here, not just for Lila, but for me, for us. I want his stupid jokes at breakfast and his competitive spirit during board games. I want to see him teach Lila how to throw a football, to watch them discover each other. The thought of his broad smile matching hers, those identical blue-gray eyes lighting up over shared victories. It terrifies me how much I crave that future. After years of building walls, of protecting us both, I'm finally ready to let them crumble. All I ever wanted or want is to keep her safe. Safe from disappointment, safe from feeling second best. Yet as I watch her climb into her chair, chattering about her day at school, I wonder if I've been the one holding her back all along.
Chapter 23. Carson. The football slipped through my fingers, spiraling wide of its target. Again. Third time today. My shoulder throbs, but that's not why I'm missing. I have a daughter. The realization keeps slamming against me over and over again, no matter how many times I think about it. A little girl with parts of me and Maree. Does she like sports? Does she ask about me? Does she hate me? "Bailey, get your head in the game!" Coach Malkovich's voice cuts across the field. I nod, but I think back to Maree's words about putting football first. The next pass goes even wider. Days blur together. Practice. Ice. Physical therapy alone in an empty gym that feels wrong somehow without Maree's presence there, telling me to try harder and keep pushing me. More practice. More missed passes. More thoughts of tiny hands and wondering if she has my smile or if years apart has made her nothing like me. "What's wrong with your arm?" Bryant asks after I overthrow another pass. "Nothing. Everything. It seems like it's getting worse, man." I shrug, not wanting to clarify it's not my shoulder. It's simply everything. By day 4, I can't focus on anything. The playbook might as well be written in Chinese. During scrimmage, I miss an easy handoff and Coach Malkovich's whistle pierces the air. "Bailey, my office! Now!" He settles behind his desk, fixing me with that penetrating stare that's made grown men cry. "Your shoulder's fine. Your head isn't. What's going on?" "I'm good, Coach." "Bullshit. I've known you for almost a decade, son. Football's always been your everything. Your escape. Your priority. Hell, remember those girls that you dropped, even your rookie year, because they wanted more of your time during the season?" My stomach twists. He doesn't know he's proving Maree's point. Those girls weren't Maree, but how many others had I pushed aside for the game? "Hit the showers," Coach says. "Figure out what matters, because right now, you're not giving either thing your all." Walking to the locker room, his and Maree's words mingled together in my head. Football's always been my everything. But as I stare at my reflection in the mirror, all I see is a man who might have thrown away his chance at being a father, at having a real family. The game won't last forever. My shoulder's proof of that, but somewhere out there is a little girl who's half me, who might want to know her dad. And I'm terrified I've already lost my chance. I toss my gym bag onto the pristine leather couch, the thud echoing through my empty penthouse. The massive windows showcase the city lights, but tonight they mock me instead of comfort. My gaze drifts to the open space between the kitchen island and the entertainment center. A perfect spot for homework at the coffee table. Maybe even a tiny art easel. "Jesus Christ, Carson," I mutter, running my fingers across my stubble as I survey the pristine space. But I can't help picturing scattered toys across my immaculate hardwood floors. Tea parties on my designer rug. Maybe even those little plastic kitchen sets I've seen in store windows. The mental image brings an unexpected smile to my face, and for a moment, I let myself imagine what it would be like to have someone else's laughter filling these empty rooms. Annoyed with myself for getting lost in the fantasy, I pick up my mail keys and massage my aching shoulder. Time to head back down to get the mail I've forgotten to grab the last couple of days. The building's concierge probably thinks I've died up here or something. The elevator dings as I reach the lobby, the polished marble floors reflecting the warm lighting overhead. Sam, the night doorman who's been here longer than I have, tips his hat with his usual friendly smile. "Evening, Mr. Bailey." I nod absently, my mind already racing ahead as I fish my mailbox key from my pocket. The usual stack waits inside bills that my accountant handles anyway, the latest Sports Illustrated with some rookie's face plastered across it, and that pretentious wine club subscription I've been meaning to cancel for months. But there, wedged between a glossy credit card offer and a utility bill, I spot familiar handwriting. I recognize Maree's distinctive scrawl, her letters flowing across the envelope. The ride back up to my penthouse feels endless, each floor number lighting up at an agonizing pace. I tear into the envelope the moment my door clicks shut, not even bothering to drop my keys on the entry table. The paper trembles in my hands, and I realize I'm holding my breath. "Carson," it begins. My throat tightens as I read her words about regret, about protecting our daughter from feeling second best, about how she was wrong, How I deserve to know Lila, and Lila deserves to know me. 6 years. 6 years I've missed, and I can't get them back, and that stings more than I ever thought anything could. Worse than when Maree just left all those years ago. As I keep reading, I can hear Maree's voice. Between the lines, I hear everything she isn't saying. The lingering feelings, the hope, the fear. Maree's always been good at saying more in what she doesn't write than what she does. Just like in college, when she'd leave little notes in my locker before games. The last words blur before my eyes. Our daughter. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely hold the paper steady. All those times I'd wondered why I couldn't get Maree out of my head. And now this bombshell drops in my lap not only with apologies, but with true answers that I've been waiting for this whole time. For Christ's sake, I whisper, wiping roughly at my eyes as I read it again. My vision's gone misty, and I blame it on the strain of practice, on anything but what it really is, the realization that I'm somebody's father. I drop my head into my hands as my knees buckle, sending me to the couch after reading it a fourth time, the letter crinkling between my fingers. The leather creaks as I lean forward, my elbows digging into my knees. A sound escapes my throat, something between a laugh and a sob. What the actual hell is happening to me? My chest feels like it's being crushed, but not in the way it does when I take a hard hit on the field. This is different. Raw. Real. The city lights blur through my window, and I realize I'm not seeing them at all. Instead, I see a little girl who looks like me, but doesn't. My daughter. Lila. The name echoes in my mind, becoming more real with each passing second, even more so after reading Maree's letter. My fingers press into my neck hard enough to hurt, trying to sort through the tornado in my head. Football's always been my compass, pointing me toward what matters. But now? The game feels like a distraction from what's really important. I can't help but suddenly realize that I've been running plays my whole life, following a predetermined path of what I assumed my life should look like. But this is real life. This is my chance at something more than just touchdowns and endorsement deals. Everything I thought mattered, the stats, the records, the crowd, seems hollow compared to what's waiting for me now. My keys catch the light as I snatch them from the coffee table for the second time, my fingers trembling slightly despite my resolve. This isn't even a choice. It never was. I've spent years calculating risks on the field, weighing options, making split-second decisions between passing or running, between taking the hit or sliding to safety. But this is the easiest call I've ever had to make. It's like my whole body knows where it needs to be. I stride toward the door, my steps sure and steady for the first time since I read Maree's letter. The weight of my phone in my pocket reminds me I should probably call my agent, warn him about the storm that's coming with this news. But that can wait. Besides, Lila doesn't even know that I'm her father, or so I'm assuming. And what if this all backfires? I shake it off and remember the letter and go with my gut, one step at a time. And right now it's time to meet my daughter, time to be the man I never knew I wanted to be, as long as Maree will let me.
Chapter 24. Maree. The knock at my door startles me from my thoughts, making me nearly drop the stack of patient files I've been reviewing. Lila, baby, clean up those toys if you want to paint, okay? I call out, trying to keep my voice steady despite the unexpected interruption. Okay, Mommy. Her sweet voice carries from the living room, followed by the familiar sound of plastic toys being dumped into her storage bin. I open the door and freeze, my fingers gripping the doorknob, so tight my knuckles strain. Carson stands there, hands shoved in his pockets, looking both determined and terrified. My heart stops, then races double time, a feeling I haven't experienced since college, when he used to show up at my dorm room unannounced. The familiarity of his cologne drifts toward me, and I force myself not to step back. Hi, he says softly. I step outside, pulling the door closed behind me with trembling fingers. "What are you doing here?" My voice comes out steadier than I feel, years of practice keeping my emotions in check. "I got your letter." He shifts his weight from one foot to the other, that familiar gesture of rubbing the back of his neck when he's nervous making an appearance. The movement stretches his shirt across his broad shoulders, and I force myself to look away. "Can we talk?" "I'm so sorry." The words tumble out, my carefully constructed walls crumbling. "I never meant to." "No, I'm sorry." He takes a step closer. The porch light catches the flecks of gray in his blue eyes, making them shine with sincerity. "I shouldn't have walked away like that. I was shocked and hurt, but running, that just proved everything you were afraid of." His voice cracks slightly on the last word, and I can hear the regret bleeding through. I take a shaky breath, knowing I need to help him understand. The words have been trapped inside me for so long, festering like an old wound that never quite healed. "It wasn't about you, not really. I need you to know that." My fingers twist together nervously, a habit I've had since childhood, whenever difficult truths need to be spoken. The porch light casts long shadows across the weathered boards beneath our feet as memories of the past crowd my mind. Marcus left me for baseball in high school. My dad left Mom for the game, and his cheerleader. The familiar ache begins to blossom as I force myself to continue, needing Carson to understand the deep-rooted fear that's guided my choices. I couldn't bear watching you choose football over her the way they chose their dreams over us. The confession hangs heavy in the night air between us. Years of hurt and protective instincts laid bare in a single moment. "Over you," he says quietly. "They chose their dreams over you, and I can't say for certain what I would have done, but you never gave me a chance to show you I was different." His words make me tense with remembered pain. "I never stopped loving you." The admission burns my throat, years of buried feelings threatening to choke me. "I just couldn't watch her face the day you decided we weren't enough." My fingers tremble as I think of Lila, of her innocent smile that looks so much like Carson's, of how desperately I've tried to protect her from experiencing the same abandonment I've known. "God, Maree," his voice cracks. "I made you feel like you came second, didn't I? Back then?" The raw hurt in his tone matches the ache that's lived in my heart since college, since I first realized I was carrying his child and chose to walk away before he could. "You didn't do anything wrong. You were chasing your dreams. I know what it feels like to be the obstacle in someone's path to greatness." Carson steps closer, his hands coming up to frame my face. "You were never an obstacle. I was just too blind to see what greatness really was." My eyes burn with unshed tears as years of guilt and longing pressing from the inside out. The porch light casts a gentle glow across Carson's features, highlighting the mix of fear and hope in his expression. I can tell that it's time. It's the least I can do for both of them. Would you like to meet her? I'm sure she's dying to know who I'm talking to out here." My voice trembles slightly, knowing this moment will change everything. He takes a deep breath, his broad shoulders expanding with it, and I watch his throat work as he swallows hard. His fingers flex at his sides, betraying his nervousness, before he nods. Yeah, I would." The words come out rough, like he's fighting to keep his emotions in check just like I am. I push the door open with trembling fingers. "Lila, sweetie." "Coming, Mommy. I got everything ready for painting." The patter of her feet against the hardwood makes my heart race. She bounds around the corner, her curls bouncing, but stops short when she sees Carson. Her eyes go wide as she ducks behind my legs, peeking out with shy curiosity. "Hi there," Carson says softly. Dropping into a crouch to meet her at eye level, his voice wavers slightly, and I catch him swallowing hard. Lila's fingers twist in the fabric of my pants. "Hi," she whispers, offering a tiny wave before hiding her face again. Lila, this is Carson. My throat tightens. He's a friend of Mommy's. Would it be okay if he joined us for painting? She peeks out again, studying him with that analytical look she gets when she's trying to figure something out. Do you like to paint? I haven't painted in a long time, Carson admits, but I'd love to learn from an expert. This catches her attention. She steps out slightly from behind me. I'm really good at staying in the lines. Mommy says I'm the best. The best, huh? Carson's smile grows more natural. Maybe you could teach me your secrets? Lila giggles, finally stepping fully into view. You have to hold the brush like this. She demonstrates with an imaginary paintbrush, her tongue poking out in concentration. Like this? Carson mimics her grip, making it deliberately wrong. No. She laughs, reaching for his hand to adjust his fingers. Like this, silly. The moment her small hands touch his, I see Carson's breath catch. He looks up at me, eyes shining with emotion, before turning back to Lila with a warm smile. Thank you for showing me. Should we go try it for real? Yes. Come on. Lila grabs his hand, all shyness forgotten, and tugs him toward the table where her coloring books and paints are spread out. I lean against the doorframe, watching as Lila dips her brush into the yellow paint, her tongue poking out in concentration. After a bit of colors and dabs, Lila decides she wants to talk. What do you do? She asks Carson suddenly, looking up at him with those eyes that mirror his own. Carson glances at me before answering. I play football. Really? Lila's eyes light up, and my heart warms at her enthusiasm. I love football. Mom says I throw really far. She bounces in her seat, paint forgotten. Want to see? Carson's face breaks into a grin. I'd love to. Can we, Mom? Please. Lila clasps her hands together, giving me those puppy dog eyes that usually get her whatever she wants. Go get your ball, I say, unable to resist either of their eager expressions. The evening air wraps around us as we step into the backyard. The setting sun paints everything in soft gold, catching in Carson's hair as he throws softly to Lila. Like this? Lila asks, mimicking his stance. Perfect. Now remember to follow through with your throw. The ball soars through the air, traveling an impressive distance for someone her size. Carson's eyebrows shoot up, and a feeling of pride takes over. Wow. You weren't kidding about throwing far. He jogs to retrieve the ball, tossing it back with careful aim. You're a natural. Lila beams, catching the ball with both hands. Mom taught me. She says it's in the genes, but I don't wear these ones every time I throw. Her voice trails off, and my heart clenches. Carson's eyes meet mine over her head, understanding and pain mixing in their depths. He quickly redirects. Hey, want to learn a special quarterback trick? Their laughter fills the yard as they continue playing, the ball arcing between them in perfect spirals. The way Carson naturally adjusts his throws for her height, how he celebrates each catch with genuine enthusiasm. It's everything I ever wanted for Lila. Everything I was afraid to hope for. My eyes burn as I watch them, my secret weighing heavily inside of me. She's already falling in love with him, just like I did all those years ago. And Carson, the tenderness in his eyes when he looks at her, the patience in his movements. He's already becoming the father she's always wanted.
Chapter 25. Carson. The sun beats down on us at the park, a perfect afternoon for throwing around the pigskin. It's still surreal that Maree trusted me enough to let me take Lila here while she finishes up with her client. Just yesterday, I finally met her, and a week before, I didn't even know this little girl existed. And now, here we are, having our first father-daughter moment. I watched Lila's tiny hands grip the football, her determination evident in the furrow of her brow. Those eyes, my eyes, focus intently on the target we set up. The way she holds the ball, tongue poking out slightly in concentration as it did so many times yesterday, reminds me so much of myself at that age. She's got that same competitive spark I've always had, just in miniature form. Like this, right? She adjusts her grip, spreading her fingers exactly how I showed her. Exactly! Now remember what I said about your stance yesterday. She immediately shifts her feet, one slightly behind the other. Front foot points where I want the ball to go. That's my girl. The words slip out before I can catch them, but Lila's too focused on her form to notice. Mommy says I throw better than any boy in my class, Lila announces proudly. But I want to throw like you do on TV. The park around us fades as I process her words. She's been watching my games. Has Maree been watching too? Did you see when I scored in overtime last weekend against the Bears? Mom was so mad you played. She kept saying you weren't ready. Lila launches the ball. It spirals, not perfectly, but damn well for a 6-year-old. Your mom's usually right about these things. I jog to retrieve the ball, marveling at how Maree's managed all this. Working full-time, raising our daughter alone, teaching her to be this sharp and confident. Ice cream break, I suggest after a few more throws. Lila's face lights up. Mom lets me get 2 scoops on special days. Is today special? Every day with ice cream is special, she says matter-of-factly, skipping toward the park's ice cream cart. I hang back, watching her charm the vendor with stories about her week at school. 6 years. I've missed 6 years of moments like this. All of the firsts that I've missed out on. The loss of it hits me hard, making me momentarily distracted with guilt. Carson, they have cookie dough! Lila waves me over excitedly. I push the regret aside. I can't change the past, but I'm here now. And watching her devour that ice cream cone, getting it all over her face just like I used to, I know there's nowhere else I'd rather be. As we walk around, having devoured our ice cream moments after getting it, my phone buzzes with Maree's text. On my way. Hope you two haven't worn each other out. Food? Oh, Lila tugs at my shirt. I'm starving. Are you? I tease. Even after all that ice cream? I think it made me hungrier. That and playing football. I ran a lot. I laugh. You did, okay. We need actual food, though, then. No more ice cream. Your mom's joining us soon. Want to get some street tacos? Can I have a hot dog instead? Anything you want, kiddo. I text Maree back. Meeting you at the bench by the taco stand. Getting Lila a hot dog. Her response comes quickly. Perfect. Walking to the food stands, Lila's hand in mine, I can't stop smiling. We grab our food and settle on the bench, Lila swinging her legs as she devours her hot dog. She apparently wasn't kidding about being hungry. Maree appears soon after Lila finishes. She sits between us, and Lila immediately launches into a play-by-play of our afternoon. And then I threw it so far. I bet you did amazing, baby. Maree unwraps her taco, shooting me a grateful smile. We eat in comfortable silence, broken only by Lila's occasional commentary about the dogs walking past. The setting sun paints everything golden, and for a moment, it feels like we've always been this way. A family. Can I race to the car? Lila bounces up, her energy seemingly endless despite the long afternoon of playing catch. Sure. Maree pulls out her phone, her fingers already poised over the timer. Want me to time you? Yes. Lila's already in position, face scrunched in concentration. She drops into a crouch that reminds me of my own pre-snap stance, and I find myself feeling proud at the sight. Ready, set, go! We watch her sprint across the grass, her determined little legs pumping. Her hair bounces all around wildly as she runs as fast as she can, and I'm struck by how her motions mirror my own, that innate sports ability shining through. Perhaps I'm searching too hard to spot the similarities, but watching her still fills me with joy. "She's exactly like you," Maree says, laughing. "That same look you get before a big play." Her voice carries a hint of nostalgia, like she's remembering all those college games she used to watch. "Maree." I touch her arm, keeping my voice soft. The warmth of her skin makes me only want to pull her closer, but I resist. "I need you to know something. I'm not going anywhere. Not this time. Whatever happens with football, with anything, I'm here for both of you. My shoulder might be shot, my career hanging by a thread, but watching my daughter run across that park, I know I've found something worth more than any championship ring." Maree's smile is gentle, understanding, but there's a hint of skepticism in those hazel eyes I've never been able to forget. "Carson, you don't need to feel obligated." "Stop right there." My voice comes out firm, but I need her to understand. I need her to know this truth. I am obligated. Lila is my daughter. You're her mother. That makes me responsible, present, and involved. End of discussion. I rake my fingers through my hair, fighting the urge to touch her, to trace the curve of her cheek like I used to. And before you argue, this isn't about us. I'm here to be her father, nothing more. You don't owe me anything, though God knows I want more. So much more. The way Maree's lips part slightly, how her eyes search mine. It takes everything in me not to pull her close. 6 years of missed moments with her, not just Lila, leaving me winded momentarily. I want her. This. But I'll take what I can get. "How fast was I?" Lila's voice carries across the parking lot, breaking our moment. She's bouncing on her toes by Maree's car, still flushed from her sprint, those eyes sparkling with anticipation. My body constricts at the sight of her, this perfect little person who's half me, half the woman I never stopped thinking about. "Fastest time yet, baby," Maree calls back, her professional mask sliding seamlessly into place. Lila beams, glowing with pride. "Really?" She bounds over to us, wrapping her arms around my waist. "Thank you for teaching me football, Carson." My heart melts as I return her hug, feeling those small arms wrapped tight around my waist. This tiny person, this perfect mix of Maree and me, has completely transformed my world in less than 2 days. "Anytime, kiddo." I ruffle her hair as I watch her climb into the back seat, already chattering about what we should do next time, her words tumbling out a mile a minute. Something about teaching her how to throw a spiral, and I find myself grinning at her enthusiasm. Maree's fingers brush mine, lingering for just a moment before squeezing gently. "Goodbye, Carson." Her smile holds something new, hope, maybe. There's a softness I haven't seen in a long time. Walking to my car, I realize how drastically my priorities have shifted. Football used to be everything. The game, the glory, my reputation as an athlete. Now, it's taking a back seat, and not even close to the same kind of back seat my daughter's sitting in, telling her mom about our day with infectious enthusiasm. I can still hear her voice carrying across the parking lot, and each word feels like another piece of my life falling into place.
Chapter 26. Maree. The aroma of Carson's homemade lasagna fills my kitchen, and my heart tightens, watching him and Lila set the table together. She's already copying his mannerisms, the way he tilts his head when he's concentrating. Mom's staying in her extension suite tonight, giving us space, but I almost wish she was here to ground me. This past week has been surreal. Carson's shown up every evening, sometimes with the takeout, other times just to play with Lila in the backyard. My daughter's face lights up every time she sees him, and that terrifies me. What if he leaves? What if football calls him away? The questions gnaw at my insides. "Earth to Maree," Carson says, waving a hand in front of my face. The garlic bread's getting cold. I shake myself out of my thoughts and take my seat. Lila's practically bouncing in her chair, chattering about her day at school. Carson hangs on every word, asking questions that make her giggle. My windpipe tightens to suppress my emotion at knowing the secret I hold for my own daughter. I can't let this go on without her knowing. She deserves the truth, and so does he. He's given me time and space, never asking when I will tell her. But now it's time. I can't make the same mistake I made with him, and Lila deserves to make her own choices with no secrets. I catch Carson's eye across the table and give him a smile. His eyes brighten, like he knows what I'm about to do. Lila, remember how you asked me why you didn't have a daddy? My daughter's fork stops halfway to her mouth, her eyes, so like Carson's, fixed on me. Well, I'm sorry I didn't tell you right away, but Carson's your daddy, sweetheart. I'm sorry it took so long for you guys to meet, but someday I'll explain it better to you. The fork clatters to her plate. My heart stops, waiting for tears or anger. But instead, Lila's face splits into the biggest grin I've ever seen. That's why he has my eyes? She bounces in her seat. Mommy just wanted to make sure I liked you first. This is the best surprise ever. You really think so? Carson's voice is thick with emotion. Did you know you were my daddy this whole time? Do you like pizza? Can you teach me how to throw more than a football? Why are you so tall? Will I be that tall? The questions tumble out of her mouth faster than she can breathe. Carson laughs, answering each one while shooting me grateful glances between bites of lasagna. The joy radiating from both of them makes my eyes water. Whatever happens between Carson and me, this moment, this decision was worth it. After dinner, and getting Lila ready for bedtime while Carson insisted on cleaning, I tuck Lila's favorite unicorn blanket around her shoulders, smoothing her curls away from her face. The sound of dishes clinking in the kitchen drifts up through the quiet house. Mommy? Lila's eyes blink up at me. Is Daddy going to stay forever? My throat tightens, the question I've been dreading. I adjust her blanket, buying time to steady my voice. He's welcome to stay as long as he wants, baby. Promise? I promise he can stay as long as he wants to. The words taste bittersweet, but it's the only truth I can give her. Lila yawns, her little nose scrunching up, her eyelids droop as she snuggles deeper into her pillow. I press a kiss to her forehead and turn to leave. Mommy? Her voice is thick with sleep. Yes, sweetie. Thank you for letting me meet my daddy. She yawns again. This is the bestest week ever in my whole entire life. Tears blur my vision as I watch her drift off, a content smile on her face. You're welcome, baby girl. I ease the door, almost closed, leaving the familiar crack of light she needs. In the hallway, I press my palm against the wall, steadying myself. Their happiness should make this all better, but it seems to only weigh me down. Everything seems perfect now. Carson playing catch with her, helping with homework, making dinner. But his shoulder will heal eventually. The game will call him back. I steady myself, squaring my shoulders, trying to push down the anxiety that's been my constant companion since Carson walked back into our lives. No, I won't let my fears poison this perfect moment. Won't let old wounds dictate our future. Lila deserves to know her father, to have his eyes looking back at her with all the love I see growing there. And Carson deserves the chance to choose for himself. I won't make that decision for him again. Won't let my own scars deny them both this chance at happiness. The kitchen beckons, and I head downstairs to help Carson clean up, the sound of dishes clinking in the sink guiding my way. I walk into the kitchen, expecting a mess, but everything gleams. The leftovers are neatly packed away in my mismatched Tupperware, and Carson stands at the counter pouring a deep red wine into my favorite glass, the one with the tiny chip on the rim that I can't seem to throw away. His eyes meet mine, and that uncomfortable yet familiar heat spreads throughout me. The same warmth I've been fighting since he first showed up at my door. "Thank you for telling her," he says, sliding the wine toward me. His fingers brush against the counter, and I notice they're slightly pruned from washing dishes. I know that wasn't easy. I wrap my fingers around the stem, taking a small sip to steady my nerves. The wine is rich and smooth. He's remembered my preference for Cabernet. She took it better than I expected. My voice comes out softer than intended, betraying the emotional weight of the evening. "You didn't give her enough credit. She's smart, like her mom." Carson leans across the counter, his forearms resting on the granite. The way his muscles flex beneath his shirt makes my mouth go dry, and I have to look away. I meant what I said before. I'm here for both of you. My heartbeat begins to pick up as I think back suddenly to the letter I mailed him. That damn letter that I wrote late one night when my defenses were down and my emotions were raw. I know that what I wrote him sits between us like an unspoken confession, heavy and real in the space we share, every word of love and regret laid bare on paper. Yet neither of us has addressed it, which I am partially thankful for. I'm not sure I'm ready to face those feelings in the harsh light of day, but he keeps hinting at it, dropping these little breadcrumbs of conversation that lead straight back to those written words, so I think I'm going to have to. Carson, his name comes out soft, and I hate how vulnerable I sound. "No, let me finish." He reaches for my free hand. "I know you're worried about the game pulling me away again, but seeing you with Lila, watching her grow up in photos and videos these past few days, I've missed so much already. I won't miss any more." His thumb traces circles on my palm, and I can't look away from those earnest, stormy eyes that are anything but dull, the same ones that made me fall for him in college. "How can you be so sure?" My voice barely rises above a whisper, my heart pounding louder with every word. "Football's been your whole life. Every decision, every move you've made has been about the game. Because for the first time, I understand what actually matters." He straightens up, moving around the counter with deliberate steps, his athletic grace impossible to miss, even with his injury. "I'm not that kid from college anymore, Maree. I've grown up, learned what it means to lose something precious, and I refuse to let that happen again." His hand cups my cheek and my breath catches. The touch sends goosebumps through my skin, and I tense with need. Carson leans in slowly, giving me time to pull away, but I don't. His lips meet mine, soft and questioning at first, then deeper as I respond. The kiss tastes like promises, like a future, and for the first time in years, I let myself believe in both.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 27. Carson. Maree's lips taste like the wine I poured for her, as well as heated desire. I swallow her sharp inhale when my hands grip her waist. Her lips counter digits pressing into soft flesh beneath her shirt. The stool clatters against tile floor, her legs lock around my hips before I've fully straightened. Damn, she breathes. We both strain to hear the sound of Lila waking, but there's nothing but silence. After a moment, I can't help but press my lips hard against hers again, reigniting the heat. Hallway behind you, she gasps between kisses that keep missing their mark. My elbow clips the refrigerator handle. Ice cubes rattle behind the door like a cheering squad as I pivot. Every step threatens to snap my self-control. Her teeth catch my lower lip when I stumble over the runner rug down the hall. Warmth floods my groin as she arches into me, her shirt riding up to reveal that strip of golden brown skin above her leggings. My thumb digs into the divot of her hip bone. Left. Her whisper vibrates my jugular. Bed springs groan when we crash onto the mattress, her hair splaying across burnt sienna sheets. I brace my forearm against the headboard to avoid crushing her. Residual ache blossoms in my shoulder. Screw the injury. Screw the consequences. Her fingers tug at my belt. Carson, shut up! My mouth finds that spot beneath her ear that makes her curse. Shut up and let me. Line. She arches when I bite her collarbone. That boundary line. I freeze, forehead pressed against her pounding pulse. Her thighs tremble around mine. Her palm slides up my stubbled jaw. You remember? Vividly. My laugh comes out strangled. We both smell like garlic from dinner, feel like recklessness distilled. Cool air rushes between us when she sits up. Her nails scrape my scalp as she pulls me back down. I say, screw it, that line! The growl rips from my throat before I can cage it. Thank God.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
A crayon slides off the nightstand. We freeze, sweat dripping onto tangled sheets. Maree collapses underneath me first. Her sweat-slick skin sticks to mine where our bodies won't fully separate. Still got your stamina. The throaty laugh in her words makes my spent muscles flex instinctively. I catch her earlobe between my teeth, licking the bite mark purpling her neck. A goddamn trophy over that stubborn pulse point. I had 6 years to fantasize about that until blue balls nearly ended my career early. I go to roll off her, but stop dead at her question, her plush ass pushing into my hip deliberate and lethal. You're not done yet, are you? Her challenge lands like a fourth quarter Hail Mary. I watch the game tape of that grin flicker behind my eyelids, same cocky smirk she'd worn tossing her panties out my dorm window. I stir against her thigh, the initial pleasure not even fully fading yet. Shit. Jesus, Maree! Touchdown celebration's over. Her dark eyes glint, incisors flashing. Or are you all out of plays? I crush her wrists into the mattress with a growl, mattress springs protesting. Oh, hell no.
Chapter 28. Maree. Sunlight streams through my window, warming my skin as I stretch languidly, feeling the soft sheets slide across my bare shoulders. My muscles ache in all the right places, memories of last night's passionate reunion with Carson sending tingles through my body. His strong hands, his heated kisses, the way he'd whispered my name, It all floods back, making my cheeks flush with renewed desire. The satisfaction quickly turns to panic when my eyes land on the clock on my nightstand. Its red numbers glaring at me accusingly. 9. I bolt upright, heart racing, the sheet clutched over my body. Lila never sleeps this late. My daughter is usually bouncing off the walls by 7, demanding breakfast and cartoons with all the energy of a caffeinated squirrel. The empty space beside me catches my attention, and I realize Carson's gone. His clothes still litter my floor, though. Evidence that last night wasn't just another dream. I grab his shirt, pulling it over my head and inhaling his lingering sweet sweat as I shimmy into my sleep shorts. Lila? My voice carries down the hallway as I hurry to her room. The sight of her empty bed, covers thrown back haphazardly, makes my stomach drop. She never gets up without waking me first. It's our morning ritual. Baby girl. I check the bathroom. Empty. My heart pounds harder with each step toward the kitchen, my bare feet silent against the cool hardwood floors. If she's not there, I'll check Mom's side of the house, though Lila's never gone over there alone this early. She knows better than to go over to that side by herself, especially without waking me first. What if something happened? What if someone broke in? What if my mind races with every terrifying possibility a mother can conjure? The sound of giggling stops me in my tracks as I round the corner into the kitchen. My jaw drops at the scene before me, Carson's shirt suddenly feeling too thin over my trembling body. I freeze in the doorway, unable to process what I'm seeing. Flour dusts every surface, coating the countertops, and even floating in the morning sunlight like snow. Carson stands at the stove, his muscular frame oddly domestic as he concentrates on flipping what appears to be pancakes. The spatula, looking almost comically small in his large hands. Lila perches on a chair beside him, her face smeared with chocolate, and a bright smile lighting up her features, making those familiar eyes sparkle with delight. They haven't noticed me yet, too engrossed in whatever story has my daughter in stitches, her giggles punctuated by Carson's deeper chuckle. The scene before me is so perfectly ordinary, so achingly familial, that it makes my throat tighten with emotions. My breath catches as I take it all in, feeling as if this is more of a dream than last night. Seeing Lila sitting cross-legged on the counter, wielding her spatula like a conductor's baton while Carson guides the pan, makes something warm and tender bloom within me while watching them together. The way he steadies her when she leans too far forward. How naturally they move around each other, as if they've been doing this for years instead of minutes. Then I notice what Carson's wearing, or rather, what he isn't wearing. Those basketball shorts ride low on his hips. And dear Lord, his back is a masterpiece of sculpted muscle. Each movement makes those shoulders flex and ripple, bringing back vivid memories of how those muscles felt under my fingertips last night. Heat creeps up my neck as I remember the way he had lifted me, how his strength had made me feel so deliciously small in his arms. The defined V of his lower back disappears into those shorts and I bite my lip, remembering exactly where that trail leads. Mommy? I jump, yanked from my inappropriate morning musings by Lila's excited shriek. Carson spins around, nearly dropping the pan, and treats me to an equally distracting view of his chest. Those perfectly defined pecs and abs are on full display. And I have to force myself not to stare at the light dusting of hair trailing down his stomach. That charming grin spreads across his face, causing those adorable creases around his eyes that turn my legs to jelly. You shouldn't have let me sleep so late, I managed to say, trying to sound stern despite my racing pulse. My voice comes out breathy, and I clear my throat, crossing my arms over my erected nipples. Carson's laugh rumbles deep throughout him, the rich sound sending shivers down my spine. And miss out on all this quality time with my favorite pancake chef? No way. He winks at Lila. We wanted to surprise you. Lila bounces on her perch, spatula waving dangerously close to Carson's ear. Daddy's teaching me how to make chocolate chip ones just like you do. Lila launches herself off her perch and comes at me, her small arms wrapping around my waist, spatula still in hand. Her chin tilts up, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Mommy? She tugs me down to her level, her small hands sticky with pancake batter as she cups them around my ear. Her warm breath tickles my skin as she whispers, "Is it okay if I call him Dad? He said it was all right, but I wanted to check with you too." My heart swells, expanding with so much love it almost hurts. Even at 6, she's so considerate, so aware of everyone's feelings, a trait I've tried hard to instill in her. I pull back just enough to see her face, my fingers gentle as I brush her wild curls away. "Of course it's okay, baby. That's exactly who he is." My voice catches a little on the words, remembering all the times I'd worried about this moment. "Come on, pancakes are getting cold," Carson calls, already stacking plates high with fluffy chocolate chip pancakes, crispy bacon, and scrambled eggs. I grab the strawberry jelly, Lila's favorite, while Carson juggles toast and butter to the table. We settle in, passing dishes back and forth in a rhythm that feels surprisingly natural. And then at recess yesterday, Lila chatters between bites. "I threw the ball just like you showed me, all the way across the playground." "That's my girl." Carson beams, pride radiating from every pore as he passes her the syrup. I watch them interact, my fork paused halfway to my mouth, mesmerized by how natural they look together. Lila gestures wildly, telling Carson about her teacher's reaction to her throwing arm, and he hangs on every word, his eyes looking wide and intrigued, just like hers do when she's excited. My heart doesn't know how to handle how alike they are, even after all these years apart. Suddenly, a feeling I'd forgotten existed begins to settle over me. I didn't even realize it at first, or when it actually happened. But now it's noticeable and foreign, but welcoming. It's peace, contentment, the simple joy of sharing breakfast with people you love. No rushing, no stress, no dodging questions about Lila's father, just this. The warm morning sun streaming through our kitchen window, the smell of syrup and coffee, and the sound of their shared laughter. Carson's hand finds mine under the table, giving it a gentle squeeze. His palm is warm and familiar against my skin. I meet his gaze, finding understanding there and something more. Something that makes it hard for me to breathe for a moment. Something that reminds me of stolen moments in college when everything seemed possible. I squeeze back, unable to stop the smile spreading across my face. As I turn back to my plate, butterflies swarming my stomach like I'm 20 again. "Mom, Dad says he'll teach me how to spiral the ball today. Can we go to the park after breakfast?" Lila's voice bubbles with excitement, chocolate chips smeared at the corner of her mouth. I let their voices wash over me, watching father and daughter plan their day together, the way he leans in when she speaks, how she mimics his mannerisms without even knowing it. The walls I've built so carefully over the years don't stand a chance against this. Against them. Against the way they've carved out space in my heart. I thought I'd sealed off forever. Is it finally safe to feel as if I've gotten everything I could have ever hoped for? That Lila deserves a family? Maybe this time, the game won't take him away from us. And for once, I'm feeling as if maybe it's okay to believe that.
Chapter 29. Carson. Sweat drips down my spine as I complete another set of shoulder rotations. The resistance band stretches tight, my muscles burning with the familiar ache of a good workout. I've modified my usual routine, following Maree's instructions to the letter. Can't risk pushing too hard and losing everything I've gained. A smile tugs at my lips as I remember Lila's attempt to mimic my exercises yesterday. "Like this, Daddy?" she'd asked, her little arms waving in circles. Those stormy gray eyes that stand out against her skin are bright with determination. The thoughts fuel me through another set. My shirt clings to me, but the discomfort barely registers. 9 days. 9 days of pancake breakfasts, playground visits, and bedtime stories. 9 days of falling deeper in love with both my girls. Grabbing my water bottle, I drain half of it in one go. I grab a towel, happy I have this gym at home and can just head straight to my shower. But before I do, my phone buzzes on the weight bench. Jason's name flashes across the screen. My stomach drops. Jason never calls unless... Shit! Has someone found out about Lila? The media would have a field day with this story. Star quarterback's secret love child. "Hey, Jason." I try to keep my voice steady. "Carson, we need to chat." My hand tightens around the phone. "What's up?" "Got some interesting news. How do you feel about Argentina?" "Argentina?" The tension in my shoulders eases slightly. "What about it?" "The Buenos Aires Titans want you. 3-year contract, starting quarterback position. They're willing to work with your recovery timeline." "Seriously?" I sink onto the bench. "Even with the injury?" "They've seen your progress. Coach Malkovich already gave them a glowing recommendation. Said it might be your best shot at extending your career." The possibilities flood my mind. 3 more years of guaranteed playtime. A fresh start, away from the pressure and scrutiny here. My heart races with excitement. Then Lila's laugh echoes in my memory, and reality crashes back. Argentina. That's not just across the country, that's across continents. "I'll need time to think about it," I manage. "Don't take too long, they want an answer by Friday." The call ends, and I stare at my phone. The opportunity of a lifetime sits in one hand, while what I'd have to leave behind presses me from the inside out. I have to talk to Maree. I walk into the clinic the next morning, my hands shoved deep in my pockets to hide their trembling. Sandra looks up, her usual bright smile greeting me. "Is Maree free?" Before Sandra can answer, Maree emerges from the hallway, a stack of papers in her hands. My throat tightens at the sight of her. The way her polo hugs her curves, how her hair falls loose around her shoulders instead of the usual tightly pulled back ponytail. Knowing what I have to tell her only makes seeing her this loose and happy tinge at my soul more. "This is a surprise." Maree hands the papers to Sandra. "We don't have an appointment today." I try to return her smile, but my face feels stiff, uncooperative. "Got a minute to talk?" Something flickers in her eyes. Concern, maybe recognition. She's always been able to read me too well. "Come on back to my office." I follow her down the hallway, watching her confident stride, remembering how just the other day Lila was trying to walk like her mom. Once inside her office, I sink into the chair across from her desk, her vanilla aroma mixing with the clinical smell of sports tape and therapeutic oils. "How's Lila doing with that science project she was telling me about? The one with the plant growth?" "Carson." Maree leans forward, her hazel eyes narrowing, catching the afternoon light through her window. "Tell me why you're actually here. You look like you're sweating. Are you sick?" Her professional assessment mode kicks in, and I can see her cataloging my symptoms. My hand finds the back of my neck, rubbing the tension there until my skin burns. The words sit heavy on my tongue, refusing to come out. Like a football I can't quite grip right. How do I tell the woman I love, the mother of my child, that I might have to leave them both after just finding out I finally have Lila and the woman of my dreams in my life? The thought makes my stomach twist into knots. Maybe I will be sick. "I got a call yesterday," I finally say, clearing my throat. I study the diplomas on her wall to avoid her penetrating gaze. "About an opportunity. It's complicated." My voice sounds hollow even to me. "Stop dancing around it." Maree's voice is firm but gentle, The same tone she uses when coaxing injured athletes through difficult exercises. What's going on? The Buenos Aires Titans want me. 3-year contract. The words finally tumble out, and I feel as if it's all I can do to keep breathing through the silence that begins to extend between us. Maree's smile doesn't reach her eyes. Argentina? That's amazing, Carson. A great opportunity. Her voice wavers just enough that I catch it, reminding me of all those times in college when she'd try to hide how she really felt. I can tell that it's forced brightness in her voice, not genuine happiness, but she's trying to keep herself in check, just as she always does. She stands, smoothing her slacks with trembling hands, and moves toward the door like she needs an escape route. You should definitely consider it. Football's always been your dream. The way she says it makes something in me turn, like she's already decided what I'll choose. Maree, I reach out instinctively, but let my hand fall. No, really. She turns back, and the sunlight streaming through her office window catches the sheen in her eyes, giving away how she feels for a brief moment. This is what you've worked for. Your whole career has led to moments like this. The words sound rehearsed, like she's been preparing for this conversation. I rise, taking a step toward her. It's not that simple anymore. Not since I found out about Lila, not since I've gotten to know her and Maree all over again. It is, though. Her fingers trace the doorframe, not meeting my gaze, and I recognize the defensive posture. You need to choose what makes you happy. That's all any of us can do. The words hang between us. What about Lila? My voice comes out gruff, though I don't know why, and I have to resist lifting my hands to my neck. She'll understand. Maree's voice catches slightly, betraying her composure. Kids are resilient. And there's video calls, holidays. She shrugs, but I catch the slight tremor in her shoulders, and it hits me how many times she's probably had to be resilient herself. I have another patient coming in soon, she says, opening the door wider. But thank you for telling me in person, for considering us in your decision. Of course I'd consider you. Both of you. She finally meets my eyes, and the kindness there hits harder than any anger could. Just keep me posted on what you decide. No pressure, okay? I step into the hallway, wanting to say more but finding no words. Maree gives me one last gentle smile before closing her office door. In my car, I flex my knuckles, forcing myself to not take it out on my car. The future of my career seems to loom in my rearview mirror, while ahead lies the route to Maree's house, where Lila is probably working on her science project, waiting to show me how her plants have grown. She'd been so excited last week, explaining all about photosynthesis with that gap-toothed smile, her eyes shining just like mine. My thumb absently traces the worn spot on the wheel where I've gripped it through countless game day drives. 2 paths stretch before me, the familiar route to the stadium where my team needs an answer, and I'm guaranteed my dream job for at least 3 more years, or the turn ahead that leads to something I never knew I wanted. The blinker clicks steadily as I approach the intersection, but my hand hovers, frozen over the signal lever.
Chapter 30. Maree. I guide Samantha's leg through the stretch, careful not to push too hard against her healing muscle, monitoring her facial expressions for any sign of discomfort. Good, just like that. How's the tension? Better than yesterday, she says through gritted teeth, her knuckles white as she grips the edge of the therapy table. My mind drifts to Carson's words this morning as I continue her stretches, the conversation playing on repeat like a broken record I can't shut off. International opportunities, more seasons, a chance to keep playing. The way his eyes lit up telling me about it, like a kid on Christmas morning, but then looked so guilty as he laid it all out for me, his hand rubbing the back of his neck in that nervous way of his. It broke me to hear him say it, and even more so to see the pain he was caused to even tell me. But I know what he'll choose. I've always known. Men like him, They never choose differently. The game always wins. Just like my father, just like every other player I've known, the siren call of the field is too strong to resist. Miss Winthrop, Jenny's voice snaps me back. Is everything okay? Of course. Let's work on your range of motion. I help her rotate her ankle, watching for signs of strain. Remember to breathe through the discomfort. After finishing with Jenny, I retreat to my office and sink into my chair. The files on my desk blur as tears threaten to spill. I blink them back, refusing to break down at work. Lila needs me to be strong. She's just starting to bond with Carson, and now my phone buzzes. Mom's name flashes on the screen. Hey, sweetie, heading to the store? Need anything? The familiar comfort of her voice almost makes me break down to her. I want to tell her everything. How Carson might leave, how I'm terrified of Lila getting hurt, how I knew this would happen, but let myself hope anyway. But the words stick in my throat. No, I'm good. Thanks, though. Are you all right? You sound off. Just tired. I swallow hard. I'll call you later, okay? I save the last patient notes, my cursor hovering over Carson's file. A laugh bubbles up, bitter and hollow. I knew better. From the very beginning, I knew exactly how this would end. So why does it feel like my heart is being shredded into confetti? My fingers tremble as I close his file, trying not to focus on the familiar image of his sculpted shoulder, the MRI scans that could end everything. I've spent years building walls to keep men like him out. Men who live and breathe the game, but somehow, those eyes and that stupid, charming smile found their way through every crack in my defenses. I shut down my computer, my finger lingering on the power button as images from the past 9 days flood my mind. Lila's squeals of delight as Carson pushed her on the swing. His expression glowed with joy when our daughter snagged that initial pass. Their matching grins as they plotted against me during game night, those identical blue-gray eyes alight with mischief. I grab my water bottle, taking a long drink to push down the emotion threatening to overwhelm me. The empty bottle crackles in my grip as I squeeze it too hard. It took less than 2 weeks for Carson to become everything I feared he could be. The perfect father, the man I could love. For Lila to fall completely in love with her daddy. And for me to forget all my carefully constructed walls and let myself believe in impossible things. 9 days was all it took for him to slip past my defenses, to make me question every rule I'd set for myself since college. The way he looked at our daughter, like she hung the moon and stars, stirred something deep inside me that I thought I'd buried long ago. Each time he showed up with that crooked smile and those earnest eyes, my resolve crumbled a little more. Brick by carefully laid brick. I toss the bottle into recycling with more force than necessary. The clatter makes me jump. Get it together, I mutter, smoothing my hands over my shirt. My fingers tremble slightly. You knew this was coming. But knowing doesn't make it hurt any less. Doesn't prepare me for explaining to Lila why her daddy has to go away. Doesn't stop me from remembering the way Carson looked at her the other night while reading her bedtime story like she was his whole world. Until she wasn't. Until football called again, I gather my things, trying to focus on the mundane task of packing up rather than the pain that is starting to spread through me. Heading out? Sandra calls from reception. Yeah, gotta pick up my little monster. My voice sounds steadier than I feel. The parking lot shimmer with late afternoon heat as I dig through my bag for my keys. A shadow falls across the pavement and I look up, freezing mid-step. Carson stands beside my car, hands shoved in his pockets, looking exactly like every dream I've tried not to have. My heart feels like it's lodged into my throat when I spot Carson leaning on my car, his broad shoulders casting long shadows in the late afternoon sun. His presence catches me off guard, especially since our conversation this morning left such a bitter taste in my mouth. Hey, he offers with an uncertain smile. his hand finding its way to the back of his neck before he stops them and shoves them in his pocket. I force my feet to keep moving, pretending my stomach isn't doing somersaults. Twice in one day, people will talk. I try to inject humor into my voice as I unlock my car, but it falls flat. I was hoping we could grab something at the deli. His voice is soft, hopeful. The keys jingle in my trembling hands. You're seeing more of me now than when you actually needed therapy. I click the unlock button again, though the door's already open. Those home exercises must be working wonders if you're feeling good enough to take that international offer. I force a tight smile, hating how bitter I sound but unable to help myself. I'm glad they're working out so well for you. Though honestly, if you'd gone to anyone else, they wouldn't have gotten you back in shape for an offer this good. Good thing you were brought to the best. The last part comes out more defensive than I mean it to, but there's a professional pride I can't quite swallow down, even when I'm trying to push him away. Maree, I have to get to the store before picking up Lila. The lie comes instantly, knowing I can't be around him right now, not the way I have been. Having dinner with Mom tonight. His eyes narrow slightly. He knows me too well. Can probably see right through the excuse. But I can't sit across from him at that table, where we first started to really rebond, pretending everything's fine when my world is crumbling. Carson. I meet his gaze, forcing myself to look into those eyes that mirror our daughters, willing my voice not to shake. My fingers grip the car door handle so tight, my knuckles ache. I'll always support whatever makes you happy, but please don't expect me to hope you'll stay. I know that I can't do that again, not after everything, not after watching every other man I've cared about choose the game over family. He opens his mouth to respond, his hand reaching out slightly before dropping back to his side. But I'm already sliding into the driver's seat. My heart pounds into my ribs as I fumble with the keys. Through the window, I manage one last smile, though it feels like my face might crack from the effort. I really do hope you find what you're looking for, and I wish you nothing but the best. You deserve that much. The window whirs shut between us, creating a barrier that feels both protective and painful. As I pull away from the curb, I catch his reflection in my rearview mirror. His broad shoulders and familiar stance growing smaller and blurrier as tears finally spill down my cheeks. Each drop feels like another reminder of why I built these walls in the first place. Now I have to rebuild them all over again.
Chapter 31. Carson. The ceiling fan spins lazily above my head, its shadows dancing across the walls. I've been staring at it for hours, my mind racing between two worlds that feel impossible to merge. Rolling onto my side, I look at my phone. 3:47 a.m. Great. Images of Lila's smile flash through my mind. The way she starts laughing and sticks her tongue out in concentration when I teach her how to grip the football, just like mine used to when my dad first showed me. Her laughter echoes in my head, pure and innocent. Then there's Maree, the way she looks at me now, like she's finally starting to believe I could be more than just another athlete chasing glory. But the field calls to me too. The roar of the crowd, the weight of the ball in my hands, the rush of a perfect spiral connecting with its target. It's been my whole life for as long as I can remember. 3 more years. Maybe more if I play it right. If my body holds up. If I can keep convincing everyone I'm still the Carson Bailey they drafted. My shoulder throbs as I shift positions again. A sharp reminder of what this life has already cost me. Each movement a negotiation between pain and pride. I punch my pillow, trying to find a comfortable spot. But comfort seems impossible tonight. The offer sits heavy in my gut. International play, big money, a chance to prove I'm not finished yet. The kind of deal that would have been a no-brainer a year ago. Hell, a few months ago. But Lila's words from yesterday cut through the fantasy. "Daddy, will you come to my dance recital next week?" The way her eyes seemed to glisten when she asked, so full of hope, makes me ache more than any injury I could sustain. Daddy. The word still feels new, terrifying, and absolutely right all at once. Sleep isn't coming. I throw off the covers and pull on sweats and a hoodie. There's only one place I go when my mind won't shut up. The stadium is eerily quiet at this hour. My footsteps feel loud, even on the turf as I walk onto the field, the artificial grass crunching under my feet. The empty seats loom above me like silent judges. This place used to feel like home, like the answer to everything. I stand at the 50-yard line, breathing in the familiar smell of grass and chalk. But instead of clarity, all I find are more questions. The void inside of me that football used to fill so perfectly now feels different, changed, like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Standing here in the empty, dark stadium, I can't help but think about that last day that Maree and I were together, before she left me in the dust. I saw her the night before our game, and she seemed different. I was riding high from being drafted to the Wolves, officially, just a week prior. Then the next day, I just finished our last seasonal game, still riding high from landing that impossible throw. The whole team was celebrating, but I couldn't wait to tell Maree. She always got this sparkle in her eyes when I succeeded, like my victories were hers too. The way those hazel eyes would light up made every touchdown worth twice as much. But when I got to her dorm, her roommate said she'd moved out. Just like that. No goodbye, no explanation. Just an empty room and a note that said, "I'm sorry, but I can't do this anymore." I called, texted, even camped outside her classes. But she'd vanished. Like smoke through my fingers. I remember standing in that empty dorm room, staring at the bare walls where her photos used to be, the vacant desk where she'd spent countless nights studying while I rambled about plays and strategies. The faint aroma still lingered in the air, a ghost of what we'd had. I rubbed my neck raw that day, forcing myself to try and figure it out. The football in my hands feels heavier now, like it's made of lead instead of leather. Was that when she knew? Was she already carrying Lila, our daughter, when she wrote those words? My jaw clenches so tight I can hear my teeth grinding. Of course she knew. The timing fits perfectly. Right before playoffs, right after I got the offer. She must have found out and decided I wasn't worth the risk. The ball flies from my hands with too much force, sailing past the practice net and disappearing into the darkness of the empty training field. A sharp pain shoots through my shoulder, reminding me why I'm out here alone at midnight. "Damn!" I growl, more in anger than in pain. 6 years. 6 years of her life. Memories that are ingrained in her. Gone. Stolen. Those precious moments with Lila, watching her grow, teaching her to walk, hearing her laugh for the first time. All of it taken from me without even asking. But even as anger burns through me, hot and fierce like the stadium lights, I can't hold on to it. Because she was right about me, wasn't she? Back then, I would have chosen football. There's no point lying to myself about it. Hell, I'm standing here right now, in the dead of night, throwing balls I shouldn't be throwing, considering leaving them both for the same damn reason. I rub my neck roughly, fingers digging into the tense muscles until it hurts, disgusted with myself. The irony isn't lost on me. Here I am, proving her worst fears right all over again, choosing between the game and something real, something that matters. Some things never change, do they? Still the same selfish bastard, just with more zeros in your bank account. The cold turf crunches under my feet as I walk to retrieve the ball, my shoulder screaming in protest. I never miss. Not since I was 12, at least. But here I am, acting like some rookie who can't handle the pressure. My fingers brush against the leather, and I grip it tight enough to make the aired-up ball dent in my hand. What the hell am I doing out here at 4 a.m, throwing balls like some pathetic has been trying to relive his glory days? Reality hits me just then. I'm not out here because I miss football. I'm out here because I'm scared. Scared of walking away from the only thing I've ever been good at. But that's bullshit too, isn't it? These past few weeks, the way Lila smiles when I walk into a room. And what about Maree's demeanor and gentle eyes? The ones she used to have, the ones I see coming back when she thinks I'm not looking. That means something. More than any touchdown ever could. The ball drops from my hand with a dull thud against the turf, rolling away forgotten. What kind of man stands here debating between his family and a game? A damn coward, that's who. The kind of man I've been for far too long. My feet are moving before my brain catches up, shoes digging into the grass. Walking, then jogging, then full-out sprinting toward the parking lot. My heart pounding harder than it ever has during any game. I can't lose them again. Not Maree, not Lila, not this second chance I don't deserve. 6 years of memories I'll never get back. First words and steps and precious moments, all because I was too focused on being Carson Bailey, NFL star, to see what was right in front of me. And that's not Maree's fault. It never was. It's mine. All mine, and I'm done running from that truth. Not this time. Never again. Keys jangling in my trembling hand. I slam into my car with enough force to make the whole vehicle rock. My fingers fumble with the lock, precious seconds ticking away while my mind races ahead. There's only one place I need to be. Only 2 people I need to see right now. No games, no practices, no media circus matters anymore. The woman I let walk away once before. Too blind to see what I was losing. And the little girl who will never, ever have to wonder why she wasn't good enough for her dad to stay. This time will be different. This time I'll be the man they... You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 32. Maree. I leaned down and kissed Lila's forehead, brushing back her dark curls. Her eyes, so much like her father's, blinked drowsily up at me. "Mommy?" Her small voice catches. "Will Daddy come see us tomorrow?" My heart hearts with every beat inside of me. The word daddy still sounds foreign, yet she's taken to it so naturally these past weeks. "Maybe, baby. Now get some sleep, okay?" "'Kay." She snuggles deeper into her unicorn sheets, already half asleep. I close the door, my fingers lingering on the handle. For the first time since she was born, I shut it completely. My legs give out, and I slide down against the wall, pressing my palm hard over my mouth to muffle the sobs that rack my body. The sound of her soft breathing through the door only makes the tears fall faster. The carpet scratches my bare legs as I draw my knees to my chest, my work slacks discarded hours ago when I got home. How could I have been so stupid? I knew better. I knew exactly who Carson was, what football meant to him. And still, I let myself hope. Worse, I let Lila hope. I watched him charm her with those dimpled smiles and promises of daddy-daughter days, just like he once charmed me with touchdown celebrations pointed my way. Those blue-gray eyes of hers will look at me with such confusion, such hurt. How do I explain that her daddy chose a game over her, over us, the same way my father did to me? History repeating itself in the cruelest way possible. I feel like I'm being crushed under my own mistakes. I did everything wrong. I should have told him about her sooner, before he signed that new contract with the Wolves. Should have kept my distance when he came back, limping into my clinic with that injured shoulder. Should have protected her heart better than I protected my own. 7 years of careful walls, demolished in weeks because I wanted to believe he'd changed. A knock at the door startles me. I swipe roughly at my cheeks, stumbling to my feet, my legs shaky beneath me. "Mom, I really don't want to talk about it right now," I say as I yank open the door. Mom looks at me quickly, then brushes past me into the living room with that determined stride I've known all my life. She settles onto the worn leather couch, patting the cushion beside her with that maternal look that says I have no choice in the matter. The same look she wore when I told her I was pregnant 7 years ago. I sink down next to her, the leather cool against my bare arms, and the moment she wraps her arm around my shoulders, everything I've been holding back spills out like a dam breaking. He's leaving, Mom, going international, to Argentina. My voice cracks, raw with emotion. I watched him with her this last week. The way she looks at him like he hung the moon, and his look said the same. She asked if he was staying forever, and I couldn't even answer her. The tears start falling, hot and fast. How do I tell her that her daddy's choosing football over her, just like Dad chose his new family over us? Like he chose that cheerleader over you? Mom's fingers stroke through my hair as I curl into her side like I'm 5 years old again, breathing in her familiar jasmine perfume. And the worst part, I knew better. I knew exactly who he was when I let him back in. But God, Mom, you should see them together. The way he teaches her to throw a spiral in the backyard, how he makes her giggle at his silly voices during bedtime stories, the way his whole body relaxes when she calls him Daddy. My shoulders shake with suppressed pain. I ruined everything by hoping. The sobs come harder now, racking my entire body, and Mom just holds me tighter, like she's trying to keep all my broken pieces together. I let myself believe he'd changed, that maybe this time would be different. But men like Carson, like Dad, they always choose the game. Always. The cheering in the stands and fanatic fans means more than the sound of their daughter's laughter. When my crying finally slows, nearly an hour later, my throat raw and chest aching from the force of my sobs, Mom pushes me back gently, her hands cupping my face. Her eyes shine with tears of their own, the same hazel as mine, reflecting pain and regret. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart. You were right. I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have pushed anything." I blink in surprise, unused to hearing those words from her, but she just pulls me close again. We stay like that through the night, talking, crying, her fingers never stopping their soothing motion through my hair, just like she used to do when I was little and heartbroken over scraped knees and playground bullies. When the grandfather clock in the hallway chimes 5, my eyes feel like sandpaper, swollen and raw from hours of tears, and my body sags with emotional exhaustion against the couch cushions. My muscles protest as I finally push off the couch, joints cracking from sitting in one position too long. My legs feel like jelly, and my neck aches from where I'd been curled against the cushions. I need water and coffee, lots of coffee, maybe an entire pot to myself. Mom stretches beside me, her back popping with a series of sharp cracks that make me wince. Lord, I'm too old to pull all-nighters anymore. She rubs her shoulder, working at a knot I know must be there, the same spot where I carry all my tension. Oh, that reminds me. I grabbed your mail from the post office yesterday when I got mine. It's still in my car. There were quite a few envelopes. I mumble a thank you as I shuffle toward the kitchen, my bare feet silent against the hardwood, though every step feels like I'm moving through molasses. The coffee maker clicks as I flip it on, the familiar routine somehow grounding after the emotional chaos of the night. The air smells now of coffee beans as I measure them out, and I breathe it in deeply, letting the aroma help clear my foggy head. A sharp gasp from the doorway makes me spin around, nearly dropping the empty coffee mug in my hands. Mom stands there, hand pressed dramatically to her sternum, staring at something outside with wide eyes that remind me of a startled owl. "Mom?" I start, but as I make a move to see what's caught her attention in the doorway, I stop short as well, my breath catching in my throat. Carson fills the doorframe like a force of nature, his body heaving like he's run miles in the pre-dawn darkness. His sandy brown hair is wild, his fitted shirt clinging to his sweaty skin in ways that make my stomach flip. "Carson!" He holds up one finger, doubling over to catch his breath, his other hand braced against his knee. Before I can figure out what in God's name is happening, or why he's here at this ungodly hour, he straightens and crosses the room in 3 long strides, his athletic grace unmistakable even in this moment. His large hands cup my face, calloused fingers gently tracing over my skin, and his mouth crashes into mine. The kiss steals my breath, my thoughts, everything except the feel of him. Familiar yet new, desperate yet tender. When he pulls back, his storm-like eyes burn with an intensity that makes my knees weak, reminding me of every reason I fell for him in college. "You." His voice is rough, urgent, his chest still rising and falling rapidly. "It's always been you." "What are you talking about?" I manage through sharp breaths, my heart begging to hammer so hard I'm sure he can hear it. "I've never stopped loving you, Maree. Never. Football, the contract, none of it matters anymore. You and Lila, you're my dream, my future. I'm not going anywhere that isn't where you two are." His thumb brushes over my cheekbone, his touch reverent. This time when he kisses me, tears stream down my face, years of built-up walls crumbling. His thumbs brush them away as his lips move against mine, gentle now, like a promise sealed in the quiet morning light. "I was right," Mom's triumphant voice breaks through our bubble, startling us both. "I knew it. A mother always knows."
Chapter 33. Carson. Vanessa gives us a knowing smile and backs toward her door. "I'll leave you two to talk things through." She winks before disappearing into her sectional apartment, the door clicking shut behind her, leaving the hallway feeling suddenly intimate and private. I pull Maree back into my arms, my lips finding hers with a certainty I've never felt before, not even when I made that game-winning throw in the championship. The weight that's been crushing me since I got that international offer lifts completely, like shedding shoulder pads after a long game. For the first time in my life, I know exactly where I belong. My fingers trace the curve of her jaw, feeling her pulse race beneath my touch, matching the rhythm of my own thundering heart. This is home. Not some stadium halfway across the world, not the roar of thousands of fans, not even the familiar comfort of the end zone. Just this moment with her pressed against me, her warmth seeping through my clothes. "Are you sure about this?" Maree whispers against my lips, her breath warm and sweet. "Football. It's been your whole life. Your way of dealing with everything with your father always gone. Your future, your legacy." I silence her with another kiss, gentle but firm, pouring years of missed opportunities into it. That's exactly why I'm doing this. My thumb traces the outline of her lips as I look into those mesmerizing hazel eyes that have haunted my dreams since college. Lila will never know what it's like to have an absent father. She's my legacy, Maree. Not some trophy or record. Not anymore. Her lips tremble, and I catch the emotion with another kiss, unable to stop myself from tasting her again and again, making up for lost time. My hands slide down her back, pulling her closer until there's no space between us, until I can feel her heartbeat matching my own. Speaking of our daughter, I whisper against her ear, my voice rough with emotion. When does she usually wake up? Around 7, Maree breathes, her fingers curling into my shirt. Maybe later today, since bedtime was pushed back. I feel my lips curve into a seductive smile as I look down at her. Perfect. I scoop Maree up in my arms, her gasp of surprise muffled by my mouth as I kiss her. My shoulder twinges slightly at the strain, a sharp reminder of my injury. But I couldn't care less about the pain. Not when I finally have her where I've wanted her for so long, her warm curves fitting perfectly into me, like they were meant to be there. I carry her to her bedroom, savoring the way her fingers trail along my neck, and the door clicks shut behind us with a gentle nudge from my foot. The remaining light of the moon glows through her window, casting silvery shadows across her beautiful face and catching the worried crease between her brows as I set her on the edge of the bed. The mattress dips beneath her weight, and I catch myself marveling at how right this feels, how natural, like coming home after years of being lost. Carson, wait. Her fingers twist deeper into my shirt, more for security than seduction, the warmth of her touch burning through the fabric. I need to say something. I cup her face, my thumb brushing across her cheekbone, but she turns away, her hazel eyes avoiding mine. I don't want you resenting me later. If you're staying because you feel obligated... Oh, Maree... No, please. I should have told you about Lila, given you the choice. Instead, I made it for you, and now you're giving up everything you've worked for. Her voice breaks slightly, the tension physically radiating through her body. I silence her with a kiss, deep and thorough, pouring years of longing into it, until I feel her relax against me, her curves melting into me. I'm not giving up anything, I murmur against her lips, tasting the sweetness of her breath. I'm choosing what matters. Fresh start. If you want it too. Her eyes search mine, glowing amber in the moonlight streaming through her window. Are you sure? I give her my best quarterback stare. The one that says I've analyzed every angle and know exactly what play I'm making. The same look that's led my team to countless victories. Never been more sure of anything. So, starting from the beginning sound good? Her answer comes in the form of a kiss as she pulls me down onto the bed, the mattress sinking beneath our combined weight. I roll, bringing her on top of me, my hands mapping the curves I've missed for so long, remembering every dip and valley of her body like I'm studying my favorite playbook. You have no idea how many nights I've dreamt of you since college. Her laugh vibrates throughout me. Not as many as me. Her hands fumble with the hem of my sweatshirt, nails scraping against the ridges of my abs as she yanks the fabric up. I break our kiss just long enough to rip it over my head, my shoulder protesting with a familiar twinge I ignore. Maree's breath hitches when her palms hit bare skin, her thumbs brushing the scar above my hip from freshman year, the one she used to trace while we studied anatomy in her dorm. Does this still do it for you? I mutter against her neck, nipping at the spot that used to make her gasp. She moans her response, her voice cracking when my hands slide under her shirt. The second my calluses catch on the smooth plane of her stomach, she lurches forward, knocking me back onto the mattress. Her hair falls around us like a curtain, sealing out everything but the unsteady rhythm of her breathing. I grin, all teeth. Missed this? The view from the top? Her knee digs into my thigh, half warning, half invitation. Don't get cocky. I was just starting to like you. Every rational play I've rehearsed crumbles the second her hips roll against mine. I grip her waist hard enough to bruise, muscles trembling from the effort of staying still. It's like holding a blitz at the 1-yard line, all tension and sweat and the primal urge to move. Her fingers thread through my hair, tugging sharply when I trail kisses along her collarbone. Eyes up, quarterback. Working on it. I palm the curve of her ass through those damn cotton sweats, grinning when she arches into my touch. You know, for a PT, your flexibility's gotten. Her mouth slants over mine, swallowing the joke. The kiss turns sloppy and starved, her teeth catching my lower lip hard enough to sting. I flip us mid-groan, pinning her wrists above her head. The smug little noise she makes vibrates straight through my sternum. Big talk from a guy in Spider-Man sweats, she pants, nodding toward the cartoon web pattern stretched across my thighs. Lila's favorite. I nip her earlobe, relishing her shiver. Want me to model the matching socks next? She laughs, the real one, low and throaty, and the sound does things to me that should be illegal. Her legs lock around my hips, pulling me closer. Maree's fingers skate down my chest, leaving a trail of goosebumps in their wake. How about we start fresh right now, she suggests, her voice a sultry whisper. I freeze, my heart pounding like a caged animal desperate for escape. Define fresh! Her smirk says everything. The digital clock on her nightstand blinks, 6:25 a.m. Somewhere down the hall, I thought I heard the floorboards creak. A jolt of adrenaline shoots through me, swiftly followed by a wave of dread. Lila. I don't need her finding me here like this when she's so used to just coming into her mom's room. Shit. Maree's mouth finds the shell of my ear, her breath hot on my skin. It's an old house, you're fine. But still, tick-tock, Carson, she teases, her words a reminder of the reality waiting for us beyond these sheets. I can't help but chuckle at her playfulness. Fresh starts and ticking clocks, I murmur, nuzzling her neck before letting my tongue glide over it. You're going to be the death of me. She just grins, that infuriatingly beautiful grin that I can't seem to resist, and pulls me in with a heated and needful that causes my shaft to somehow throb even harder. Better get used to it. This is just the beginning.
Chapter 34. Maree. Carson's mouth moves down my collarbone, hands already gripping the hem of my sweatshirt. Need to feel you, he rasps against my throat, all gravel and heat. The fabric peels away, morning air skating across my body. I arch into his palms before they even touch me. Trained response, muscle memory. His growl vibrates through my sternum. Christ, Maree, still perfect. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 35. Carson. The stadium roars around me as I watch Nathan, my replacement, dodge a tackle and sprint toward the end zone. My hands grip the mic, adrenaline pumping through my veins like I'm the one running. And there he goes! Look at that footwork, Mike. That's exactly what made the Wolves pick him up after my departure. Mike chuckles beside me. Speaking of which, do you ever miss being down there? Trading in the cleats for a suit can't be easy. I lean back in my chair, a grin spreading across my face. Hell yeah, I miss it. But you know what I don't miss? Waking up feeling like I got hit by a truck every morning. Now the only thing that wears me out is my 7-year-old demanding another piggyback ride. It feels nice to be able to talk about my family and not worry about the publicity of it all anymore. The moment I decided to not take the job offer last year in Argentina, I called my manager and told him to handle it with delicacy. And honestly, no questions were really raised once I was officially out of the game. Maree and I did an interview together and smudged the truth a bit, and it was never really mentioned again. Gotta love the short attention span of football fans. Sounds like retirement's treating you well, then? Retirement? I scoff, adjusting my tie. More like an upgrade. Better hours, my shoulder actually works now, and I get to come home to my girls every night. Trust me, watching Lila score her first goal in soccer last week, better than any touchdown I've ever made. The crowd erupts as Jackson scores, and I jump right back into commentating. But my eyes drift to section 114. I know I can't see them from up here, but just knowing Maree and Lila are down there wearing matching jerseys with my old number makes my smile regardless. And there's the half, Mike announces. What a game we've got here, folks. I nod, still searching the crowd. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And I mean it. At least for the most part, as I scan the crowd again, thinking that sitting by the girls would still be slightly better. A year ago, I thought leaving the game would kill me. Now, I've never felt more alive. The third quarter flies by as I call the game, my eyes constantly drifting to where Maree and Lila sit. Mike notices, of course. He always does. He covers his mic with a grin. Getting antsy there, Carson? Just making sure Lila hasn't convinced Maree to buy her another hot dog. Kid's got her mother's appetite. When the fourth quarter clock hits 5 minutes, I start loosening my tie. Mike sighs dramatically into his mic. And here we go, folks. Carson Bailey's famous early exit. Tell me, partner, will you at least stay until we know if your old team makes it to the Super Bowl? You know the answer to that. I wink at the camera as I stand. Besides, everyone watching at home knows exactly where to find me. The camera crew follows as I take the stairs 2 at a time, dodging high fives and autograph requests with practiced ease. A few fans call out my name, waving jerseys and programs, but I just flash them my signature smile and keep moving. My heart speeds up when I spot them. Lila bouncing in her seat, Maree's arm wrapped protectively around her waist, both of them focused intently on the field below. Daddy, Lila squeals as I approach, her face lighting up with that smile that's identical to mine. I scoop her up, breathing in the cotton candy and hot dogs, pressing a kiss to Maree's lips before dropping into Lila's vacant seat and settling her on my lap. The familiar weight of her small body against mine feels more right than any trophy I've ever held. What'd I miss, Princess? Nathan threw another touchdown, just like you showed him. She demonstrates with her arms, mimicking the throwing motion I'd taught my replacement quarterback during summer training camp. That's my girl, always paying attention to the details. I ruffle her hair, feeling a sense of pride at how quickly she's picked up the game. The crowd erupts as the final seconds tick down, the Wolves securing their spot in the Super Bowl. The roar of 60,000 fans feels different from up here, more distant but somehow more real. Maree's fingers find mine, squeezing gently, her touch grounding me in the moment. Miss being down there? I laugh, pulling her closer to kiss her forehead. Not a chance. How can I when I'd miss getting to sit here with my girls? I watch the team celebrate below, remembering those moments. Though, maybe we could head down and congratulate Coach and the guys. They did just win the division. The security guard recognizes me immediately, waving us through to the field as we make our way down. Lila's hand tugs mine as she bounces with each step, her eyes wide at the sea of gold and black jerseys celebrating around us. Bailey! Coach Malkovich's voice booms over the chaos. He wraps me in a bear hug that nearly knocks the wind out of me, his grip as strong as ever despite the years. Before releasing me, he turns to Maree, his weathered face breaking into that familiar, proud grin. And if it isn't our miracle worker, for you all that don't know, Maree is the saving grace that led Carson to realize he didn't have to kill himself in order to be in the football circuit. Now that he's healed up, he's been our best coach for Nathan and the others. Couldn't have done that, though, without Maree. He winks, making light of it all. Though we both know how close I'd come to destroying my career. I can't help but smile back, grateful for how things turned out. It's true. The world is dark without football unless you get yourself something worth coming home to, I say, as I squeeze Maree close, feeling her warmth at my side. She's blushing at all the compliments, ducking her head slightly the way she always does when attention shifts her way. The team swarms around us like an excited pack, sharing hugs and high fives with Maree among their own victory. Her blush deepens, but I can see in her eyes how much it means to her that they remember everything she did for me. Uncle Bryant! Lila's excited shriek pierces the air as she spots my best friend and breaks free from my grip, her little legs carrying her faster than I can catch her. Bryant's entire face lights up as he scoops her into his arms, the same way it has since the day he learned she was my daughter. There's my favorite cheerleader. Ready for takeoff? Higher than last time, Lila demands, already positioning herself with the fearlessness that reminds me so much of myself at that age. Careful, Maree calls out, but she's smiling as Bryant launches our daughter into the air, catching her with practiced ease as she squeals with delight. The sound of her laughter makes my heart swell. My hand finds the ring box in my pocket, fingers tracing its edges, and my heart races like I'm facing 4th and goal. The moment feels right, surrounded by the family I chose and the family I made. I catch Coach's eye and nod slightly. He grins, understanding immediately what's about to happen. Hey, Maree! I take her hand, drawing her attention away from Lila's acrobatics. The team, sensing something big, forms a circle around us, and I sink to one knee. Her eyes widen, those beautiful hazel eyes I fell for years ago. 7 years ago, I lost the best thing that ever happened to me because I couldn't see past the game. But life has a funny way of giving second chances. I pull out the ring box, opening it to reveal the emerald-cut diamond that took me months to pick out. You and Lila are my everything now. My team, my home field advantage, my victory dance. I take a breath, now feeling more nervous than I ever have. Will you marry me? Maree's hands cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face as her eyes are wide in disbelief. Yes, she whispers. God, yes. I slide the ring onto her finger, my own hands trembling slightly before reaching into my other pocket for a smaller box. Lila, princess. Come here. From her perch on Bryant's shoulders, Lila leans forward as he lowers her to the ground, her eyes alight with curiosity. What is it, Daddy? I open the box to reveal a delicate silver chain with a heart pendant, something to match her mother's ring. Will you be my flower girl? Her eyes light up exactly like her mother's. Yes, yes, yes! The team erupts in cheers as I gather both my girls into my arms, lifting them off their feet. This is better than any championship win. This is my forever team. So you'll stay with us forever? That's what happens when people get married? Lila bounces with joy, her whole body vibrating with energy. I pull her close and catch Maree's gaze, our happy tears stream silently down her face. Sweetheart, that's what happens when you love someone. And since I love you two more than anything in this world, I'll never leave either of you. You're stuck with me for good.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.